Welcome to a new SimplyMaya tutorial. In this tutorial we're going to look at a fairly complex UV layout for an entire character. So we're going to go over organizing the UV into tiles to maximize texture space. We're going to go into a variety of different techniques for UV mapping. Now I say a fairly complex character because this guy's got some fairly organic soft shapes to him as well as a lot of hard surface sort of nuts and bolts. So he makes a very nice example of UVing for a whole character, because we're not just dealing with an organic style UV layout, we'll also be dealing with some hard surface stuff, some stuff that needs to be smoothed later on down the line, and all of that kind of thing. So he makes a very good example. Now, for those of you that don't know what UV mapping is, it's basically the process of taking a 3D character or a 3D object and laying it flat. Now by flat I don't mean that you simply flatten it. If I hide this guy and I was to bring in a cylinder here, just make this a little larger so it's a bit easier to see. Now I take this cylinder, and when I say flatten it, I don't mean literally sort of flatten it, because this wouldn't be an advantage to us. A UV map allows you to paint a texture across a 3D object in 2D space. Now it also allows you to do various things with hair and fur and dynamics, but for this tutorial we're going to focus really on the UV map for texturing, and that would be the same if you needed to use a UV map for some form of dynamics. It would be done the same way anyway. So if we look at this from a, let's say, a front view, and I was to take either of these cylinders into Photoshop and try and paint them, or into GIMP or a 2D paint program, you'll see I've got a bit of a problem. If I was to paint this, then I'm only going to paint a very small portion of our cylinder. And even if I take this and flatten it sort of in three-dimensional space, I'm still only going to paint a small portion of the cylinder. I'm only going to be able to paint it from 2 dimensions. So we need a way to tell our paint packages what our object will look like when it's flattened out. Now in the case of a cylinder, this is quite simple. We need to put one cut in it, and once it's cut open we can actually then fold that out flat or unfold it, which I'll do here. I've got a deformer on this so I can unfold it, and as you can see this is now perfectly flat. And if I was to paint this square here in Photoshop, then I would have a perfect distortion-free texture. When it came back into Maya as part of a material, it would just wrap around the whole object, and we've now told our paint package, whatever we might be using, how this object would look if it was flat. So to do this though, we've had to put a seam in it. We've had to put a cut down the back. Now this is not necessarily a problem in a modern paint package. Mari, Substance Painter, they can paint straight across these UV seams. Still, we don't want too many of them. Too many of them can lead to big problems later on down the line. It can make painting very inefficient, and it can make the times when you do need to use a traditional 2D paint application, which does come up, it can make that next to impossible. If you've cut hundreds of seams in an object and then you go to texture paint it, it's going to be very inefficient if you're using a traditional 2D paint application, and it's going to be fairly inefficient even if you're not. There's often times when you need to paint on a UV map. Also, for the purposes of the dynamics and fur, as I mentioned, you're better off having a well laid out UV, which means in a lot of cases minimizing the number of seams you put in. So UV mapping can be very much a challenge between the number of seams and the flatness of the overall UV. Because if your UV is not flat, if you cannot perfectly express how to flatten a 3D object in 2D space, when you texture paint it, you'll get some distortion. Now, you're going to have to make the determination whether some distortion is worth less seams, or you should have more seams and less distortion. Now, unfortunately, nobody can tell you which is the correct answer to this. A lot of people will try, and some people will say, oh yes, definitely have lots of seams, or definitely have as few as possible. Well, it's not that simple. You're going to have to make your best judgment depending on what you intend to paint. If I bring our main character back here and just hide this guy, as an example, on our chest here we have a chest plate. So let's say we wanted to put a superhero logo on it. Now, if the UV wasn't perfectly flat across the chest, our superhero logo would be distorted, and very, very visibly so, distorted to the eye. So in this case, extra seams across the body are going to be fairly essential, and we're just going to have to live with the complications those seams bring. Now, if I was just texturing this guy with, say, a wooden pattern, if I was going to make, an old-fashioned wood robot, something that looked like it was hand-carved out of wood, and this was all going to be a wooden pattern, if I had some distortion on there, then it wouldn't really make much difference. If it's all wood grain and one of those wood grains is ever so slightly distorted, no one's ever going to see that. So in that case, we'd use less seams. And that's really the answer to that. It depends entirely on what you're UVing, whether you're going to want lots of seams, little seams, whether you need the UV perfectly flat or you don't. So within the confines of this tutorial, we're going to look at UVing quite a lot of this character. We're going to take a look at organizing it into tiles to maximize the available space you can paint on it. We're going to look at different ways that you would need to organize it for perhaps different paint packages. So you could organize this differently for Substance Painter to Mari, for example, and certainly if you were just using Photoshop, you might organize it in a different way. First of all, though, we're going to take a look at standard UVing within Maya. So when we come back in the next part, I am going to UV map this entire chest piece and take you guys through some of the strategies and planning that's necessary to get an object like this from a 3D object to a 2D object. So I hope to see you for that in the next part. Thanks very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in this part we're going to take a look at the UV mapping for this chest area here, or the torso. But before we just dive straight in and get into that, there's a couple of things we need to do first. Now the first one is purely visual. I'm going to go ahead and isolate this in the selected view. So you can just hit Control 1 on your keyboard to isolate it and Control 1 to bring everything back. This just allows us to work with this without all the other visual clutter on the screen. Now the next thing we need is actually quite an essential process, and it's to make sure there is no non-manifold geometry within our object. Maya's new UV tools do not play nicely with non-manifold geometry. So if you're having trouble unfolding something with the new UV tools, a lot of the time it's because you have a problem with your geometry. You've got extra edges, extra faces, two faces sharing the same space, etc. that you can't really see. It's not visually apparent. So we need to check this by using the cleanup tool. So I'm going to hit the space bar here and I'm going to go to Mesh, Cleanup. I'm going to make sure that I've got non-manifold geometry ticked and I'm going to hit Cleanup. Now what we're looking for is result absolutely nothing. We have no bad geometry with this. If you do have bad geometry, it will try and fix it for you, and you will see down here that you would have, say, two vertex in the wrong place, or you would see some result down here letting you know that it had fixed the problem. At that point you might want to stop and examine your model just to make sure that everything's okay. Generally speaking though, if you've done this correctly from the start, if you followed our original tutorial for this guy, you shouldn't have any problems with this. You do need to check it, however, because you do not want to be in a situation where you're halfway through the process only to find out that nothing will unfold for you. Right, the next thing I want to do is bring up the UV editor. Now you can go up to UV here and hit UV editor, and this will open up Maya's UV editor. In this, the newer versions of Maya, I prefer to use a workspace. So workspace Maya Classic and workspace UV editing. And this brings up a whole UV editing workspace. So it brings up the UV editor in this window, it brings up the UV toolkit here, and it leaves me with my perspective view. Now if I click on this guy, this is the U and V1 space, this square here, and this is where our UV would traditionally go. Now we're going to look at UV tiles later on in this process, but for now we'll be putting everything in here. You'll see our model has no UV on it at all. Now normally it would. I've gone ahead and deleted this one. So if you're seeing a lot of kind of weird lines in here because you haven't UV'd this, you can just click the space bar and hit UV, delete UVs to get rid of all the old ones. And now we need to create some UVs to work with. Now I'm going to use a fairly different technique for this than is often demonstrated. It's one that worked well for me. It's one that other people I've worked with use. It's just not one I see demonstrated a lot. And I think it's one of the most useful ways to UV something like this. So I'm going to go with this one. So before we can do anything, we need to create a set of base UVs. So let's click on our object and get a UV. Now for this we can use normal based or camera based, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to use normal based and it will give me this. So now I've got a UV, but you can see that doesn't exactly look flat. In fact, I can see the back of the model and the front of the model are all overlapping, and if I press this checkerboard here, this will put a checkerboard pattern on. Now what we're looking for in this checkerboard pattern is square boxes. Doesn't necessarily have to be straight across the model. We're looking for them just to be square. And if we go around here, you can see we start to get some serious distortion in this UV map. These are not square. So while some of it is okay, when we look at other bits of it like this, these are definitely not squares. So, you know, this is not going to do us any good whatsoever as a UV map. So I'm going to go ahead and turn off the little checkerboard for now because we don't need it, and we need to start to think about how to lay this flat. Well, the easiest way is to cut it where natural seams would be. So if I'm looking at this like a robot character, I could say, well, maybe the arms would be welded on, so there's some places to cut seams here. The neck, definitely we could cut a seam because then that becomes a cylinder, and as we know, cylinders are easier to unfold. And we're going to cut out the inside, for instance. There's another reason for cutting out things like the inside, and that would be because this space, this square box here, is the space we will have the texture on. So if we were using a 1K texture, we'd have, 1024 pixels this way, 1024 pixels this way, and if everything was even, if all of this took up the same amount of space, it means we'd be wasting an awful lot of texture space on this inside piece here. Now, you might want to do that. The inside piece might be very visible in some shots, so you might need to. For me, I would rather maximize the amount of available texture I could have on, say, this panel, and minimize the amount of available texture I would be using underneath the arms here, because no one's ever going to see it. So, let's make our first cuts here. So we're going to start with this cylinder because it's relatively simple. I'm going to go into edge mode. I'm going to double click to select that entire edge loop. And you can see here on our UV map it's been selected. So I'm going to go to the cut and sew tools here. I'm just going to click cut. And now if I go to UV shell, you can see this body is one UV shell and this neck piece is also one UV shell. So by cutting that, we've cut it into a different UV shell. So I move this UV shell up here. You'll see it's still not flat. That's actually done nothing for us if we look at it, but it has separated it out so we can begin the process of unfolding. Now, because this is a cylinder, we all know that we need to put one more seam in it to lay it flat. And generally speaking, I like to put my seams somewhere around the back of the object, just because the back of the object is going to be normally the least seen part of it. Now, if you're doing a character specifically to shoot from the back, then put the seams on the front, or try and put the seams where they would naturally occur. Sometimes that's not possible. So we're going to put a seam down the back of here. So again, it's the same procedure. We're just going to go to edge mode. You can cut this either in the 3D view or the UV view. A lot of the time, I find it a little easier to use the 3D view. It depends on circumstance. I'm sure we will be using both before this tutorial is finished. But anyway, I've got my edge selected there. I'm going to turn off the checkerboard pattern so it's easier to see. As you can see, I've a complete split down the back. This bright white line tells me that this is the edge of a UV shell, or we've got a texture border here. I'm going to go along and hit cut, and you will see when I unclick, I've got the bright white line again. So in order to unfold this now, I'm going to select the shell, I'm going to go down to unfold, and I'm just going to click unfold, and you'll see that has unfolded it. If I bring the checkerboard back, you will now see that everything here is a nice square. So we have fairly minimal distortion. We can also go to View, UV Distortion, and what we're looking for here is any bright red or bright blue areas. So you can see this is slightly reddish. We have minor distortion, but nothing we can't live with. And we'll get more into UV distortion later on. Right now, we're just going to continue cutting this piece. Now, you can move this about so the squares are straight and even. It really doesn't matter that much. If it helps you visualize that, you can straighten it up. And we're going to talk about organizing where these UV shells go within the texture space after we've got this whole thing cut up and organized. So one thing I do like to do is after I've got a shell laid out, and this one's flat enough to my liking, I like to select it and just hit Control H. This hides it so I can go about the business of cutting the rest of the model up without having to look at pieces I know have already been done. Now I'm going to turn the checkerboard pattern off again, and I'm going to look around this model to see if there's anything else that's easy to cut out. In this inside portion of the torso here, this should be fairly easy to cut out. So let's go to Edge Mode, and we're going to select, double click again to select the entire edge loop. You can see it here, just about, and I'm going to hit Cut. And if I click again, you can see that texture border has been put in. So if I go to UV shell, I'll be able to select the shell. And I'm not moving these in any particular position, by the way. I'm just moving them out of the way of this main body. So there we have this UV shell. Now we know that that's going to need to be cut. I cannot unfold this like it is. In fact, if I tried, it would just do this. And then when I bring the checkerboard back, you're going to start to see along here some major kind of distortion errors. Look, these are definitely not square. So we're getting some major distortion in here. So again, in order for this to be laid completely flat for this shape, I'm going to put a cut in the back. Again, I'm going for the back of the model. So Edge Mode here, and I'm going to go down from the top border to the bottom border and just double click. Make sure I haven't accidentally selected over that. I have not. So just cut here, and let's go to UV shell and unfold it. And that's unfolded. And now if we look at it, we can see we've got pretty decent squares. There's not a lot of distortion. Everything is square, which is exactly what we're looking for. But you can see where the seam is. So if we were using a procedural texture, this seam, as I said, might become an issue. It might not. But for the intents and purposes of this is perfectly flat. Now I'm just going to straighten that up. And that's two pieces. And again, I'm going to Control H to hide it, so we know that that piece has actually been done. Now, another thing we could actually cut out here would probably be quite easy to cut off the top. Let's do that. Let's go to Edge, and I'm going to smooth this, so I'm going to see which edge is best to cut along. So I'm going to try cutting the whole top of this off. So I'm just going to go to Cut again. UV shell, and there's the whole top of this. So this I might be able to flatten as is. Let's have a look. Let's just go to Unfold, and let's see what sort of distortion we're getting on that. We are not getting a lot. Everything looks pretty square. Now that's going to have some distortion to it. If we turn on our image, view UV distortion, you can see it's quite red in the middle. So we're going to need to relieve the tension from this by cutting a slit in it. And once again, as I've done many times now, I'm going to take that cut from the back. So let me turn off this UV distortion, and I'm going to select this edge, and I'm going to go down to where the border is here, and I'm going to double click to select that whole edge all the way there. I'm going to hit Cut, UV shell, and now when I unfold this, it should pull apart from here and give us less distortion. There you go. As I said, it will pull apart from there, and if I go to View, UV distortion, you can see that all of that bright red from the middle there has gone. Now we do have some areas of distortion in these little parts here, but to be honest, again, that's one of the things that I'm going to be able to live with. That's not enough distortion to be causing me any great grief at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and Control H to hide that piece, and now we can start to see what we've got left of this body. So we could cut the inner arms out here. In fact, we're going to have to cut those out So I'm going to cut them along here. So let's just see. And one thing we could do for this, rather than doing these independently of each other, we can actually turn on our symmetry. So if we go up and just do symmetry X, and then I select this edge, it should select that edge over there as well. So if we just hit cut now, it should cut both of those. And if I go on to UV shell and select this, it should select them both because we have the symmetry. And now if I hit unfold, you'll see that those have unfolded. But that's going to be terribly distorted, I can already tell. If we bring up the checker map, you can see that, yeah, not very square, especially along here. And if we bring up the distortion view, yeah, we got a lot of red along here, in here. Yeah, I'm not very happy with that. So again, you know, this isn't going to lie very flat unless we cut its corners open. So let's do that. Now I'm going to take this and make sure I still have my symmetry on, so I'm cutting both at the same time. And instead of cutting it in this view, I'm now going to cut it in the UV view. So I'm just going to come here, I'm going to, whoops, I'm going to undo that. What you don't want to do is select a UV shell and hit cut, otherwise it will cut it along every single line. So let's just make sure we still have that as a shell. We want the cut tool. And I'm going to cut this corner here, and this one here. And I'm just going to go along and I'm going to cut the corners of this guy here. See, you can do this on this view if you prefer. Let's see, here is the corner. Right, now I'm going to unfold this. And there we go, you can see it's splayed right out. And if I look at the distortion on this now, it's bright white. Now, the other side, that did not cut along with us. No, it didn't. So much for the symmetry tool this time. Let's do the cut tool, and luckily enough, this was a pretty simple and quick operation. So let's just cut in the same places. Okay, and unfold. I'm going to Q to get off the tool, UV shell, and unfold. And there you go, they should look pretty much identical with no distortion. So if we look now at where those actual texture edges went, they went down. Let me get off this mode, let's go to object mode, and let's bring that over. And now we can see the borders. So I can see a border here, a border here, a border here, and a border here. So all we've done is made a lot of seams inside of this to flatten it completely. So I'm going to select this now, UV shell, and Control H to hide those. And we are left with just this much of our model. So I'm going to come in the next part and continue with this. And the next part should see us finish the entire torso of this character in a manner that is flat and with very few UV seams. So I hope you found this interesting, and I'll be back for the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So we're going to continue on here with our body piece, and I've still got my symmetry on object X, and that's because I'm going to cut these arms away from this body, and I'm going to do them both at the same time. So this time I'm just going to cut down this line. I'm just holding shift and double clicking along the line with the body, and that should be nicely done there. Now, a problem I'm going to have with this is it's not going to be able to lie flat. I'm going to need to put a cut in it the same way I would with a cylinder. So I'm going to pick this back top edge here for my cut. And let me just make sure that we get all of this all the way around. If we don't, again, as we cut this one here in the UV view, you can always cut in the UV view as well. Let me just make sure that symmetry worked. Yes, it did. And let's just hit cut here. So we're going to go to UV shell, and we're going to move this away from our main UV we started with, and we're just going to hit unfold, and as you can see, I missed a bit. These are still stuck together. So when I was cutting in the Maya view, I ironically said you could come back in and cut in here. It looks like we're going to need to. So we need to just cut this line here so these can lay out flat. They should be almost a straight line. Well, they'll be a little jagged, but they'll be pretty much not a circle, but a straight line. So let's use the cut tool and let's just cut that open. And we're going to have to do the same on the other side. Just cut that open. So this cut tool can be a bit of a pain. You've got to click and drag with it, which isn't always ideal. You can double click sometimes, it works, I believe. We just now need to unfold both of those, and there you go. So I said they unfolded it more into a straighter line. So let's just check the checkerboard texture on these, and they look not too bad at all until we come to this part here, and this is very distorted. So we're going to put some more cuts in here. We're going to have to cut this at all 4 of these corners to allow this to flatten out. Now again, that will give us more seams, but this is going to be a fairly visible part of the model, and I think the seams are ultimately going to be worth it. Now we've already got one here, of course, so let's just hit cut here and UV shell and unfold this once more and unfold this one. They should have both done at the same time, and they have, and you can see a lot of that distortion has now, no it hasn't, why hasn't it? Okay, let me just set this edge, and this edge. For some reason that did not cut. Hit cut. There we go. And okay. Oh, I see. We've got a little tiny edge here that I keep missing. So that's why, because it's not cutting, because it won't cut when it's not cutting from a border here. So let's just pay a bit more attention to what we're doing here. And there's a third one too. So yeah. Okay. There we go, and just this last one. So we're going to have this one here as well. Make sure we've got these, and this time when we cut, we should actually cut there. As you can see, the whiter edges indicate a texture border. So UV shell, unfold, and you can see that that's unfold with the cuts here. This is straightened out even more, and that distortion is not 100% gone, but it's quite a bit better. You can see we've still got a bit of distortion around here, and to get rid of that completely would require more seams across this, which I don't really want. So I think I can live with a little bit of distortion around there. Again, you can continue to cut, continue to flatten until you get exactly what you're looking for, but for me that's kind of good enough. Okay, so let's hide both those outer arm parts. Control H, there we go, done, and they're gone. So all we've got left of this body now is really the main cylinder. Now, let me just turn off the checkerboard. There is one thing though, we've got this recessed chest piece, which is never really going to flatten out well unless we cut it out the center of the chest. And as I said, this is definitely one of those areas where I would like it to be quite flat, simply because it's one of those areas where we're going to end up putting a logo or maybe some text or something in here. It's kind of the hero centerpiece of the chest, so I'm going to hit cut here, and I'm going to put UV shell, and we're going to just move that out of the way so we can see it, and then I'm going to try and flatten it. So unfold. Now you'll notice here that we should cut these corners because there's more geometry here than it can handle being flat. I'll turn on the UV distortion. Let's get a view UV distortion, and actually it's not as bad as I feared it would be. There's a little bit of red there, so let's just cut the first couple of corners here. So cut tool, and let's just do that on all 4. Let's just cut the first 2 links here on the UV map. Whoops, there we go. And done. And now of course we'll need to unfold it again. So unfold, there we go. And as you can see, those corners did splay out, so that will have relieved some stress. We might need to cut a little bit further, Let me just cut 2 more on this side and see if that continues to splay out. No, it didn't really, so that's the stress relief it needed. Now we've got a cut in here we don't need, so I'm going to use the sew. And again, don't be on the shell. Don't use the sew. We need the sew tool in this instance. And actually, that must have a huge radius on it. So if you press B and use the middle mouse button, there we go, you can get the size of that sew tool to what you need it to be. So I need a very small sew tool just to sew up this. There we go, done. And just for good measure, I'm just going to unfold this thing, and there we go. So that should be fairly decent. I'm going to Control H to hide this, and now I've got what is essentially a cylinder with a couple of holes in it. So I'm going to go to Edge, I'm going to cut that right down the back, I'm going to hit Cut here, and we should see that it's put a texture border in. It has, and we can now go to what's left over, UV shell, and unfold, and that's unfolded it. So if we look at the whole model together now, so select all of these UV shells and press Shift H, we look at the whole model together, you can see it's pretty low distortion. The worst bits are these bits here, which we can always have a look at, but if we use our checker pattern, this should still be pretty good. They are getting bigger towards the outside edges though. But again, is that enough distortion to make us worry that much? For me, no, not particularly. So I'm going to go up to the view and turn off the UV distortion and just look at the checkers, and the checkers look pretty good to me. Now, when we come back, we're going to look at organizing this, because at the moment it's everywhere, and we're also going to look at what happens when we smooth this, because when we smooth this, we're going to run into a different set of problems. You'll notice that our geometry here is very, very low resolution. If I was going to paint on this within Mari or Substance Painter, I'd want it smoothed. I would generally smooth it, and if we smooth it and we go back to look at the UV distortion, you'll see that we get quite a lot of UV distortion around the middle here, quite a lot of UV distortion here. We get more UV distortion in general, so we're going to look at smoothing this object and then dealing with that distortion before we pack it all away as well. So I hope you found this interesting, and I'll see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So we left off the last part with a now flattened, fairly distortion-free UV map, with most of the seams down the back of it where we wanted them. The other seams we've tried to put in places where there might be naturally occurring seams, like where the arms were welded to the body, for instance. And we've got one seam around the front here to allow this to be distortion-free. One of the issues we're going to have, though, is when we smooth this, you can see this texture border moves out from here up to here as Maya attempts to smooth this middle cavity. Now, there's a couple of options for ways to deal with this. If you wanted to keep this model very low poly, if you were bringing it into a game environment where you needed a low poly model, then obviously you can't just smooth this. You can't higher the resolution of this mesh. You would need to actually put in some edge loops around here to control the distance that this smoothed. And the same here, because the silhouette actually changes quite radically from non-smooth to smooth on this. If we look at this, when we smooth this, the silhouette does change quite a bit, especially around here and around the arms. Now this is absolutely fine. This was designed to be, first of all, modeled in lower resolutions, because you don't really want to be modeling with a massive amount of polygons, and it was also designed to be UV'd in low resolution, because the lower the resolution is, the easier it is to deal with the UV. However, this was never designed to be, if you've watched our original modeling tutorial, a specifically low poly model. So an easy way to deal with this distortion that we're getting would be to simply go up to Modify, Convert, Smooth Mesh Preview to Polygons. Now before I do this, I'm going to delete the history on this object, because if we pop open the attribute editor here, you can see that all those cuts and tweaks have left a lot of history behind that we don't actually need. So I'm going to go to Edit, Delete by Type, History, and that will leave us with no history on this object. So it just keeps everything nice and tidy before we do another operation. So I've got the smooth mesh preview on, which is 3 on the keyboard. The difference being 1 is no smooth mesh preview, 3 smooth mesh preview. And now I'm going to go to modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons. Right, and you'll see this has now given us a lot more geometry. It's too much geometry in this case, however. So I'm going to go up to Poly Smooth Face and put the division levels down to 1. So we've still got a fairly low poly object here. It's not massively polygonal, and you know, this too, yeah, it's smoother, but it's unnecessary. In some cases, you might need that really high resolution. In this case, we don't. You'll notice, however, that we're still getting that distortion. That's because all of these UV shells need to be refolded. They need to be unfolded again. So I'm going to select them all in one go and hit unfold. And this might take a while. And you'll see all that distortion has gone away. So now we're looking at a pretty distortion-free UV map. And we're looking at a pretty distortion-free UV map in both our non-smooth view and our smooth view. Okay, so we've got a bit of distortion, but we're talking, you know, livable amounts of distortion around places where I would expect the distortion to be. So what we need to do now is pack this into one particular UV tile. Now each one of these, each one of these square boxes here is one UV tile. So this is one UV tile, this is one UV tile, this is one UV tile, etc. Now one of the decisions we need to make at this point is to decide which parts of this we don't need so much detail for. So for instance, the inner arm part here, if I just go to UV shell, we don't need that much detail on this. So I'm going to actually scale these down so they take up less space. And I'm going to turn off this UV distortion as well because it really is slowing everything down for me. There we go. And I'll put on the checkerboard texture so you can see what happens when we scale this down. Now you'll see that these checkers are bigger than these ones. So if you imagine this to be a texture, the bigger these checkerboard patterns are, the less detail you're going to be able to get in the texture. But, you know, as a caveat, this is all going to be covered up by a shoulder piece, so we don't need much detail in here at all. I'm actually going to turn the symmetry off for now as well, because we still had it on. And I'm going to look at this piece, which should be the inner core here. Well, we're not going to need that much detail on this piece either. So we're going to make this smaller. And then our job is now to arrange everything in just one UV tile. You can see here that this UV tile is U1, V1, or in UDIM terms, it's 1001, this being 1002. So let's arrange the body all in one particular tile. Now, we can do this manually, like we are doing here, or Maya actually has a layout function. Now, generally speaking, you're going to get a better result if you do this by hand. However, for the sake of expedience, doing this by hand simply means pulling all of these pieces into one box, and then finding the best way to resize them to fit in that box. However, I'm going to cheat and let Maya do this for me. So we're going to select all of our pieces. We're going to go down to Arrange and Layout. We're going to Shift-click Layout, and that will bring up the layout options. Now we're going to use the new Unfold 3D method. We're going to reset these settings. Packing resolution and number of iterations is basically to deal with the resolution Maya will use to try and pack this into this box. So the higher these numbers, especially packing iterations, the longer this is going to take. Also, Maya will not attempt to rotate these shells to make better use of the space right now, and it will do a final layout size of 1024. It will attempt to pack them in tile U1, V1. So let's just hit pack and see what Maya comes up with. So let's hit layout UVs. And as you can see, it's laid out all of those UVs in this box. However, this is not brilliant for us. Any space that's not covered by a UV, and Maya also has a habit of making them slightly too large. So this shell here is actually peeking across this box here, and we can tell that when we move it down, the checker pattern disappears. So when we look at this, this is not optimal. It's not an optimal layout. Any space without a UV map on top of it is just wasted. So I would say half of this space is wasted. So if we had a 1K texture for this tile, 1K by 1K, we'd only actually be using half of that. So it's our job now to try and optimize this layout so as much of it as possible is covered by these UV shells. Now, if we look at the layout options again, we do have some options for this. So we'll tell Maya to try 4 iterations of packing, which just means it will try 4 different methods of packing it. It will try 4 different ways of doing it, and then it will pick the best one. Now, obviously, this is going to take longer. In fact, let me select all of those shells, or that's not going to work, and hit layout. So you can see this is taking a bit longer, but when it's finished that layout, we've definitely utilized more of the space. Now we can give it more fancy ways to do this. If we were to say up the texture size, now I'm going to be using 2K for my final texture maps, so that's what I'm going to set it on. And I'm also going to tell Maya to rotate these shells. So if it's allowed to rotate the shells, obviously it's got a better chance of getting a better pack, a better layout to fill up more of this space. Now you will notice a warning here that a small step value will increase the packing time, because at the moment it will try and rotate each shell 90 degrees. So if you were to say each shell 45 degrees, obviously this is going to take much longer, and this can take quite some time. So I'm going to hit Layout UVs, and I'm just going to pause the video, and I'll be back when it's done. Okay, so that really didn't take very long at all, and this is what Maya's come up with. We've utilized much more of our space, but I think we could probably get this to do a bit of a better job here. So I'm going to once again select all the shells, I'm going to go to Shift Layout, and we're going to look at some of the other options we've got. So first one, rotation steps, 45 degrees. Well, this took 30 seconds, which is fine for me. I'm going to try this in 15-degree steps. And again, a small step value will increase packing time, as it notes down here. If you do this too small, then you can end up with a packing time that's literally hours. Another thing I want to do is these shells are packed awfully close together. I mean, look at them. If I was trying to paint this in Photoshop and not go over this line, this would be a nightmare. So in pixel terms, I'm going to go 15 pixels between each shell and 15 pixels between the edge of the tile here. And I'm going to increase the packing resolution to 1024 and leave it at 4 iterations. And now I'm going to lay out UVs. Before, though, I'm making sure that I have all of the shells selected. And I imagine this will probably take a couple of minutes. So I'm going to pause now, and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so increasing some of those options like our packing resolution and our rotation steps took that operation to pack this. It took about 2 minutes, which again I'm kind of okay with. Now I can see some areas that I can manually tweak here. This middle chest plate, for instance, is going to be quite an important part for us. So it would be nicer if it was bigger. So I'm just going to manually size this one up now and make it bigger, and then just fit it in myself, because Maya has conveniently left us a bit of space here. And again, we don't want any wasted space, or at least as little wasted space as we can possibly get away with. And with something like the chest plate, having this on a larger area, having this, be bigger, will give us a higher resolution texture to play with in the middle of it here, which is kind of nice because this will be where one of the main logos goes through. And this is one of the things you need to determine, as I mentioned before, when you're doing a UV layout, which parts are important to you. So of course the main chest is important to us. The neck area is going to be very important to us. The neck itself is going to be important to us. The inner arm pieces here, not so important for us. And actually I did not pack those. I must have left them out of the packing operation. But that's fine, because we know they're not so important to us. So if we just move them downwards here, and again, I'm going to turn this checker pattern off. Something is slowing down my Maya at the moment. I think it might be that checker pattern. No, it's actually not. It's probably the smoothed history on this object. So let me clear the history from this object. So edit, delete by type, history, there we go. And I'm going to select now UV shell. And I need to pack these UV shells up. So I'm just going to hit R here, and I'm going to put them in this little bit of space left by this armhole, because we don't need them to be too big, and this is a nice way of utilizing that space that's been left there. Again, you can find somewhere else to fit them in. Packing UVs like this is a bit of a jigsaw puzzle, really. So the longer you spend on it, and the more you think about it, the better you're probably going to get it. But for me, this is okay. I've got a sufficient border around all of my shells here to be able to paint these in a 2D paint package without having to go, ridiculously small brush size in case I accidentally cross the border there. And they're all packed quite nicely. Let's bring back our patternation or our checker pattern, and you can see that I've got lots of resolution in the center of the chest, lots of resolution on the chest. I've got little resolution under the arms, and I've got a little resolution on the backing plate here. Now you can, of course, always come in and change the layout of this. Now we need to discuss in the upcoming part how we're going to pack the rest of this in, because obviously we're not going to try and pack the whole robot into one square. If we did, which we of course could in technical terms, pack all of these UVs into one square, even if this one square was 4K, we'd still end up with a very, very low resolution textured robot. So in the next part, we're going to look at organizing this character into UV tiles and why we would organize the specific bits of it the way we do. So I'm going to come back with that, and I hope to see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope this has been useful to you. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part, we ended up with a fairly distortion-free UV here. Now, one of the things I did notice when I was checking this in between these parts is we have an area of distortion here on this shoulder, and it's simply because when we did the cut, or rather when I did the cut, if I turn off the UV distortion here, you can see I haven't actually followed through and cut all the way out. So I'm going to go to the UV toolkit, and I'm just going to cut that now before I forget. So the cut tool, we just cut down, and then of course we will need to hit the UV shell and unfold this again. And you'll see that unfolds right out, and if we bring back our distortion now, you'll see it's gone. So that was causing the area of distortion around the shoulders. It was just a cut that we failed to make. Now, one thing I do want to talk about right now is organization of UVs, because if we look at this, we've got one UV set in one UV tile. So in this case, 1001. And in fact, that one's gone a little bit over, as you can see, highlighting this one. So if I just pull that back in, all of this is now in one UV tile. Now this means that if we create a texture, could be 2K, 4K, 1K, doesn't matter, the size is irrelevant at this point. If we create a texture, we're going to use one texture, which will be the texture for this entire body piece. Now that's great, but what about the rest of the character? Because we don't want to be exporting this chest piece and texturing it, and then exporting this arm, let's say, and texturing that, and then exporting the head and texturing that. We want a way to do this all together. However, if we make these UVs smaller, so we can add extra UVs into this tile, that will give us much less texture resolution. So by the time we've crammed this whole character into this one tile, we'd either have to have a 16 or 24K texture, which is very impractical to work with, or we'd have very, very low, very poor texture resolution. So what we can do about this is use another tile, and I'm going to show you how this works. Now, for most intents and purposes, let's say this middle UV shell here, which would be where our main logo was going, and we wanted that to have a massive amount of texture resolution. Well, what we could do is just put it in its own tile. So if we come in here and put this guy in its own tile, and I turn off the UV distortion, and I make sure the checker is on, you can see when we zoom in that this actually says it's on tile 1002 and UV2V1. So depending on your naming convention, I prefer to go with the 1002, 1003, etc. So now what we've got when we look at it is a massive amount of resolution. You can see how small these squares are. So we could do a really detailed logo on this piece. But how does that work in a practical sense? Because we need a way to tell Maya that this is another texture. Although this is the same UV map, this is the same mesh, it's going to use two textures for the same mesh. And actually this is quite simple. I will bring in my source images folder here from the project directory, and you'll see I've got a few checker patterns here. So we need to rename these. They do need a naming convention, and that naming convention will just be 1001 and 1002. So if I take this checker and rename it underscore 1001, and then I take this completely different checker, and the names have to be the same, by the way. So this would have to be checker underscore or whatever underscore, it doesn't matter, but the names do have to be the same, 1002. Okay, so now we've got two things called checker 1001, 1002. They're both PNGs, they need to be the same file format. And now we're going to assign a material to this, so assign new material. And for this, I'm just going to do a Lambert. Okay, so now we've got a new Lambert material on this. I'm going to turn off the grid pattern overlay. I'm going to go to material attributes, and I'm going to load in a texture. So standard file texture, and I'm going to pick our checker 1001 as the first image. Okay, and you'll see that both of these are just sharing that first image. You'll also see the middle portion has a lot more resolution. The squares are a lot smaller. So to get it to obey the 1001, 1002, where we have our UV patches, all we need to do is flip under our file node here, our UV tiling mode down to Mari, and this changes it to checker underscore bracket UDIM bracket. UDIM is that 1001, 1002. You'll also notice our button here has generated generate preview. Now we need to generate a preview for the display. So if I hit generate preview, you can now see that all of the shells in this tile are using this checkered texture, and this shell in the center is using a completely different checkered texture. This way we can go ahead and organize our UV into tiles, as many as we want to realistically. So we could go up to 1001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, as many as you feel you needed. Now there is one caveat to this. If you're going to use Substance Painter in Mari, this would be absolutely fine. In Photoshop, of course, it would be absolutely fine. In other applications as well, it would generally be fine. In Substance Painter, however, Substance Painter has a weird quirk where it needs everything to be in one tile if it's one mesh. So for instance, this body piece is one mesh, so all of its UVs need to be in one tile for Substance Painter. So this would not work. Now for Substance Painter, we could put one mesh, one tile. If I was dealing with this arm, I could put the arm in 1002 or 1003, it would be no problem. But for Substance Painter, the same mesh has to go into the tile. Now, it can be a combined mesh. If you've just done a mesh combine, that's fine. But in this case, if I go to mesh separate, you'll see this won't separate. Error. Polysurface is one piece. Because this was modeled as one piece. So if we wanted to do this for Substance Painter, we'd actually have to cut this out of the model and make it two separate pieces of geometry. Now, obviously, I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to live with the fact that this is going to be a bit smaller. And because we can do a large texture, we could just make this a 4K texture and we'd have plenty of space. What we wouldn't have plenty of space for, of course, is the legs and arms and head and everything else to fit in this one patch, this one tile. Sorry. So I'm going to flip back to my classic mode and talk a little bit about UV organization here. Now, one of the things we want to do is organize our UV tiles. So for instance, you might decide to organize your tiles as in the body gets one tile, the head gets one tile, the arms get one tile, the legs get one tile, and maybe the eyes get their own tile because they need a lot of detailing. Now that would be fine. It's entirely up to you. A lot of people, myself included, like to try and organize tiles by material. So for instance, if these arms and these leg pieces were going to share the same material within Substance Painter, I was going to do a shiny, or within Mari or Photoshop or whatever, if I was going to do a sort of shiny, battle damaged metallic material, and that material was going to be the same for all, then I like to organize these guys into the same patch and same tile and things like this. So you need to think about how you want to tile this out. There's no point having one finger in one tile and one toe in the same tile as that, and another finger in an entirely different tile. This is just going to become very confusing when it comes to painting it. Now, the other thing is you don't want to be UVing stuff twice. So for instance, if I'm going to UV this, there is absolutely no point in UVing this as well. It would be just work for nothing. And the same goes for things like this. If I UV this piece, which I can already tell might be a bit of a pain in the backside to do, then there's no point UVing this piece, because these pieces can simply be UV'd and then mirrored across, as we would mirror geometry across after modeling it. So I'm going to go ahead and actually delete all of the things that I don't need. Now you might want to save a backup copy of your file before you do this, of course, just in case you end up deleting something you don't intend to, and then later save the file. So this is going to get rid of a few things that we genuinely don't need to UV twice. Okay, so when I've finished the UV, I'll simply mirror these across and then reorganize the UVs in the correct patches. Now that brings me to organization. When we go along and we start to UV this stuff in earnest, so we need a way to organize it. Now you can group materials together, you can group objects together. So if I knew all of this was in one patch, I could mesh combine it for the time being. I could hit Control G and put it in one group, so it's easy to select it all. Because when we go back to the UV editing layout, we want to be able to quickly select everything we want in the same patch. Now, for me, I like to do this by material. So this guy, this chest area, is going to have its own patch. And I'm going to look at other things here that I would also like to have their own patch. So for instance, this and this are pretty much going to be a same rubbery polymerized material. So I might decide that that and that need their own UV patch. In this case, I'm going to assign a new material, and I'm just going to go to Maya Surfaces and Lambert. I'm going to give this material a name, and I'm going to call it, now you could call it the name of the patch, so 1003 wouldn't be a bad idea. So we'd call that tile 1003, like so, and then we would know that this material related to this tile 1003. Now give it a funky color so it's easy to recognize, and make sure it's assigned to, you see that should have been assigned, there we go. And why are you not, hang on, my viewport's gone a little higgledy-piggledy. Let me just do material attributes here, and Lambert 3, okay, for some reason that has become connected to this. Okay, let me just see what's gone wrong here. It's my mistake. It's tile 1003, not Lambert 3, of course. So there's your yellow color. Now we know this is tile 001, so let's assign a new material to it, and surfaces, and Lambert, and just call it tile 1001. Now this might seem like it's a little time consuming, but it will save you that time down the line, I assure you. And we'll just leave this one grey. So for tile 2, let's do the body piece here, which is actually quite a big piece within itself, but that would probably have the same material as this. Now you could do the whole leg as one patch, and indeed I'm going to do the nuts and bolts as one patch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause the video here, and when we come back you'll see by the colors how I've decided to organize my model. How you will organize yours will entirely depend on if you want to organize it by material or if you want to organize it more by body type. So if you want the head in one patch, the arm in one patch, the leg in one patch, the hands in one patch, or tile and UV patch and UV tile amounts to about the same thing. So I'm going to go ahead and organize this guy, and then we'll come back and have a look at how I've organized him and one of the reasons why, or some of the reasons why I've done it that way. Okay, so welcome back. I've just gone along and assigned materials to each thing I want in a UV tile. So for instance, these leg pieces here will share the same material, by which I mean these will be, in my mind anyway, when I come to texture this, these will all be the same material. So this will be sort of a light, in my case, probably cream colored material. They share the same material. Now, this will also share the same material, as will this arm. Now, if you're wondering why they're three different colors, this is for resolution. So this has been a kind of a split between materials per patch or per tile and resolution. So even though this, and this will all share the same final color, if I put them all in one UV tile, that would give me, let's say, a 4K texture to paint all the details on all these objects, and to my mind, that's not going to be enough resolution. So I've split these into separate materials, so the separate tiles. So for instance, all of this light blue color I'm going to put into UV tile 2. This yellow color is going into UV tile 6. The head, again, will probably be the same material, but because of resolution constraints, I've split it into two different material sets, 10 and 11. The eye gets its own material set because it's obviously normally a very high detailed eyeball you'll be painting in a lot of cases, so that gets its own texture. The nuts and bolts, all of them, irregardless of where they might be placed on the model, will be in one UV set. And this green, again, will be the same color, same material as this green here. So you've got to kind of split this up into the tiles you want based upon not only material, but also resolution. So for something like the head that might be in, close focus a lot of the time, you're going to want to maybe split that up into a few more patches or tiles, just so you can get that extra texture resolution. Now, again, with the arm and the leg piece here, I'll be sharing the same material, but because of resolution constraints, I'm going to give them their own patch. So we've got this thing split up into now, I think 12 or maybe 11. Let me see. I think the nuts and bolts were the last one to be done. So yeah, they should actually be called a tile. I believe this is 12. Let's see, 13. So we're going to end up, if we look in our UV editing mode here, we're going to end up with 13 of these tiles laid out in a row. So we're actually going to go UV 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 13. So you can do less or you can do more. Generally, I like to keep it around the 10 mark, so I've gone a bit over that with this one, but it should be absolutely fine. So that's how I've organized it. And again, nobody can tell you how to organize your UV tiles. A lot of people will say, oh yes, all the materials have to go in one tile, or all of this has to go in one tile. Well, really, it's down to the limitations of the painting application. And in the case of Substance Painter, if it's one mesh, it has to go into one tile, regardless of what you might want. And it's down to what your preference is. Some people I know like to put the entire arm in one patch and the entire leg in one tile, and the body in one tile and the head in one tile. Some people like to split it up like me. Some people like to stick to a very strict, if it's the same material, it goes in the same tile. Well, I do a combination of all of that, depending on what's best for the model, and you're going to have to make that as a judgment call, again, entirely dependent on what it is you're texturing. So I'm going to come back in the next part, and we're going to texture, we're going to actually, UV some more objects on this model, just so we can cover, some other techniques for UVing maybe, or take a look at how I lay these flat. So I hope you found this interesting, and I will see you in the next part. Thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part, we organized our model by material here, so it will just be easier to select the things we want in the different UV patches. So for instance, 001 here, and I think this leg was going in 002. So before we do anything else, we're going to UV another part of this model because I don't want to UV every single part of it along with you. I think you'll be able to do it after we do a few parts, and I'm sure it won't be that interesting for you to watch me do the same thing over and over again. But we are going to do at least a few more parts because there'll be parts that are a little more challenging than others. So we'll look at this one for a start, and I've done the isolate selected in the viewport, so I've just selected the piece I want to UV and hit Control and 1 there, just so we don't deal with that visual clutter. And once again, I'm going to go to Mesh Cleanup, so I'm going to hit the space bar, I go to Mesh, Clean Up, make sure I've got non-manifold geometry ticked, and hit Clean Up. And what we expect to see is result absolutely nothing because our object has been modeled correctly and there's no problems with it. So that means we can go ahead and start the UVing process here. Now this guy is basically just a big cylinder. Now if we look at the model as a whole, we're not really going to be able to see down inside this cylinder. So again, it's one of those things where we might decide that the inner part of the cylinder here has less resolution to it than the outer part of the cylinder. So I'm going to hit Control 1, and I'm going to start this by just creating a UV for it. So I'm just going to go UV, I'm going to make sure there's no extraneous UVs hanging around, and then I'm going to hit UV, and I'm going to use normal based, you can use camera based, it doesn't really matter, and that will just give us this. Okay, now that's disappeared from the viewport for some reason, so let's just Control 1 it again. There we go. And we've got it back. And as you can see, with this normal based UV is no good at all, as we expected. So we need to come in and start cutting this up. I'm going to turn the actual texture off, the checker texture up here, so I can start to make the first cuts. And I'm going to cut it from the inside, so I'm going to cut the inside out of it. So I'll need 2 cuts to do that, one here and one here. Make sure I was holding shift when I did that. I was. So UV toolkit and cut and sew and cut. And again, we're going to do what we did last time, UV shell. And we're going to move this out here. And we're going to need another cut in it because at the moment, if I try and unfold it, of course, that's just not going to work at all. And if we bring back our checker texture, you can see the massive amount of distortion we have down here. So it needs a cut in it. And again, I'm going to cut along the back of the model. It's just because normally you shoot a model from the front more than you would shoot it from the back. As I said before, if you know you're going to be in a circumstance where the vast majority of your animation, or indeed your still shot, is going to be shot from the back of the model, then put the seams in the front. So UV shell, and now we've got that cut, we should unfold this quite nicely, and that does indeed unfold quite nicely. Now I'm not going to worry about where it is in the patch for right now, simply because we'll organize this all a bit later. So I am going to do the trick where I just select this and Control hide it, so we can see what we're dealing with. We're just dealing with the inner portion of this leg now. Now we are going to get, because we've got some grooves in here, we are going to get some distortion around this, but we'll see how bad that is after we cut it. So in this case, we just need to make one cut down the back edge here and make that cut, and then we should be able to go to UV shell and unfold, and that should unfold quite nicely. So let's have a look and see what sort of distortion we might be dealing with around here. So again, as this is going to be smoothed in the final model, I'm going to put an actual mesh smooth on it. So I'm going to go to modify. In fact, let's delete the history on it first. So delete by type history. And then I'm going to go to modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons. There we go. Actually, it won't be able to do that because I'm actually selected on a UV patch right now and not on an object. So let's select the object. Let's bring everything back here in the viewport. Let's unhide this UV shell, so Shift H, make sure we're selecting everything, object mode, and now I'll be able to do a modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons. There we go. This is again a bit too high resolution for me, so I'm going to go to the attribute editor and I'm going to look up should see a poly smooth on here somewhere. Poly smooth face, there it is. And I'm going to just drop that division levels down to 1 because I don't need that much geometry. Okay, now we've done that, I'm going to have to come in, select both these UV shells, go to the UV toolkit and hit unfold again. Now that will take longer because it's now a higher resolution mesh. And let's have a look at the distortion. So view UV distortion, and I'm seeing not a lot of UV distortion. So let's object mode this and smooth it, and I'm seeing not a lot of distortion at all. I look at these maps, they look pretty white. I mean, there's a tiny bit of distortion around the top here. I can see a tiny bit of redness. But when I look at that checker underneath, this looks absolutely superb and flat. And pretty much very, very easy object to UV, there being just a cylinder. Okay, so let's hit Control 1 and bring the rest of the model back. Now, apologies for the slight video jump there. Just a slight issue with my recording software. Now I'm going to UV this piece next, so I'm going to hit Control 1 here, I'm going to edit, delete by typing in history, and then I'm going to do a mesh cleanup to make sure it has no non-manifold geometry on it, and I'm going to hit cleanup. Now you'll notice with this piece it's got the holes cut out the front, and this can cause issues when we have a big silhouette change between the smooth mesh and the non-smooth mesh. Now, I have a slight confession to make right here. There are errors with this model. Now, it doesn't, and I wanted to do this piece specifically because there are errors with the model. Now, it doesn't technically have to be non-manifold geometry that's going to ruin your flattened UV. It could just be bad modeling. Now, if we look at this here, we can see there's these little kind of tiny polys in the corners here. And if we try and put an edge loop across this, so if I just go back to my Classic and go to the multi-cut tool and hold Control, you'll see that I cannot put an edge loop all the way across this, and I should be able to. If I go to the next window down, I can indeed put an edge loop down it, and an edge loop, and not an edge loop. So there are errors with this model. Now, also something you're going to have to take into account when you're UV mapping is there might be errors in your model. You might have a little triangle somewhere. You might have non-quadrant geometry, and this would be the time to fix it. Now, my confession is I did think about fixing this before the start of the video, but it is something that you're going to run into quite a lot. So I'm just going to go to shading default material for now, because it's easier to see the lines, and we're going to fix this model before we UV it. Okay, so let's take a look at what happened here. Now, one of the first things I like to do when I'm fixing an issue like this is simplify. So we can immediately see here we've got an extra loop going down that we don't need. This goes into a triangle and just goes up twice. So there is no point having this extra edge. How that got in there, I don't know. If I'd received this file at work from somebody and it was my job to UV it, I would bounce it back to them and tell them that they needed to drink more coffee. Because there are a few errors in this that need fixing. So that's one loop fix there. So we have an extraneous edge in our model connected to a couple of triangles. It's easy to get rid of. Now I'm going to try and select the whole edge loop that runs around the inner window here, like so, and I cannot because once again I've got this situation going on where I've actually got a vertex in here for some reason that's not connected to anything. So first of all, I'm going to connect that vertex. So I'm going to use the multi-cut tool, and I'm just going to connect that vertex up to there, and that will give us a couple of triangles, which is honestly no good. So let's go to this edge here, which now doesn't seem to be holding anything in place, and let's delete it. So I'm going to select the edge, I'm going to hit Shift, and I'm going to go Delete Edge. Now, the reason you hit Delete Edge instead of just the Delete key on the keyboard is because if you just hit the Delete key in the keyboard, it would have left an extra vertex behind, which would have caused us issues. So if we look here now, we've still got a triangle in the corner of this guy. And we go up here, and there's no conjoining line over here. So I'm just going to double click this now and see if that selects the rest of the loop. It does. And again, we've got a similar problem happening in this corner. So my guess is what's happened here is when we've used a Maya bevel, using the Maya bevel command, it's all gone terribly wrong. and we haven't noticed. So let's get rid of this triangle. Simple way to do this would be to target weld this vertex. Let's make sure we're on vertex with this vertex. Done. And then just take this vertex out. So let's go to vertex mode because we don't need it. It's not connecting anything to anything. Okay, and that's that straightened up. So that's that corner pretty much dealt with. Now let's take a look at this other corner. And again, we got the same thing going on. We don't need any of this, so let's target weld it together. And come on. For some reason it's not happy. There we go. Done. And let's see if that leaves us with a blooming great triangle or a huge problem anywhere. It doesn't seem to. A quick way to check this is to run your multi-cut tool in control mode round. You see that puts an entire edge loop in, so there's no bad geometry there. That puts an entire edge loop in, and it goes all the way around the interior. And let's try it here, and no, we still have issues, because that should put an entire edge loop in for us. Now we know the issues are not down here, or at least we can be pretty sure they're not, because I can now put an edge loop back in here as a reinforcing loop, and I can put an edge loop back in here, although we shouldn't need one there, and that should be fine. So we've obviously got some issue up here, and again, Maya Bevel is not a great tool. You should definitely check it after you've done it. As I say, in this case, I would send this file directly back to the modeler and tell him to drink more coffee, but I actually modeled this. So this one is my fault, folks. But you will run into issues like this. I mean, it's just one of the things that's going to happen when you start to UV. You're going to start to look at the model a bit closely, and you're going to see some things that have gone wrong. So this is not terribly difficult to fix. We'll just use the target weld here, and then we'll try and run a multi-cut loop around that, and now it's perfectly fine. You can see it can run a loop around the whole thing. Here we are not perfectly fine, however. Here we are, here we're not. So we've still got some issues to deal with. So let's see what we've got. Well, what we've got is a vertex here with no corresponding edge. So this is actually an n-gon, because it has 1, 2, 3, 4, and this little tiny edge down here makes 5. So it's actually got 5 sides to it. So a polygon with more than 5 sides would be an n-gon. So let's multi-cut. Can we? No, not really. So we need to find somewhere to tie this edge off. Let's see, what would be the easiest way to do this? Can we just go across here? Let's see. And then here, like so. Would that do it? Okay, that looks fine. And this is now not fine. Why is this now not fine? Okay, so there does appear to be still an error with that solution. Let's have a look here. And here it is. Here's the error. So we've got an error on the other side too. So let's just go and connect this one to this one. And I'm sorry about this, folks. I know we're getting outside the purview of UVing here, but this is just part of UVing, my experience. Even regardless of how careful you are when modeling, if you start to use things like Maya's bevel tool and whatnot, you can just run into problems that you genuinely didn't know existed until you come to do the UV and you start examining the model and go, that's not good. Let's see, can we put an edge loop in here? Can we put an edge loop in here? Can we put an edge loop in here? Yep, we seem to be all fixed for this one. Now, the reason I noticed this problem is when you're doing a UV, when you've got an extreme silhouette change like this, you can see how that line jumps up. It's better a lot of the time to put some extra controlling edges in. So if we put an extra controlling edge in here and here, for instance, that will help that not to be such an extreme silhouette change. And you'll often notice errors in your model when you go to put an edge loop in, and it just won't do it. So we know we fixed this. We know this is okay. Let's go around the interior of this. This seems absolutely fine to me. Let's keep going down our model. This is fine. This is fine. We can go around the interior. We can go all the way around the exterior here. Can we go all the way around the exterior here? Just check that by zooming out. Yeah, seems like it should be okay. In fact, no, it's not, because that edge loop should carry on all the way down. So if we look in this corner, we've probably got a similar problem with Maya's bevel tool. We do indeed have a similar problem with Maya's bevel tool, leaving us a little square there. So let's go target weld these together, just to simplify the situation, and then we'll look at what we need to do to clean the rest of that up. So let's do the same thing on both sides. Okay, so that's done, and we're going to need to put an edge loop across here, because if we look, if I can get the zoom angle right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sides on this now, which is no good to anyone. So let's go in with the multi-cut tool still selected. So select the multi-cut tool and come across and just join these two guys together here. Now this is actually quite a difficult fix, because there was quite a few points on here that were incorrect. Normally you wouldn't have to be dealing with all this, and let's just multi-cut across there. And because I got that spare point, I'll probably have a spare vertex in the middle. I do. Just delete it. You don't want a vertex that's not actually holding an edge. Okay, so what does that give us? Can we multi-cut across here? No, we can't. But we should now at least be able to multi-cut across here. We can. So why can we not? Let's figure this out. Okay, I'm just looking here. And let me select an edge here. Let me select this edge. Okay, that edge is only going up to there. So we've got an n-gon in here somewhere. Now, although I'm having trouble seeing where it is right now. How's that joined together? Wait a minute, this is not looking good. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that's looking alright. Alright folks, I'm going to pause the video and just figure out where this issue is, so you don't have to just stare at me trying to work this out. So I should have an issue here, not here, not here, and the issue is definitely around here somewhere. So it's probably another one of those little things. Yeah, it is. There it is. Actually found it. Kind of hiding in plain sight here. I think. Let me just select a vertex so I can focus the camera a bit better. And F to focus. Yeah, so we need to put another edge loop in across there. Alright, didn't take that long to find. Sorry about that. And we should be able to join it up on the other side here. And done. Now, let's look. So we can put an edge loop across there, we can put an edge loop across there, we can put an edge loop across there, and we can now put an edge loop across here. Let's just check here. Here seems fine. Let's go inside the model. So here seem fine, here seem fine, 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 and fine. So we have one fixed model. Okay, so I apologize for that. That was entirely my fault. I modeled this thing, but I thought it might be an interesting exercise to see that regardless of how careful you are, sometimes you're going to get a model, it's going to have errors, and you're going to need to fix them. And that was just one way where we pulled out some of those n-gons there and fixed this model. Now, before we UV it, I don't want such an extreme silhouette change in these. So I'm going to make sure to use my multi-cut so they have a nice lip on either side of the window, so that doesn't fold in too much. These are just smoothing, controlling edges. And then I'm going to make sure we have a nice control edge around all the horizontals here, and then I'm going to do a nice control edge around all the verticals, like so. And you can see now why we needed to do those fixes, because that should have done all 3 verticals. It has. Okay, so the silhouette change is not as extreme, and we're going to need to put a control in smooth edge on the inside as well as the outside. We won't need to do the verticals, but we will need to do the horizontals here. So take your time and get it a bit better than I'm doing. I'm just doing these pretty quickly without too much attention paid to where they are, but that should now be a much better model for us to UV. So again, just some problems you might run into, and again, it's one of the reasons why we always do a mesh cleanup and check for non-manifold geometry, and it's a reason why we, of course, you know, might have to come in when we UV, we see an extreme silhouette change, we might have to come in and add some extra smoothing edges. It's not normally a big deal. Sometimes you will find, especially if you've been using Maya's bevel tool, that you've actually come in and left, you know, some of the garbage behind that Maya's bevel tool often leaves. I should have checked for it when I was modeling, but it slipped my mind, obviously. So we ended up with this situation. Okay, so I'm quite happy with the way this thing looks. When we come back, we will actually finish UVing here all of our, I think I have the default material on, I do. We'll finish UVing all of the parts that are going into our UV patch 2, and hopefully we won't be running into any more issues. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part we took a look at UVing some of the bottom part of our leg here, which went rather easily, and then we took a look at UVing this part which had some geometry problems to it. Now, one thing I would say before we continue is when we put these extra edge loops in here and here to hold these smoothing edges, we ended up with some lines very close together, not very well spaced out. And if we look at this in the unsmoothed view, you can see here, or you should be able to, I'm not sure how well this is going to come across on the video, we've definitely got lines running through this model now, and you can see it on the interior too. So I would, of course, recommend that you come in here and space these out a bit better. So, I mean, I would do this just by selecting the edge maybe here and the corresponding edge around here. And actually, that's not going to work because we're going to need to click it around. So I'm just going to select the edge about there, and then I'm going to use the slide on edge tool. So I'm going to press Shift and the right mouse button and slide edge tool, and then I'm going to slide this edge up so we get an even division. So we don't want these lines that are really close together here, and then of course we'd go in and adjust this vertex probably upwards a little bit so we didn't have quite such a sharp steep cut, and do the same on this side. Now I don't really want to turn this into much more of a modeling tutorial than it already is. But if we look now at the object, you can see that line is fine now. If we look at it, it doesn't have this sharp edge to it. So if we do just one more, just for the sake of demonstration here, to show you that that line in your model will indeed disappear. Okay, so I'm going to come around to about here. I'm going to use the slide on edge tool again, so Shift, slide edge tool, and I'm going to slide that up till it's about halfway in between, and then again I'm just going to adjust those vertex a little bit up so we've got a kind of straight line, and there we go. And now if I look at the back here, you'll see that we've got that line has now disappeared. Okay, so if we keep doing this with all these double lines, we should end up with a model with none of those on it. So let's look at this one around here. That one's fine. This one needs changing. So edge. And I think you get the idea of where I'm going with this. So what I'll do is pause the video and I will just fix all these, and then I'll come back when I've got this model laid out. Okay, so I've gone ahead and just spent a little bit of time, couple of minutes, just evening out these edges so they're not so tightly packed together. And this is the unsmoothed view, and as you can see, that banding issue we were having has now disappeared from the back there, and I've done it on the inside too. When I smooth this, just all together makes a bit of nice geometry here. So something to bear in mind if you do have to fix any geometry errors and you end up having to add extra smoothing issues to hold extra smoothing edges to hold the UV, you might also have to come along and tweak them a bit too, because you always want your polygons kind of evenly spaced. It doesn't have to be perfect, but having them, 3 in a row jammed right up against each other often leads to problems on the model. So just bear that in mind. So now we've done this, I'm going to go back to the UV editing view and we're going to actually put a UV on this thing. So I'm going to put F to focus the camera on it, and Control 1 view, of course, to isolate selected. I still have the default material on. So this is still actually blue. We'll use the default material though because it's easier to see when we're UVing. And the first thing we need to do again is create a UV for this. So let's just go into our UV menu, and again I'm just going to go normal based, and then we're going to have to figure out how we're going to cut this thing apart. Now I would like to separate the inside of this from the outside of this, but I think I'll do it in 2 stages. I think first of all I'll cut this round back piece off to be its own piece entirely. So let's cut all the way around this. Let's double click this edge loop here, here, and where are we going to make that cut? Let's just follow it along and go down here. Let's make sure that's got down the bottom. It hasn't. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to cut here now, double click, and that should be that all the way around. Do the same thing on the other side. Okay, and we're going to cut this whole back piece out into its own shell. So yeah, that's correct. Let's go up to the top and follow it round, and it should just be one more edge to select now. And I think that this should now break away into its own shell. So hit cut here, and let's get a UV shell, and you'll see I've got 2 separate shells. So now I can unfold this one. Let's just bring it up and move it. Now it's not going to unfold as it is. What I'm going to do, I think, let's see, easiest way to unfold this would just probably be to cut away the bottom edge, and the whole thing will then fold out in one straight line. Let me just grab the edge here and double click here and do a cut. Cut. Let's just make sure that's highlighted as a border edge. It has indeed. Let us select the UV shell and hit unfold. Whoops. Unfold, sorry, there we go. And that's unfolded the whole thing. Now this might be a bit of an issue here. I'm expecting a bit of UV distortion in the middle, so let's have a look. Let's put the checker pattern on and turn the default material off. Otherwise we won't be able to see the checker. Let's just rescale this a bit so it fits in one tile here. And let's check our checker out. Our checker doesn't look that bad, actually. So I'm not really seeing any big issues there. Let's smooth it. Still not seeing any issues. I'm seeing some, yeah, we're getting some here. These are more oblong. Let's check the UV distortion. UV distortion. And yeah, I'm seeing quite a lot. Let's turn the checker off so we can just see the distortion. And actually, am I? Yeah, as I said, this might be a problem area here. So let's cut this thing in half. Let's just do it in this view. Let's grab this edge, which would be this edge around here. So actually, let's grab the inner edge. Let's see which one that would be. This one? No, this one then. We'll grab this one, and that's the inner edge here. So that's where our seam would be. And let's cut that away, and then that will give us 2 shells. So this one and this one. I'm going to go back to the unsmooth view. And the problem we're having is here. So let's unfold this and unfold this. And you can see that there was quite a bit of stress on that joint because we didn't have this extra seam in here. Now if we go to our checkered texture, they're looking square up here, now oblong, and if I look on this, they're all white. In fact, that's almost perfectly flat. Let's try this smoothed, shall we? So object mode, and let's smooth this object, and I'm still pretty much seeing very little distortion, some around the edges. Again, this model is intended to be smooth, this particular piece of the model, so I'm going to go ahead and do that smoothing after I've finished the UV. But for right now, I'm happy with this back portion of the UV, so I'm going to go along, select both of those and hit Control. Whoops, I must have had everything selected there. Let's select both of the shells, Control H to hide, and now we can have a look at cutting this out. And I'm going to turn off both UV distortion and checker, and I'm going to put the default material back on. There we go. So for this, we're going to have to cut out these little windows here, and we're going to have to cut this in two. So let's come along and find an appropriate edge. Now we've got a border edge that would follow up along this one, so let's go to edge mode and just follow that all the way around. Now that should have selected it all the way to the other side to match that border edge, and it did. And let's continue following that edge around, so I'm going to hold shift and we'll make a cut there. Cut. So we'll see a border all the way around. Now this will still be the same UV shell. If I go to UV shell, you'll see it's all one shell. And that's because it's still connected via these little windows here. So we're going to need to cut out the little windows a bit. So I'm going to go edge. I'm going to cut around that one. I'm going to shift click edge, shift click edge. I'm going to do the cut, and that should separate this out into two UV shells. Okay, so inner and outer. So let's pull this inner one away. There we go. Let's just go this way and hit unfold. And then I'm going to take the outer one and hit unfold, and that's unfolded those two. Now we're going to see some distortion in these window areas here, I would think. Let's whack on a checker map, turn off the default material, and we're looking pretty good. Actually, we're not looking at that much distortion really. What are we looking at when we smooth it? So let's get a view, UV distortion, and smooth it. And actually, that's pretty good. We're getting a little bit of distortion around the window. Not too much. Nothing I would worry about terribly. We could, if we wanted to, you can see really here the red parts of distortion when we're on the smooth view. So it's not excellent. We could cut the windows out entirely. So we could just go edge and cut these windows out and make them separate patches, but I don't think it's going to be necessary, to be honest. I'm going to leave this like this, and if I find I have a problem with it later, then I can always come back and cut those out if I feel it's necessary. So let's unhide everything here. So Shift H, let's get everything back, and I'm going to go to object mode, and I'm actually going to smooth this guy and then re-unfold these. So same as I did last time, edit, delete by type history, and then I'm going to put the object on smooth preview, then modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons. There we go. And this is far too much geometry. So the attribute editor, and you're looking for the poly smooth face node, and we're going to drop that down to 1. Okay, so that's what it looks like unsmooth now, and that's what it looks like smooth. So pretty much what I wanted. Let's check the UV map and re-unflatten it. So let's grab all of these UV shells. Let's collect them all. Let's go to the UV toolkit and unfold. And that's going to take a bit of time because now obviously we're working with more geometry. So let's check our UV distortion. And our UV distortion, I'm not seeing a lot of areas of red. Let me turn off this. I'm not seeing a lot of distortion at all. Let me smooth it. So smooth preview. And again, the distortion I'm getting is around those windows. You can see it here in the corners. A little bit of blue and a little bit of red. Again, I think I can live with it. There'll be a little bit of distortion around the inside of the windows again as well. But I don't really want to have seams on the outside if I can avoid it. So, you know, this should just about do the job. Let's bring in a checker pattern and turn off the distortion and see how much that would actually affect us. Not a great deal. I mean, we're fairly square here in these corners. So it's really not affecting it that much, as you can see when we flick back and forward between smooth preview and non-smooth. So I'm quite happy with that. Now this, press Control 1 on the keyboard, this is going in the same place as this, of course. So if we looked at our material here, we are, let's see, the material should be at the end here. So tile 2. So all of these need to go into tile 2. Now, I'm not actually going to organize these at the moment. They're all going to be overlapping and they're going to be the wrong sizes. And that's simply because I have here something else. This, if you look at our color scheme here, turquoise, turquoise, turquoise. So the foot also needs to be UV'd so it can be added to tile 2. And then at the end of the process, we'll come in and we'll look at organizing the UV shells a bit better than we are now. But for right now, we have all of that lot in tile 2 and all of this lot in tile 1. So you can see when we export this model, tile 1 will be used to texture the chest and tile 2 will be used to texture all of the turquoise bits of the model here. So if we go to object mode, so tile 1, tile 2. When we come back, we'll look at UVing this foot. Now, hopefully on this, I don't think we're going to have any geometry problems. And that will finish off our tile 1 and tile 2. And that should finish us off for the basics of UVing in Maya. We might look at a few other bits. But after that, I want to take a look at another program you could use to UV as well. And we'll look at the nuts and bolts with that one. So I hope to see you in that part. It should prove quite interesting, and thank you very much for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in this part we're going to finish off our turquoise parts here, which would be tile 2, I believe. We can tell by the material that this is all going in tile 2. So let's press Control 1 to isolate that in the viewport. Let's do a delete history on it first. Edit, delete by type, history. And let's come in and then make sure it has no non-manifold geometry. So mesh, clean up, making sure you've got non-manifold geometry ticked, and clean up, and the result is nothing. We don't have any non-manifold geometry, which is a good thing. And then we need to create a basic UV for this, a base for us to work with. So once again, I'm going to go normal based. Camera based would also be fine. And as you can see, it looks like a total dog's breakfast. So, you know, as we would expect, really. Now, we're going to have to come up with a strategy for UVing this. So I'm going to turn off the checkerboard. I'm going to make sure I don't have UV distortion on. I'm going to put on the default material so it's easier to work with. And I'm going to start, I think in this case, by cutting off the bottom of the foot here. Okay, so I'm just going to come in and select the edge mode, and I'm going to cut round here the bottom of the foot. Oops. Okay, so I don't want to double click that because it will select the edge loop going upwards here. And did we actually select that? We did. And let's make sure we've got it all the way around. Now we need to cut these inner portions out as well. So actually it looks like I've double clicked and selected a lot of extraneous edges here. So let's just start that again. This is being a bit of a pain to cut round, but that happens sometimes. I'm going to zoom in here and make sure we're cutting this right. Yeah. And again, I just spotted a few little triangles there that were left over, I would assume, from Maya's bevel process, but in this case, it should be okay. It's not going to give us many problems because we're not going to have a big silhouette change on this. So I will go ahead and probably fix that off camera. A couple of little triangles there are not going to be that difficult to sort out. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure I'm on my UV toolkit, and I'm going to hit cut and UV shell, and the bottom should now be a shell. Now when we unfold this, this should end up pretty much in exactly the same shape because it's a flat shape. So if I go to unfold, you can see it turned around, but it ended up in exactly the same shape as we would expect. So let's go ahead and hide this. So Control H, and now we can see we've got the inner portion of the foot here. So, best way to do this would be, I think I'm going to cut the inside of the foot out here. And there really is a myriad of ways to do this. You know, there's going to be a ton of different ways, basically, that you could cut this up. This is just the first one that's springing to mind at the moment. So let's put a cut in there. And we should find that now is a separate shell, UV shell, that whole thing. Yep. So I can pull it out. And this is not going to unfold too well. Let's unfold it. And you can already see that that hasn't unfolded very well. So let's turn off the default material and have a look at what that's done. Yeah, you can see here these are certainly not square. So I'm going to cut. I'm going to make a cut around the bottom here, and I'm going to cut the middle out. Now let's come in, let's turn our checker off because it's difficult to see, and go to edge mode, and I'm going to cut all the way around the bottom. I'm going to do a cut and select the UV shell, and that should cut that as a separate shell. So let's unfold this, and you should see this stay pretty much the same shape. Yeah, a little bit of difference. And then I'm going to unfold this, and that hasn't changed. So what I'm going to do is make a cut in the edge here, cut, which will allow this to unfold a bit flatter. There you go. So it unfolds into a completely different shape. Let's put our checker pattern on, and when we go down now, we've got a seam, but everything is square. Okay, and again, it's a case for a necessary seam. We've got it at the back of the model on the inside of the foot where no one's ever going to see it, so it's not a bad place for a seam. So let's select these UV shells here and hit Control and H because they've been done. And that leaves us with this to take care of for the foot. So turn the checker off, default material, and let's work out the best way to lay this foot flat. So I'm thinking edge, and it can take a while to work out the best way to cut these things, and occasionally you'll find you haven't cut it in the best manner, so you'll have to put it back together and cut it again. Cut. So that should now be a shell. It is. So let's move that away. Just pull it out here for now. And that's basically a cylinder. This shell is basically a cylinder. So we know, or we should know by now, that we're going to need to put a cut in the back so it can unfold. So there we go. Let's hit cut and UV shell and unfold. And there you go. That unfolded quite nicely. So let's go ahead, and we could check this with a checker, but I think it's safe to say that that unfolded quite nicely. Yeah, all square, all nice, done. So let's just go ahead and hide it, Control H, and now we've got one piece left to sort out, which is this piece. Now this piece could present a few problems. It depends on where we want the seam. Let's just try, it's already got a cut down the back, so let's just try unfolding it and see how it decides to sort that out. It's these bits in here that could be an issue. So let's put a checker pattern on this and turn that off, and let's see how much of an issue it is. Okay, yeah, it's quite an issue around here. These are certainly not square, are they? And in here, no, this is not good. So I'm actually going to cut the toes out. Just come in, default material. There we go. And how's the easiest way to cut these toes out? Let's have a look. So let's select the edge. Okay, and let's see what we're dealing with here. So that is indeed that toe edge. So let's come in and do something like this. Cut. Okay, oops, we must have missed something in here. We did, we missed a little edge here. So again, this geometry could have probably done with a little cleaning up, but I will fix that now. I didn't want to turn this into a, how to clean up geometry tutorial. I really just wanted to point out in the last part that it's sometimes necessary to clean up some geometry to get a good UV or a good flat UV. So UV shell, that should be its own shell now, so let's move that out. Now let's unfold this. There we go, that goes square, and unfold this, and that completely changed shape along where I cut that toe out. So let's cut the other toe out, which should be here. So let's check this one. Yeah, let's cut it along the inner edge. So edge again and cut, cut. Scroll down here because we know there's going to be a little one there, and cut, cut. Again, you can do this on the UV view, or you can do it on the model itself. It doesn't really make that much difference. It's just sometimes easier to see where the line you're cutting is on the model. Here you can see it on the model, and here you can see it on the UV view. So it just entirely depends on what's easier for you to visualize. So let's unfold. Okay, and then let's click this and unfold, and there we go. So when we put our checker pattern on now, and default material off, you can see we're all square along here. Now we do have some seams, of course, but can't be avoided in this case, really. And let's smooth that, and yeah, we're still pretty checker looking. Oops, no, that's not good. But let me bring this model back in. So I'm going to select all of the shells and Shift H so we can show everything. I'm actually not going to smooth this. This is one of the portions of the model that isn't being smoothed. So this would be smooth, this would be smooth, and this would be unsmooth. Because I want to keep these edges here nice and square. And to be honest with you, this is already looking smooth enough to my mind. Now, smoothed, it's going to give us a bit more UV distortion. Let's look at that. View, UV distortion. But as you can see, the bad bits of the distortion are kind of obscured by the toes anyway. So with this particular piece of the model, I could leave it unsmoothed, I could leave it smooth. I'm not going to do a modify, convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons because this has got enough polygons already. And even if I did decide to smooth it later, the distortion is kind of in between the toes, which I can live with because you're never going to see it. So that needs to go into UV space number 2. So let's just turn off the distortion and turn off the checker because we don't need it. And grab all these shells and shove them into the UV space number 2. Now this particular part of the UV is the base of the foot, which it really isn't going to get seen. So I'm going to make that smaller so it occupies less space in the tile. Then I'm going to move this into the tile like so, and this, and this, this, there we go, and this. So now if we select all of those turquoise components, you should see all of the shells are in tile number 2. If we turn on the checker view here, you can see this is tile 3, and underneath all this lot you should be able to see that this is tile 2. So all of these are in tile 2. Now we could of course select them all and do a layout, so align and layout, and if we press shift and click on layout here, our options should still be there. So basically 15-degree rotational steps, shell padding, tile padding, packing resolution and packing iterations. So I'm going to just hit Control S to save this file because this is a lot of shells to pack in. And also we're going to click this and tell it to lay it out in U2 V1. So I'm going to click Layout UVs now. I've saved the file, and I'll be back in a moment so you can see that, because this will take probably a couple of minutes, I would think. Okay, so that finished its packing, but unfortunately I had my options set a little wrong. So it's packed it in both UV space 1 and 2, which is no good. So what I'm going to do is just have it pack in space 1, and then I'll manually just move it to space 2. Now this is kind of easy to do. Part of the reason we have this material set up that we have is we can pop open the hypershade and just say tile 2, select objects with that material, and that will select all of our UVs. So no matter where they are packed, we can always easily select them. Now I'm going to go ahead here and just close down my hypershade and hit layout UVs, and that should hopefully lay them all out in one tile. Now I've set the options correctly, and then we'll just be able to select them anywhere and move them. What I would also say is don't worry too much about packing, because when we mirror this leg across, we're going to have to repack it anyway. I'm just doing this, for demonstration purposes. So this took about 3 minutes. So I'll be back in 3 minutes, and I'll show you how to move these one tile along manually. Okay, so that finished its pack in a couple of seconds, and a couple of minutes, sorry, and now we're just going to move it to tile 2, because this is on tile 1. So make sure you have all your shells selected, go to Align and Snap. We're going to go over to U2, and just click here. So it will align those to U2. Now, it has this habit of getting them so close to the border that this edge is actually slightly overlapped with tile number 3. So just come in and manually shove them a tiny bit the other way, and we are done. So if we look at our model as a whole now, if you select it all, you'll see I will have here, let me just go to object mode and select, there we go. I've got 2 tiles full of UVs. So tile number 1 is the chest, and tile number 2 is all these areas of our turquoise pattern here. So as we click in, now this is not the best pack, but as I say, when we mirror this over, we'll need to repack it anyway. So right now, I'm just trying to keep things slightly tidy as opposed to, particularly well packed, because as you can see, we've got some definite space up here we could utilize. So in the next part, when we come back, I'm going to take a look at UVing the head, but I'm going to move away from Maya for a second and flip into a program called Headus UV Layout. Now, we'll go over where you can download the trial of this, and one of the reasons you should use it, or some of the reasons you should use it. And I just thought it would be interesting if we could take a look at some different ways to do UVs outside of Maya, because Maya is not your only option. So you can, of course, at this point, skip the next part of the tutorial if you've no interest in downloading a third-party software, and you can just UV the head yourself within Maya. That's absolutely fine. If you're interested in seeing other methods of UVing, then stick with me in the next part. I think you might find Headus a very interesting program to use. So thank you again for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in the last part, we looked at doing our second UV tile here with these leg elements that we've got this kind of turquoisey material on. In this part, I want to actually deviate a bit from the norm and go outside of Maya. I want to look at a program called Headus UV Layout. Now, I've been using this for years. It's quite widely used in the industry, and they have a trial version available for Mac, Linux, and Windows, of course. It's not too expensive to buy. I believe you can get the student version for $100 and a normal version for $200 on perpetual licenses, so no subscriptions, nothing like that. And it's well worth at least looking into. As I say, it's quite widely used. I personally find it faster to lay out UVs in UV Layout, and as laying out UVs is not one of my favorite things to do, anything that speeds up the process generally worth a look, in my opinion. Now, I'm going to demonstrate this on the head of our character. There is a plugin for Maya. You can find it if you install the demo version, or if you end up buying it. If you click About UV Layout, there's a button that says Install Maya plugin. Now, I'll let you read through the documentation on the website to install that. It's not particularly complicated. And I just want to give you a demonstration of this program just to show you how you would lay out a UV with a third-party application. So we'll come back to Maya afterwards, and you'll see here when you install the plugin, you get a UV layout shelf. Now, I'm using the latest version of Maya, which is currently 2018, and it's working just fine in this with a few little minor annoyances. So Let's say we wanted to UV map this entire head in UV Layout, in Headus UV Layout. We'll take the head, and I should just be able to press Send to UV Layout. However, I've found in 2018 that's not working too well. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So what I tend to do is hit Info, hit Run UV Layout. Now, in this case, it will bring up my load options, and I'm working with polygons, and I want a new UV. You can also send stuff you've already UV'd. I could send this chest plate to Headus and continue editing there, and then I could send it back to Maya. But in this case, because we have no UV for this head, we're just going to select new UV, and then I'm going to hit Send Mesh. Now, this will send my mesh to UV Layout, and I'm just going to minimize my Maya and my browser here, just so I can have this on my rather boring desktop. It doesn't actually open in its own window. It opens in two kind of separate windows, if you like. So if I bring this down into the camera, you can see that UV Layout has actually created a temporary OBJ here and sent that to UV Layout without us having to do anything. Now, by default, we're going to start off in the editor view of UV Layout, and navigating it for Maya users is very simple. The controls are exactly the same as in Maya, so pan and zoom and tilt and everything are exactly the same. So you should have no problem navigating around UV Layout. Now, one thing I would say that's fairly essential is your point of rotation, if you like, is slightly different than it works in Maya. And if I wanted to say rotate around this nose, I can keep my mouse over it, hit the home key on the keyboard, and that's where my point of rotation becomes. So that's something that's a little different, but it really doesn't take that much getting used to. You can see here that it acts pretty much very similar to the Maya viewport. Now, we also have other displays within Headus. We have the UV, which there's nothing in, and then we have the 3D view, which will appear textured as we start to UV this. So the 3D view is basically where we can test out our checker maps and stuff to test fit our UVs to see if we're happy. So let's get the editor view and start to talk about some of the basic controls. Now, the first and most basic one is how you move parts of geometry around. Because this head is actually 3 pieces, I believe. It's 4 pieces, the top piece, the jawbone, and the 2 side pieces. So if I press the spacebar on the keyboard and the middle mouse button, it will actually allow me to drag these pieces around. Okay, so I can kind of separate them out to make it easier to work with, kind of like we isolate the display in Maya. And if I wanted to UV this cheek portion here, I can actually just hit the home key, which will zoom in on it and make it our point of rotation. So let's do this similarly to how we've done things in Maya before. I'm going to cut around this seam here, and I'm just going to press the C key on the keyboard while hovering my mouse over the edge. And you'll see that's given us a red line, which is what we've decided to cut, and this yellow line is Headus taking its best guess at where we want to continue on. So I obviously want to cut all the way around with this, so I'll put another cut in here, and you can see to separate this out, or to cut around it, I've had to do 2 cuts. Now, to separate this into shells, I'm just going to hit enter on the keyboard, and you'll see that I can now use the mouse button in conjunction with the spacebar to move these around, so I can separate them even further. Now, this guy is not going to lay flat unless we cut some corners, so let's cut the corner there, but you can see we've cut far too much. So we're going to let this cut, and we're going to come down to this one and hit weld, and then we're going to hit cut and weld. So we've just got the 2 corners cut in. Now, this is a bit of a different workflow to Maya, so it can seem a little confusing at first, but once you get the hang of it, it becomes very, very quick. It's actually, in my opinion, it's a much more intuitive process than the one Maya uses for UV layout. It's also, in a lot of cases, more accurate. As I said before, I don't actually have any relationship with the chap that does Headus UV Layout. So this is just all my personal opinions, or my opinions from what I've seen from working. So, this is not sponsored in any way. This is just a program I often use, and I actually really enjoy using it. So I'm going to hit now, I've cut this down. I pressed enter to make those cuts finalized. I'm going to hit D to drop it, and D to drop it, and that drops it into UV space. So you'll see here that I have a couple of pretty 3D looking component parts. If I push F on the keyboard, Headus will try and flatten those out. Okay, and this light greeny color here means we're fine. This red color means we've got a bit of pinching, and the blue color means we've got a bit of stretching. If you want Headus UV Layout to do a better flatten, you can press Shift and F, and that will just continuously flatten for 60 seconds until it gets it as flat as it possibly can. Now, in this case, this was pretty simple to flatten, so we can actually just conclude that that's fairly flat. Now, if we go into the 3D view, you'll see here that this is highlighted yellow, green, sorry. If I press T for texture, then that will put a checker texture on it. If I press T again, that will put a smaller checker texture on it with the number markings. And I can use the plus and minus keys to make that bigger or smaller if I really want to see where I'm getting my edges. But as you can see, Headus done a wonderful job of actually making this UV pretty much perfectly flat. Okay, so some other features of Headus. We'll just take a quick look here, back in the Ed view. So I've actually UV'd one side of this. So we could take a look now to see if we could just automatically do the other side, because they're the same geometry, right? So they're just mirrored. So why would we bother UVing it twice? So if we go into the 3D view, I am going to, let's see here. So symmetry we don't need. Headus does support symmetry, of course. So we're going to do a copy UV here, and you'll see left mouse button toggle edges. So I'm going to select an edge on this, and then I'm going to hit equals to find the same edges. And that's found this, because this is the same. So you would imagine that that wouldn't be too difficult. Now I'm going to press spacebar to continue, and you'll see that we've gone and UV'd this as well. So that makes Headus very useful for things, especially things like nuts and bolts, where you might have the same bolt head on a lot of different nuts. You'll just be able to do this within Headus. You'll be done in seconds, rather than having to muck around with Maya's copy UV tool, which in my experience is not great, or duplicating objects across. Headus does it a slightly different way. I actually prefer the way Headus does it. If we go into the UV now, you'll see that I've got a couple of locked shells, so I can just press L to unlock those, and spacebar and move them out, and you'll see I've got two identical copies of the same thing. Now, when you lock something in Headus, it tells Headus not to touch it. So when you go into the packing menu to pack it into a UV set, it'll often resize things to fit them in. It might rotate them. If you have them locked, it simply won't touch them. So it's a convenient way to say to the software, look, don't touch this. So if we go back to the editor, you'll now see that those things that have got a UV have totally disappeared from our editor, making it very, very simple for us to continue on. And let's do this part next. So I'm going to press the home key. And again, this is a fairly simple piece to UV. So I'm going to cut around here. I'm going to cut around here. And we're going to minimize some seams with Headus as well in a little minute. But first we'll just get a basic UV laid out. So you can see here that that's had its best guess, and its best guess is not very good. So I'm going to put a cut and a weld, just to weld that away. Make sure we haven't selected anything we don't want. We haven't, and make sure we're cutting all the way around this. I'm going to press enter, which should cut it out, and you can easily see in Headus if you've cut the shell correctly, because if you haven't, it won't move as a separate entity, of course. So let's cut that out. Let's cut around this bottom jawline here. So you can see this is having its best guess, but I'm actually now leaving those in place until I've finished all my cuts. So how's the best way to cut this at the back here? Okay, so I'm going to weld this away, and how's that going to cut out? No, I don't like that, so I'm welding this and welding this and welding this. Okay, I'm just trying to get the best way to cut this out here, and I think it would just be along here. Let's come in, and there we go. So that's going to cut that along there. We're kind of missing a little cut there. Let's check the other side. Now you can use symmetry in Headus. It works the same way as copy UV. So to find symmetry, you would click find, click an edge, and Headus will then try and interpret that and find some symmetry in your model to work with. So I'm going to cut here, and that should have cut all the way around that. And I'm going to hit enter and see if that's cut out. Now you'll see it tried to cut it out, but obviously I still have an edge attached somewhere. So we're going to come in and we're going to try and find where I've not cut an edge. So we can see by the green lines, this is all cut. This is all cut. So where are we stuck? We're obviously stuck on a very, very small edge somewhere. It's become very difficult to see. Okay. So I can't actually find where this is stuck. It's definitely open along that side. And you know what? I think I've cut the wrong edge. So it's my fault, folks. Excuse me. So let's cut that out. And yeah, now we're stuck up there. Yeah, there's a little piece here stuck on a tiny edge. Okay, so now we should have two separate pieces. Alright, so sorry about that. Sometimes that happens. You get, especially if you have some tiny, tiny edges. So let's drop this, and drop this, and go into the UV view. And I'm going to flatten. That flattened fine. I'm going to flatten. Now this is not flattening fine, as you can see. And also, where we made that wrong cut, we've got this sticking out, but that's fine. We can just hit weld, 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 which would be W on the keyboard, and reflatten. And let's cut it in the middle so it can do its stress relief thing. So cut here and here. There we go. And flatten. Now I'm just holding F on the keyboard right now, but I want to give this a proper chance to flatten out. So I'm going to actually push Shift F and let it just do its thing for a few seconds. Okay, so it's just going to continuously flatten this, and I'm going to press the space bar to stop that, and I can immediately see that the corners of this are very, very wrong, if you like. So, you know, how do we fix this? Well, we can cut through the corners, but it's a bit difficult to see at the moment where those corners are because the UV is so twisted. So if you hit Control and middle mouse button, you can actually start dragging out points and manipulating the UV manually. You can also press Shift and the middle mouse button, which will give you sort of a brush style manipulation tool. But now I can see that this corner shouldn't be like this. So I'm going to cut, cut, and cut just with the C key, and then I'm going to press F to flatten, and you see that opens out rather nicely. Now we've got a little triangle here, which we shouldn't have, but I'm going to weld it back together. And then I could probably weld this one back together as well. There we go. So let's do the same for the other corners. Now you can take your best guess, but it is very easy just to hit the Control key and kind of move this about and go, okay, done, cut, cut, and cut. That way you'll know what you're going to be cutting, and I really don't need to keep cutting that little triangle, so that's that done. Let's come out here, and again, Control, just middle, middle mouse button. That was my fault, I hit the left mouse button. Okay, so cut, and let's, whoops. Now I accidentally cut a line across the whole thing because I didn't see that yellow indicator there, but there we go. So flat, done. Okay, so there should be one more corner left, I think. There we are. Now, if you're used to UVing in Maya, you'll probably be used to using slightly different techniques to the ones I use. I find the ones I use faster to a certain extent, depending on the job, of course, and I find Headus UV in general to be faster. Now, your mileage may vary, but I would definitely recommend looking at Headus just as another string to your bow. I say it is fairly widely used within the industry, so it's well worth knowing. Now let's sort these bits out here. So I'm going to cut, 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 and same here. So I'm just Control middle mouse button, cut, cut, Control middle mouse button. There we go. Cut and flatten. Okay, so you'll see here that this is not particularly good. It's got an overlap in UV, so we'll weld that there to stop that happening. There we go. And do we have the same problem on the other side? We do. So we'll just weld this here to stop that happening, and there we go. We've got a completely flat piece here. We've got a completely flat piece here. Flat piece, flat piece. So that's done at the bottom of the jaw. Let's go back to the editor, and we can see this in 3D space as well if we want to. So let's just make these a bit bigger. And the yellow highlights are obviously where our seams are. So, you know, we can have less seams as well. Let's just say we went into the UV view and we wanted less seams. There's a nice thing in Headus. If you hit weld, you can see on the corresponding UV where the weld would be. So if you hit M for magnet snap, that will snap those together. We can then hit enter to complete the weld, and weld, 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 and weld, and F to flatten. And as you'll see, I've just taken a seam out. So if we go back to the 3D view, I've now got one less seam along here. So it makes it quite nice. If you just hit weld here, I can see the corresponding weld is over here. And if I hit M for magnet snap, or if I want to do it the other way around, if I want to bring this to this instead of this to this, I can hit Shift M. And there we go. And can I get rid of another seam? Well, probably. So let's do it. Weld and flatten. So, can I get rid of a seam up here? No, I can't, because that's going to connect to that. And that's got rid of a bit of seamage. And maybe we'll cut here. And there we go. Now you can, of course, come in and do these manually. Now, another reason for the lock in Headus, which we discussed earlier, is because now I've done this manually. If I press flatten again, well, Headus will go and do its own thing. Of course, it will try and flatten it. So if you do a lot of manual work on a UV, you know, you come in and you edit this, right, say I like this more, this is looking better, and you've done this manual work. If I press lock now, L on the keyboard, and then flatten, you see it won't do it. It's just to stop me flattening this by accident. You know, when I come in, I'm doing a group optimize or something. So we've gone from something with more seams to far less seams, and I find it quite easier to eliminate seams within Headus than I do within Maya. And it's just my personal preference. I mean, you might find the exact opposite. So if we look now in our 3D view, you can see that we don't have a seam down here anymore. We just have 1, 2, 3 seams basically. And of course the edges of the textures and some tiny seams where we've cut for stress relief. But overall we now have gone from, let's just go to the UV, we've gone from 1, 2, 3, we've gone from 3 UV shells to 1 UV shell. So, you know, it keeps the UVs a little more organized, it cuts down on seams. For me it makes a little bit of sense, and we can try the same with this. So if we weld here, we can see that these two pieces actually fit together. So I can weld those together if I want. I could probably go a step further and weld this as well and flatten it. But that's going to start to introduce some stretching. But again, if you didn't mind the stretching, in fact that's a bit too much stretching for me. So just do a couple of Control Z's there. If you didn't mind the stretching, you know, if you were doing some texture where stretching wasn't a problem, but seams were a problem, well, you know, this makes a good option for it. And you can, of course, do this in Maya, of course. You know, it's not the fact that only Headus can do this, it's just the fact that I find this visualization method that Headus uses to be very user-friendly. So again, we've now gone from 4 UV shells to 2 UV shells. So we got 3 UV shells for the bottom half of the head, which is pretty good. Let's go back to the editor view and take a look at this part of the head. Now this is obviously going to be a much more complicated beast to lay out, so I'm going to cut this part of the tutorial here. When we come back, we'll lay this out with Headus, we'll look at some packing options within Headus, and then we'll send that lot back to Maya, and we will then continue with everything in Maya. So there will just be a 2-part Headus break, if you like, in the middle of this, the part we've done and the part that's coming up. So I hope you found this somewhat interesting. If you've never seen this tool before, go and check it out, and I hope to see you in the next part. Thanks for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in the previous part we laid out the bottom of our head here, and before we go ahead and UV the top of this head, I thought it might be interesting to take a look at how we swap this information between Maya and headers. So I'm going to go into the UV, and I'm going to pack this UV myself. So what I'm doing here is middle mouse button to drag the shell around, holding the spacebar, and still holding the spacebar, left mouse button to rotate the shell. Now I'm going to pack this all into one area as nicely as I possibly can. And spacebar and left mouse button will zoom in and out the shell, so you can make it smaller or bigger. Scale the shell. That's the word I was looking for. There we go. So Headus also has a pack function, but as there's only 3 shells here, this is relatively easy to do by hand. If you wanted Headus to do it, we can go into the pack function here. We can select the shells we want to pack, and I'm just going to do a medium quality with a 2K map res, and I'm going to hit pack all. And there you go, Headus did it for us. So you could do it yourself, or rather like the layout function in Maya, Headus has that too. So now I've got this UV all packed up nicely, and I still have this one to do. If I just hit send here under the set load options, and then you have send, I'm going to flip open Maya, and I'm going to give it a second, and you should see that Headus has just sent this information back to Maya. Okay, so we could now, if we wanted to, we can close this completely without losing any of our information. It's still here, as you can see. It's been transformed back into Maya, and we've got it all nicely packed. And if we wanted to do the top of the head, you'll see Headus just sends a UV. If you haven't done any UVs at all, it sends a UV rather like Maya's normal map UV, normal-based UV, or camera-based UV. It just sends that back outside of the normal UV layout space. So I think it's negative V1, negative U1. So you will get some information sent back even if you haven't done anything. But let's resend this to Headus now. We don't need to send the bottom portion, we've already done. So I'm once again going to hit the info button here, run UV layout, and this time I'm going to do a new mesh. It wouldn't matter if we hit edit, we'd just end up with this one, but I'm going to send the mesh, same as we did before. I'm just going to minimize my Maya here, and you'll see that that's sent that back to Headus. So we can do a pretty seamless transfer between Headus and Maya. If we look in Maya here, you'll still see that we still have all the information we sent over from this patch. So, you can interrupt your Headus session. So if you sent a bunch of stuff to Headus to lay out, you've laid out some and you need to go out and get something done, you can send that information back to Maya, close Headus down, switch off your PC, and then resend the bits that you didn't do, in our case, this head bit. So let's go to UV Layout. And this head is actually quite tricky to lay out, simply because it's got so many pieces to it. Unlike a normal organic head where we might just cut down the nose portion here and across the back and then try and lay it out flat, this has got a lot of hard edges, a lot of ridges, these kind of ear components here. The inside of the eyes dip in very far. So, it's going to take quite a few cuts, so let's get on with it. Our first thing I'm going to do is turn on symmetry. So I'm going to pop open the display window just so I can move back between the 3 views. And then I'm going to go to edit, I'm going to go symmetry find, and that's asked me to pick an edge. So I'm going to pick an edge in the center here, and then I'm going to push spacebar. And you'll notice one side of our model is now dark gray. This is because it's symmetrical with the other side. So if I was to come in here and say, okay, I want to cut these eye portions out, so I'm going to cut round here would be probably best. There we go, and you can see that it's made the cut on the other side too. So as I cut, you'll see it's cutting with symmetry, fairly similar to how the symmetry tools in Maya work, quite honestly. So enter, and that will cut out both shells, as you can see. And we'll know from experience that we'll need to, as this is a square box, we'll need to cut down these corners. I'm not going to cut out the little bit there. So you'll see it's happened on the other side, again, as you would expect with symmetry. So let's see, that's cut and then weld here. There we go. Sometimes it's tricky in Headus to get those small edges. You need to do a bit of a zoom in. It hasn't really been much of an issue, but it is something to bear in mind if you're trying to get a really small edge. In Headus sometimes, even if you can see it here, sometimes it just won't select it until you zoom in a bit. So let's drop that, and that should drop both of those together. So let's go into UV, and flatten, and flatten, and there we go, we've got 2 flat pieces. Inside the UV view as well, they still remain darker and lighter to show us that they are indeed within symmetry. So let's go back to the ed here, and then well, we're going to need pretty much to cut the ears off this guy, so this shouldn't be terribly tricky operation. We'll just cut around here, and then cut around here. Now, we've got a little cut to make there, and a cut to make here. We need to make sure we go all the way around underneath, and on the other side we are done. So I'm going to cut that out. Now this is never going to lay flat with this big ear portion in the middle, so let's just cut that out like so. And then I'm going to cut down the back here. Whoops, we've got a modeling error there that I've just spotted, so I shall fix that off recording. But you'll see that that's the same thing has happened on the other side, of course, because of the symmetry. So let's drop that and drop this, and then go to UV and flatten, flatten. I'm going to press Shift F and Shift F here too. So basically that's flattened out. Now we're going to have to deal with the inner portion of this, which we're going to have to do probably by cutting it out once more. Okay, but we'll deal with that in a second. One thing I did want to point out is if I do a Shift F to flatten this, and I get it, perfectly flat, or as flat as this will allow, so sometimes it's going to take a few seconds, sometimes it's going to take a bit longer. Because this is mirrored, rather than having to then flatten this bit, we're dealing with a mirrored piece, so we want these both exactly the same. So if I hold my mouse over this light one and hit S, you'll see that one's disappeared, but what it's actually done is copied the flattening information from this one to this one. So, for instance, if I was to do the same thing with here, but I was to cut around, let's say, the interior portion, and enter to separate that, and then I flatten this out, and I flatten this out, and then that's not going to flatten out very well like that, so I'm going to cut it into a more of a straight line, and I'm going to press Shift F to flatten it out, and as you'll see that will flatten, and when it's just about stopped you can normally stop it there. So obviously I don't want to do that again to this, so I'm going to hold my mouse over this and press S, and that will just make a perfect copy. So, if you've done a long flattening operation, you don't really need to come along and flatten both sides of symmetrical object. That would just take too long. So that's that just about done. Let's go back into our ed view and see what we've got left here. So we've got kind of most of the bigger bits cut out. Now what I want to do is cut out the face portion here, or rather these side bits. So let's do that. Let's just cut along here, just following this round, along here, along here, along here. I'm going to weld this seam up. I'm going to make sure this one goes all the way down and cuts on the bottom. It doesn't, look. So let's just cut here, weld this up, there we go. And let's check the front to make sure we are cut. Okay, so this should now separate into a shell, and it doesn't. We must have missed a bit. We have here, so cut, done, separates into a shell. So the other side will also separate into a shell. So I'm going to hit D to drop, and UV, I'm going to hit F to flatten this, and F to flatten this. And we must have had an extraneous cut in there that needs welding back together. So let's just weld that back together. I'm going to flatten here. Okay, so something has been cut. So I'm just hitting the W key for weld, and there we go. We can just now go ahead and weld this all back up. And because we have symmetry on, of course, it will be welding the other side at the same time. Let's just weld this piece. There we go. So again, we're going to do a Shift F to flatten, and this is pretty much perfectly flat. And then S with the mouse hovering over that to get this side the same as this side. So back to the ed view here, and we've got a little bit left to do. Now let's see what would be a good way to do this. This nose is going to need to be cut out, I think. So let's try this. Now that is going to leave us with a seam, but one of the tricks that I like to use with Headus UV Layout is I like to make a lot of cuts first and then weld them back together in the UV view if I find it necessary, as we've done before with this. So let's cut that out first off as one piece. Now this is never going to lay flat at the back here, is it? So we're probably better off cutting this along here, and you'll notice it doesn't matter which side I cut on the symmetry, the dark side or the light side. That's not going to have an effect here. So let's cut this, that seems fine. Now we've got a few corners here that need cutting, but I think I'll cut those in the UV view. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this, get a UV, and we're going to try and flatten out that face mask. Okay, so let's see where we're needing to cut here. Maybe here. Yeah, that helped a bit. Let's cut again. That helped quite a lot. Now cutting here is not going to do anything because the actual UV is trying to bend inwards. So it will flatten it out, but then we have overlapping UVs, which is not a good thing. So we might come in and manually flatten that a bit. Now where else is going to need some attention? Up here probably, flatten, yep. And where else? Here we could cut, but again that's just going to cause overlapping UVs, so we're going to weld that up. And here's where I'd go Control middle mouse button to drag these around manually. But that is pretty flat, really. Now I'm going to leave that for now because I've got a feeling we're going to be attaching some things to it in a minute. So I'm going to call that flat enough for now. We'll come back and have another look at it and look at the pieces we are left with. So is this thing going to flatten? No, it's not at all. At the very least, we're going to need to put a cut up here to allow that to flatten out, and probably one at the front too. Yeah, definitely one at the front. I'll just weld that there and drop it. So Shift F to flatten it out, and you can see that that's not really a happy bunny. That's not a good way to flatten that piece, I'm thinking. So it probably would be better if we cut it down the middle. Now I'm going to try and avoid cutting. There we go. Yeah, you can see that that is totally not happy. So I'm going to do a Shift F to let that flatten out, and hopefully that will resolve into something a little better over time. Now I can see here that we already have some edges that probably need welding together. Yup, we do. And so same on the other side, and it's done. So Shift F and just let that flatten out. Now we've got a big problem down the end here. I'm not quite sure what's gone on here, but I'm going to use Shift and middle mouse button will bring me up a kind of UV brush control, and I'm going to drag these over here and see what on earth has happened to this portion of our UV. So what's gone on here? Okay, so something here needs welding back together. So let's just weld here and do a bit of a flatten, and there we go. So we just had an edge there that needed welding. So there is our nose. It's a little strained at the bottom. Now we might be able to do something about that by throwing a few cuts in here and then welding and welding. Now this will give us some seams, but I think I can live with them. Let's have a look. In the 3D view, we're going to hit T for texture, and yeah, I've got a seam here, and I've got a seam around here where the nose would probably connect to the face anyway, and I'm not seeing a lot of stretching in this when I just look at the squares here. I can press T again to bring in some more detailed squares. And yeah, we can see around here we've got a bit of stretching, but it's kind of in an area that's, you know, going to be in shadow and shaded, and probably not going to have any hero elements on it. So, you know, we can of course continue to work on this, and we will continue to work on this, but that's pretty flat. So now we can hit W here for weld, and these two areas would weld in with this one. So if I press Shift M here to snap this, how well is that going to fit in? That's not really going to fit in at all, is it? That's going to cause big problems, I would say. So yeah, that nose is just never going to fit in there. So we're going to use cut to cut that away, and I'm going to go weld here. Now, the fact that it's yellow tells me that that would probably weld to something on the edge view, and I can see there that it would. So let's drop this, and the edge view is no longer available because we have nothing to edit. Everything is already in UV space. So let's flatten this guy. Okay, and let's do a shift flatten so it goes outwards first. And I can already see here that we've got a couple of issues. So let's try a cut and a flatten. There we go, that's much better. And a shift flatten, and just let it do its thing for a couple of seconds. Okay, so that flattened out pretty well. I'm not seeing any big issues here. But again, we're going to left with some seams. So let's see if we can do anything to eliminate a few of these seams. Now, it's not too bad. This is a fairly hard surface model, and generally speaking, on a hard surface model, you're going to have more seams, just because of the nature of the beast. And you know, most organic models are going to have a texture on them where a little bit of stretching doesn't matter, whereas hard surface models often contain sort of logos, text, writing on them, need to be much more flat. So with a modern painting application, as I mentioned throughout this tutorial, seams aren't the issue that they used to be. You still want to minimize them. If nothing else, then it just makes laying out the UV a bit easier. So let's do a W here for a weld and see where this would weld to. Now, this would weld in here. So this will weld to the arches of this. So let's press Shift M to magnet snap. Now, this didn't work as well as you might expect, and it's because we still have symmetry on. So for this operation, I'm going to turn the symmetry off, and I'm going to go ahead and press C to get rid of those welds. Then I'm going to hit W again. I'm going to Shift M, and that has snapped to there. Now you can see that there's some overlap here. So if we join these together, they're not going to be perfectly flat anymore, but I think they're going to be close enough, and I'm just welding these up to the point where it's, you know, hardly going to be noticeable that we have any texture stretching, and we'll have connected our UV together in a way that makes for less shells and therefore less seams. So let's do the same thing on the other side. Just hit W to weld and Shift M to magnet snap. Now it's M to bring this piece to that piece, or Shift M to bring that piece to this piece. Which it really doesn't matter. It's one of those time-saving things where you don't need to be moving your camera about quite so much. Now I'm going to flatten this out so it makes it easier to weld up here. So enter to finish that weld. Now let's just see if we can get this. There we go, flattened so we can see it a bit easier. And I think we need to weld this piece in here, and probably this piece in here too. Let's flatten that out so we can see it. Now, no, that piece would actually weld up there. Let's try a controlled move of these UVs and see which should be where. Okay. There we go. So I'm just continuously pressing F to flatten, and I'm going to move these UVs out a bit as well. Whoops. So control, there we go. And F to flatten. No, these ones might need a bit of welding. I keep forgetting I don't have symmetry on. Yeah. So there we go. Control, middle mouse button. Let's drag this over here and see if we can get that to pop out. So I think it's going to pop out if we give it long enough. So I will just do a shift flatten on this and give it a couple of seconds. So there we go. I've given this a couple of seconds. It will stop now, and we'll see how we did over here. So not so well, really. These are overlapping, you can tell because of the edge, but that's fine. We can sort that out manually by just using the control and bringing that in so it's no longer overlapping. It's going to be a little bit red there, but really it doesn't matter so much. You can tweak it until your heart's content, until you get the look you're going for. And then, of course, you would have to lock this shell by pressing the L button, and that will stop it being able to flatten it by accident. Or when we pack it, it'll stop it changing by accident and all this. But these are little finishing details that I like to do for later. So let's continue to see what we could attach to this. So if we hit weld here, you'll see it's that edge. So you can see that's probably not going to attach very well at all, and it's probably not a good idea. I mean, it would, but it would leave us with this rather oddly shaped UV then. It would leave us a big long UV that would be much more difficult to pack. So let's try some of these edges. For instance, let's try a weld here, and Shift M, where does that connect to? Well, that connects to this portion. So that looks like it could be a good candidate here. And I obviously have a seam still highlighted, so let's get rid of that. So this looks like it could be a pretty good candidate to be welded together. So let's flatten that out and see if I can just weld this portion. Flatten, and just need to weld these small edge parts here. Flatten, and that's given us an issue in the corner, but not a huge one. Again, a bit of manual editing might be required here, just to make sure we have no overlapping UVs. And again, I haven't decided what's going to be joined to what yet, so this is not something I would do until the very end of this process. Okay, no, don't want that. I want this little piece welded here. Just zoom right in and weld. Okay, presumably that is not the correct weld. No, that would weld all the way over there. So that would be horrendously bad. Let's just undo that. And you can see that Headus is kind of refusing to undo this. So I'm going to have to undo it for it. Let's just cut here. And let's just re-flatten this out. So Shift F will re-flatten this out. Okay, good enough for our intent and purposes. So this one then, this patch should join over here. So if we press W and Shift M for magnet snap, it will indeed join over there. So let's get this welded. Weld, just hitting the W key. And you might hear me hitting the keys because I have a very noisy keyboard. Sorry about that. And flatten, now that's all there. And again, we got this issue where we missed one, I think. Flatten, yep, that's fine. And did we miss one over here? Possibly. No, I don't think so. No. Okay, so flatten. So that's all together in one big patch. It needs a bit of looking at, but we are all together here. Now, what's gone on here? Can we put some cuts in here, I wonder? So let's have a look at where this UV should be. Okay, and let's cut it here and flatten out a bit, and maybe cut it here. Weld that up because we don't want such a large cut, and flatten it out a bit. And yes, we can, and that takes care of the overlapping UVs here, or at least it will when we do that. So that seems to be okay. Now, I've got a feeling that if we cut this out of here and instead weld it on down here, we'll have a better time of it. So let's flatten out and weld this as well, and presumably, no, can't weld that. But that will stop us having that overlapping UV issue. So again, a lot of this comes with a bit of patience. You need to, go around, have a good look at what could go where instead. Like, for instance, here, let's find out where this piece is. So where has that been highlighted in red? And in fact, if we shift magnet snap that, it won't do it. So it means it's on this model, and I can see it here. So I'm going to cut that out, and then I'm going to magnet snap it to where we have this overlapping UV issue. I'm going to weld it, and I'm going to weld it, and I'm going to flatten it, and that has actually made it even worse. Okay, so sometimes that will happen too. So where else would this be welded to? Not there and not there. Okay. So I'm actually going to cut that piece out again because that was not a good idea. It happens, and I'm going to put it back where it was over here. Okay, but this little detailing, this is the bit that can really take a bit of time. But I'm quite happy with that. I'll just manually edit that when I've finished joining everything to this UV. So which pieces do we have here? We have this piece, which, let's see, where would this piece connect to? Presumably, yeah, to the opposite side, so nothing doing there. This would connect in here, but that would just make a dog's breakfast of the entire thing. These eye portions would connect within here, so that's also going to make a dog's breakfast. And we are pretty much done here. I'm just going to check for some overlapping UVs. I'm going to Shift F this part again and give it a chance to lay out. Now what I could do is press Shift T around this eye, and that will put a webbing around there that will try and keep the eye square. So if we now go Shift F, you'll see those eyes square out a lot more and bring our face back into a better UV shape. So I'll give this several seconds. Now, if I wanted to, I could probably also use the T over here, and then flatten again. And that's really not going to do what I hoped it would do. Okay, that is. You see, that's bringing us together a bit. So let's use backspace to get rid of this marker up here, and let's mark some more down here. So like so, and then flatten again. And that will just bring my UV a bit more into line, a bit more like I want it. So again, T and T and T and T. This might be a little bit too far up. No, I think that will be fine. So final one maybe. Okay, and that's looking a lot better already. It's got rid of some of my overlap. It's definitely got rid of some of the stretching. So once again, Shift F to give it some time to flatten out. Right, so that's done, and that looks a lot better. Now, we could probably attach something to the side of the head here and get rid of a seam, so Shift Magnet Snap, and that would be that. So I don't think that that would play together nicely. If we tried to wedge all of this into there, that would probably be a mistake, and it would give us a very, very weird UV shell here. There's no way we'd be able to do a decent pack job with that. So we've pretty much joined everything we can together. We could probably weld up this middle section here to get this thing a bit less, and I think that's a bridge too far, so I'm gonna, whoops, I'm gonna cut that back there and flatten. So Shift F. Okay, close enough, I'm gonna say. Now, we do have some areas of overlapping UV. I'm gonna put a cut in there to just get rid of that, and here's one. So just going to hit Control and move that, Control and move this, and then I'm going to hit L on this to lock it down so I can't accidentally flatten it. And was there another area of that overlapping UV? Yeah, we kind of got some here, which I think should be weldable. Yeah, kind of was. Yeah, weldable. Okay. And then we got to deal with the overlap. So what's the best way to do this? Okay, I'm going to say that's kind of okay. These highlighted areas here are really in places where we're not going to see them so much, so it doesn't really matter. And can we weld this one away? No, we can't. So again, this is just going to be a case of like so. There we go. Done. Now let's just check for any other weird overlaps we've got. No and no. And yeah, we have one here. So again, done. And yeah, these were the kind of real big ones here. So that's all right. And part of the problem with this model is that I did leave some triangles in it, obviously. Again, probably a byproduct of Maya's bevel. Just get rid of these massive blue areas here. Done. And I think we're good to go. So I'm going to lock this shell down so it can't accidentally be edited. Then I'm going to select all of my shells and I'm just going to go to the pack and I'm going to use medium, 2K, same as last time, and pack all. Okay, so that did not go well at all because I've got lock all to tile selected. So we'll try and pack them in the same tile. So let's undo that and hit pack all. Okay, now these locked ones become a bit of an issue when we're packing. So I'm going to unlock them for packing because it won't actually reflatten them when it packs it. It would just resize them, rescale them maybe. So pack all again. Let's try that. There we go. And that is an absolutely terrible pack. You can see that most of our space here is wasted. So this is where we're going to need to do a bit of packing by hand. Let's click away so we're not selecting all the shells, and so we can move this. This is the eye socket itself. So if we were to move those, this can go down here, surely. Okay, and that fits in nicely now. And this part, can it go down here? No, but it should fit like this. So a bit of manual packing we'll do here. And now I've lost that shell. There we go. Move that down there. Move this over here. What we're attempting to do is the same as we attempted to do in Maya, and that's just maximize the space we have available to us. Or rather, maximize the texture resolution we would have available. So that's really not going to fit. That will fit like that. There we go. So that's done that. And this needs moving a little bit this way. Okay. And this is where we can use our best judgment, because this will fit in here, this will fit in here, this will fit in here. Will it? Yeah, just about. And then this up here. Now, these are some very strange shapes, so this can cause some issues. I'm going to scale this guy up because this is our main faceplate. So what we're looking to do is use as much space as humanly possible here. Okay, is this going to be better if I rotate it this way, maybe? Okay, let's rotate this one this way. No. So I'm actually going to let Headus do its best packing with a 4K map res. I am going to let it, let's see, tile coverage. I'm going to let it rotate in 45-degree angles for 3 minutes, and we'll see what Headus comes up with now. So I'm going to hit pack all, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, so as you can see, we let that pack. It took a couple of minutes, and it's done really no better. There's so much empty space here. So what we might have to do in this case is look at making a few more seams in this. And I know this seems a bit counterintuitive, but while we have this big piece here, we're locked in to how we can actually pack this. So it might be better to put a seam in and unjoin these and then pack again. But for now, I'm just going to send this lot back to Maya, and we'll look at the packing in Maya. I just wanted to show you that it was possible in Headus. So I'm going to shut down the pack menu, and we're going to say this is okay for now, and we're just going to hit the send button, which will send that back to Maya. I'll pop Maya open here, and in a second you should see that it's been sent back, and there is my head UV. So we'll close Headus down for now, and I don't think we'll be using it again in the course of this tutorial. I just wanted to show you there was other options out there. Headus is one of my favorites. So when we come back, we'll look at laying out some more UVs. Now I'm not going to cover absolutely everything, and we may bring Headus back for the nuts and bolts, just for its nice, fine, similar geometry feature. And we'll get the rest of this guy done. As I say, I'm not going to cover every single little thing, but we'll do one arm just to get some more examples of UVing in Maya, and then there'll be some final parts on packing this together for various different pieces of software. So I hope you found that interesting, and I shall look forward to seeing you in the next part. Thank you. Hi, welcome back. So in the previous part, we looked at using Headus UV Layout to do the UV for our robot character head here. And in this part, I want to talk about something slightly different. I want to talk about copying UVs from one object to another, because you can see we've got a bolt head here, we've got a bolt head here, and then we've got a whole bunch of the same down here. And we would be wasting our time if we went in and UV'd these all individually. The same goes for things like this finger. They're actually identical models, so there is no point to doing 3 separate UVs, cutting 3 separate objects up. Now, we've done this in Headus already when we matched this geometry with this geometry and had it do the layout automatically. But let's take a look at it in Maya. So let's UV one of these bolts for a start, because we need one of the objects to have a UV at least. So I'm going to press Control 1 on the keyboard here, and I'm going to do what I would normally do, which is just take the history of it and do a check for non-manifold geometry. So Mesh, Clean Up. And we should still have our non-manifold option ticked, and our result is nothing because you wouldn't expect any non-manifold geometry, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't check for it. So we're going to project a UV onto this, so normal based. You can use camera based or pretty much any one really. We're just going to do normal or camera for this particular technique. Those two work a little better. Now I'll take the checker texture off this so we can see where I'm cutting the edges, and I'm going to cut one edge here and one edge here. One edge here and one edge here. Now that will cut the top and bottom away from the inner cylinder. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's cut and let's UV shell these guys out of the way. Now these should flatten exactly as they are. So you shouldn't see much change in this because the top and bottom are essentially a flat 2D plane already. So when I flatten this or unfold it, you shouldn't see much of a change. Let's get it unfold, and indeed you don't really see much of a change at all. So that will leave us with, if we hide these, Control H, that will leave us with the inner portion here and the outer portion. So in order to lay these flat, I'm just going to select an edge on each one and hit Cut. So that should give us a texture border down here, and now it should be as easy as selecting this and hitting Unfold. Actually, I've got a few windows here, so I'm going to just close that and unfold again. Okay. So this is the inner sphere, this is the outer sphere. Now what would be nice is if each of these nuts didn't have so many UV tiles. Now we looked at magnet snap within Headus UV Layout for getting geometry to snap together so we could attach it into a bigger shell. We can actually do the similar thing with Maya. If we select an edge here, we can see it corresponds to this edge, and now I'm going to hit Stitch Together, and that will stitch those two together. Same as Headus' magnet snap, really. Not too much different to it. So let's just here and hit Stitch Together, and there we go. So that stitched that together into one large UV shell, and there is the inside of it. So if we just lay this out now, so I'm just going to go down to Arrange and Layout, and I'm just going to hit Layout. I'm just going to make sure that this all goes into one tile before I start replicating it. Okay, there we go. So that's just laid it out, just so I don't have to deal with it right now. And I'm going to press Control 1 to go back to the other view, and I'm going to copy this UV to this nut. So I'm going to select this as the source UV, and this is the destination UV. Then I'm going to go to Mesh, Transfer Attributes. I'm going to pop open the options. Now I'm going to reset these back to default. So I don't want to transfer color sets. I want to transfer the UVs. Now sample space in this case would be component, and let's see. So we aren't going to do anything clever here. We're just going to do a straight transfer and see if that transferred across. It did. So that's not bad. That'll work just fine. Now this UV and this UV are still connected, so I need to select both of these objects and just do an edit, delete by type, history. So if we wanted to transfer UVs for these, we'd have to go from this one to say this one and then do the transfer again. So Mesh, Transfer Attributes, where are we? There we are. And you'll see that's transferred the UV down there. Now we'll need to, again, get rid of the history on the objects we've transferred it from. I can't remember if I transferred it from the top and bottom one, so I'm just going to get rid of the history off all of them because it won't make any difference. And there we have that complete contained UV without us having to do anything. Now if we select it and unfold, you might see it change position, but it should remain about the same. So it might change its orientation. There you go. Nope, unfolded fine in that order. There we go. So, you know, and if we move it out of the way just to prove that we do have separate shells for these separate objects, so if I move this one up there and then I go and select one of these other nuts as well, you'll see that we do indeed have separate UV shells for these. Now, there are UV transfer scripts for Maya because one of the big bugbears that I've always had with this is it's not very good at doing multiple objects. So if I select this one, let's say as the source object here, so make sure I'm in object mode, And then I just want to do half a dozen of these at once. So I'm going to select this one, and this one. I won't select that top one, it's already got a UV. And I go to Mesh, Transfer Attributes. You'll see that that did not work. So it needs to be done one at a time, realistically, if it's going to be reliable. And in my opinion, even then, the transfer attributes for UVs in Maya is not wonderful. So if you've decided to give Headus a go, there is an option in Headus as well, which we've already explored briefly, but I'll show you now. Now, of course, this can be done in Maya. It doesn't take too long. You just need to do it one at a time. And we've got maybe 10 or 12 bolts in this scene, so it wouldn't really take you too long. But if you are using Headus, let's take a look at how to do it in there. So let's come along and select objects with material. That will select all of our nuts and bolts. Control 1 to make sure that we have them all. I'm going to select them. I'm going to hit the info button under my plugin shelf here. I'm going to hit Run UV Layout. And I'm going to hit Edit. So we normally would go to New, but this time I'm going to edit a UV I've already done in Maya. And that's another thing to do this. We can show you that you can send the UVs back to Headus as well as from Headus. So let's go to Send Mesh, and that will send all of that. And I will just minimize Maya in the background here. Okay, so that just gives us a bit of a cleaner workspace. Now we can come up, now by default we're probably on the 3D view. Let's have a look. Display 3D, indeed. Even though it said Ed, it was actually the 3D view. And T, and you can see where we've transferred the UV in Maya. All looks nice, all looks absolutely fine. This one down here as well. So let's see, can we do this a bit faster? Well, yeah, we can. Let's go to copy UVs. It's going to ask us to select an edge. I'm going to select this edge. I'm going to hit equals, and that's matched every nut that we've got. So now I'm just going to press spacebar to complete that. If you see down here, space continue, and that won't take long at all. If I look in the UV space, all of my UVs are here, and they're all laid out just fine. But they're all locked, and I want to optimize these because the geometry is the same on all the bolts, but sometimes they're a little different in size, and sometimes they could be a little, scaled or squashed in one axis, making the UV a little wonky. So we're going to just flatten all of these in Headus in one fell swoop. So rather than coming in and holding a mouse over a shell and hitting L for lock or unlock, I'm going to move my mouse somewhere outside the shells, hit L, and now left mouse button would be a lock box, and right mouse button would be an unlock box. So hit L and go for your right mouse button, just move it around these, and that will unlock all the shells in one fell swoop. Now I'm going to make sure I've got all the shells selected. I'm going to go down to Optimize. I'm going to run this at a 4K resolution, and this will basically, as we've done in Headus before with either Shift F or just continuously pushing F to flatten these, that's what this will do. It will just do it for all of these at once. So let's go for it. And you can see this, right, it's done. It didn't actually detect any problems with any of those. We know they're all fine. So now I can select them all, and if I wanted to, I could just pack them all into one space. So I'm just going to do this very quickly. Just pack all, there we go. So they're all into one space. I'm going to hit send to send them back to Maya. And when we go back to Maya now, you'll see that all of my nuts and bolts should, all of my bolt heads should have a UV on them. And that UV should be looking pretty square and distortion free. So let's just go to view, UV distortion. See, absolutely distortion free UVs copied to all of the bolt heads. So you could do it in Maya, you could do it in Headus. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of the options. Now, if you wanted to, you can of course add a UV to these bolts, which I'm going to do, but they're just a big cylinder, so I don't think I'm going to do this on camera at this time. And then transfer the UVs either with Maya's transfer attributes or with Headus UV Layout under Edit here, copy UVs. Either way, it's not a complicated process, and it will save you doing like these things. You don't want to be UVing 6 of these, you want to be UVing 1. And that applies to quite a bit of this model too. If I come back in here, you can see that these fingers would be the same here. So again, you don't want to be UVing all 3 of them. There's absolutely no point. A lot of the bolt heads were the same, which we just demonstrated, and a lot of these inner bolt portions are the same. So try and look for things that you don't do twice. I mean, it's part of the reason we cut the body away here. Alright, so I just wanted to show you some info and some ways you could go about copying UVs within both Maya and Headus. And I'm going to come back and we're going to do a little bit more UVing in Maya. We'll UV this arm portion here, and we should be able to get the whole thing taken care of in about 10 minutes. So I hope to see you for that, and thank you very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. In this part, I'm just going to do a little bit more UVing in Maya. So I'm going to select all of our dark green objects here, which I think were, let's have a look, tile 7. So let's get all of tile 7 in one fell swoop, hit Shift 1, and I'm going to do all of the delete by history at once. So edit, delete by type history. I'm also going to do all of the mesh cleanup at once, cleanup. Okay, result nothing, and I'm going to project a UV all at once as well, so normal based UV. There we go, and you can see I've got a UV for all three of these components. So I'm going to hit Shift 1 and Shift 1 again, so I can do them one at a time. And you can see with the UV distortion on here, this is absolutely terrible. So let's just turn off the distortion, and the checker pattern has obviously gone mad because this has just got a normal based UV on it, which is not much good for anything, especially when it comes to texturing. So I'm going to take this inside edge here. I'm going to cut out the middle of this cylinder. I'm also going to cut down its length here. So we'll have an inside portion and an outside portion. So I'll cut around there, and then I'm just going to finish off this cut here. Go back to my UV toolkit and hit cut. And that should give us a UV shell ready to be unfolded. Here we go. And let's just go to unfold. There we go. So that's the middle of this unfolded. If we turn the checker texture on, you can see that it's pretty square. Certainly square enough for the middle of an object that's barely going to be seen. So we really don't need to put too much time and effort on this. Now I'm going to hide it so I can see what I'm dealing with. And this one should be relatively straightforward. It's just a case of taking this whole edge here and cutting it. So let's cut along there and try and unfold this. UV shell. Unfold. There we go, we've unfolded it. Now there might be a bit of distortion in this one, especially along here, and especially when we smooth it. So if we turn on the UV distortion, you can see, well, it's not that bad actually. I would be quite happy with that, to be honest. So if necessary, you might want to smooth it and then convert the smooth and, just take a slightly higher resolution mesh into your painting program, which I may do, but for right now, this is looking okay. So Control 1 on the keyboard, let's do this end one, and I can immediately see an issue here. This large, and in fact this is much easier to work with if we turn off all the distortion and stuff. This large n-gon here at the back shouldn't be there. There is no reason for it to be there. So again, one of those things that can get left behind in the modeling process. So to slice this guy up, we're going to slice here, we're going to slice here, and then we are going to slice the bottom here to here and put those cuts in. So let's go to cut, and that should have sliced out some UV shells for us to work with. So this one. Now because we've got that cut in the bottom and this being a cylinder, it should unfold just fine, and it does. And this as well, this should unfold just fine too. Now there's going to be a bit of distortion on this because of the way it's modeled. We've got some bits that go in and then down, so we might end up having to put a cut in this cylinder so it can relieve some stress. But for now, let's just select both of those, hit Control H, and see what we're left with. And what we're left with is kind of a cylindrical object here. So I'm actually going to put a cut in this. I think I'll put one here, and then I'll put one all the way down the back and hit cut. So let's have a look. So let's go to UV shell. There you go. Sorry, little slow there, and unfold. So that's unfolded that. Now let's unfold the back half. Unfold. Okay. So that should be the whole thing unfolded. So if we select all the shells and press Shift H and bring in our checkered texture and bring in our UV distortion, yeah, I'm not seeing much distortion here. You're going to get a little bit in the middle of a circle like this. The answer to that is, if you need less distortion, is to simply cut the middle out. We could also try cutting along here. You'll see there's an edge cut here. when we cut along the outside edge here, we also cut an edge here. So I just need to unfold this thing again, and that should provide some stress relief. It's not brilliant. It would be better to cut the middle out, but to be honest, I'm not seeing that much distortion when I look at the checker pattern. So that should be pretty much a winner. Let's turn those two things off, UV distortion, and hit 1, and we'll go over here and we'll do this last piece. So I think to UV the 3 pieces here that make up pretty much the majority of our arm until you get to the fingers, because this is just a cylinder with a ball on the end of it, so it's going to be really simple. It takes about, using this particular technique, takes a few minutes, not more, and you do get a pretty flat UV layout. So we should have a UV on this guy. We do. So we're going to cut the middle out. I'm going to hit F to focus the camera. I'm going to cut along this edge here. Now sometimes it's best not to use the very outer edge. Sometimes you can get a better result using an inner edge like so. I'm going to cut all the way both sides. I'm going to cut it. Where do I want to cut it? Definitely want to cut it here. And let's see what we get. So I'm going to hit cut and see what sort of UV shells we've got, because this should be the layout for the whole thing, I would imagine. So let's unfold this, unfold this, unfold this, and finally unfold this. Now we could look at ways to make this into a bigger shell. So of course if we choose an edge here, we can see what that edge would connect to, and then if we stitch together like we did before, we can come in and stitch a couple of these together. Why are you not stitching together? Okay, don't quite know why that's not functioning properly, but it's not a problem. We can do it with the sew tool and come in and just stitch these two together, maybe these two too, and this might be one too far, so let's just do that. It just allows us to keep one UV shell. So let's unfold this again. Okay, and that should be pretty straight. So we can continue to see if we could build this into one bigger shell. So if I select this edge here, what does that correspond to? Well, that corresponds to that one up there, and this inner edge would correspond to this one here. So we can actually just hit stitch together, and that will stay on there just fine. I don't think we need to stitch it anymore. We're not trying to get rid of the seam, we're just trying to have one UV shell to make organization a little easier. So edge here and stitch together, and there we go. So that's done. That whole portion now appears to be one UV shell, which is great and makes life a bit simpler, organization a bit simpler and whatnot. Now there are disadvantages to that. If you start piecing things together into one UV shell and you end up with a very long narrow shell, it can be difficult to pack into a square. But in the case of this, that's packed nicely into a fairly square shape, that's exactly what you're looking for a lot of the time. So let's go back to the arm here and just have a look to see if there's any portions of this that could be stitched together. So this is the arm, this is the inner and outer piece of the arm, so really we don't have a lot of pieces here. If I was to stitch this together, it would become long and thin. So, depending on where I stitched it together. So if I was to stitch this to say this, let me just get an edge here where we can see it in both views. There we go. So if I stitch this to this, then this piece is going to be just a long and thin, and it's going to be more difficult to pack probably. So in this case, it's better off just to have the seam here, in my opinion. Okay, so finally, let's just investigate this piece and see if we could stitch it together so it becomes a bit more organized. And this one would probably benefit from being a little bit stitched together. So I'm going to select that edge there, which also selects this edge. I'm going to hit stitch together, and there we go. So I'll use the sew tool just to sew this up a bit. I'm going to hit B in the middle mouse button so my brush size on the sew tool here gets a bit bigger, and I'm just going to stitch that in a couple of different spots, and UV shell and unfold. So there we go, and let's see what else would stitch to this. So let's select an edge. Now where is this? This is corresponding to this, so that should be absolutely fine. Stitch together. Perfect, and I'm going to leave that. I am not going to actually stitch it anymore because it's a round circle, so it will just put more pressure on it than it needs, and unfold. Now it's there, and then finally I'm going to select this piece, UV shell. Okay, so that is, let me see, did that unfold properly? Yeah, it did. So, you know, it's better to check these things as well, because now I've got a little piece that's been cut off somehow. So I imagine it came from here. It did. So we're definitely going to want to stitch that back together. We don't want a tiny piece of UV lying about in the middle of nowhere. So get the sew tool, done. Okay, and let's just press Q to get off the tool. Unfold this once again, done. And let's see if it would connect in with anything here. So let's select an edge on it. And any of these edges going anywhere. Yeah, okay. But the problem is, if I stitch this together now, it's not going to fit because this is a curved edge and this is a straight edge. So the best thing we can do in terms of organization would probably be to just put this where it would be, but not actually connect it. So if we chuck that in there like that, then we kind of keep this shell together, and instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different shells, we've got 2, which is absolutely fine. Now you might notice I'm making very little effort to pack this up. That's because I'm going to do an entire packing video at the end just to show you how to pack these together. But now we've UV'd quite a lot of stuff on this robot. We've done this arm, we've done most of this leg, we've done these copper UV'd nuts and bolts, we've done the head, we've done the body. There's a few things left to do, but I'm actually going to do those off camera. So when I come back, I'll have the entire UV done. I won't lay it out, I'll just leave it like this all over the place so I can show you how to organize when this happens to you. I'm also going to then show you how to mirror your legs back across while maintaining the UV and things like this. So the next couple of parts will be pretty much organizational, different strategies for laying out UVs depending on how you intend to use them and what paint and package you're going to use. So I hope to see you for that, and I hope you found this part interesting. Thanks very much for watching. Hi, welcome back. So I've been happily just doing some of the last bits of the UV that I didn't want to do on screen because I think we've done pretty much enough UV. So I've done these fingers here, and really there wasn't a lot that we hadn't done on screen already. Part of it was just this leg piece here, and when I came to this leg piece, it's basically a very good example of a bad model to UV. So at some point when I was modeling this guy, I've obviously thrown this, very minimum visibility piece in as a bit of an afterthought, and I've meant to have come back to it at some point. So if we take a look at it, you can see the geometry on this is, for a start, not very good. We've got these very, very long faces here, which aren't great for UVing, and they're not great for having as a poly model either. We've got a big end gun along the bottom, and we've got what appears to have been left some extraneous edges. So I thought I'd UV this one on screen because it's a good example of what not to do. This is not what your model should look like when you come to UV it. So I thought we'd fix the model and then do the UV. Just as, say, sort of an example of the kind of geometry that you sometimes find. I mean, this happens quite a lot when you're modeling along, especially with a model with a lot of pieces. You've got a piece that's in a low visibility area, you really haven't taken the time on it that you should have done, and you end up coming to UV it, and then of course you look at it and you'll find some geometry that's just not going to work. So first thing, I'm going to take all these superfluous edges out. There's no point having them there. So I'm going to hold Shift, right mouse button, and delete edge. Now, if you just hit delete, that will leave a bunch, delete on the keyboard, that will leave a bunch of leftover vertices behind. So make sure you do the shift and delete edge. Now I'm going to go to shading, wireframe on, not wireframe on shaded, sorry, I use default material because that green is a bit nasty, and I'm going to just get rid of these inner edges as well. Now, generally with edges like this, the less is better a lot of the time, but that's not necessarily the case when you look at a great big, face like this. So the faces, you should try and keep them approximately square-ish. I mean, it doesn't really matter that much, but you want to avoid a situation where you've got a hugely long face with no horizontal edges across it, or vertical edges indeed, if it's a hugely long horizontal face. So in order to make this simpler on myself, I'm going to also delete this edge and this edge, because I tend to simplify this as much as possible. Now the reason I'm going to do that is so I can fix this large n-gon at the bottom. So let's get rid of that, and I'm just going to go edge to edge here and bridge across, and again bridge across, and you can just hit G on the keyboard to repeat the last command. So now we've got something that doesn't have an n-gon in it, and we've got a piece of geometry we can work with. Now I'm going to cut the front face off of this, but I want to be able to smooth it. So I want to preserve these edges, which means I'll need to put another edge in here. So I have a combination of 3 edges, 1, 2 and 1 in the middle, and it's the middle one we'll cut for the UV. And you can see as I smooth backwards and forwards, that middle edge stays about where it is, so this will help us with the UV. Now the same thing holds true here. I'm going to put a smoothing edge in here, a smoothing edge in here, one in here, and one in here, and again I'm going to cut the middle line of that for the UV, and then we'll need one here, and we've got some down here, so we'll also probably could use them here as well. This will help us maintain our hard edges. It will also stop a lot of the stretching that's going to happen on our UV. Okay, so this is now a much better piece of geometry to UV. It's got less edges, but also it has some holding edges as well, so we won't have so many problems with the UV smoothing. Now I'm going to put another holding edge in here, so when I cut this out I can cut it along the middle edge here. And I'm also going to, so we don't have these giant long faces, I'm just going to come in and split this up. Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect, it just solves the issue of having a giant long face. I can now go ahead and UV this guy, so I'm going to go into object mode to make sure that's okay smoothed. It is looking not bad. I think, though, we do have no holding edge around the bottom. So let's go ahead and put that holding edge in. Okay, now let's do that again, and that's looking much better. Alright, so now we should be fine to UV this, and this is not going to be particularly complicated to UV. I just wanted to show you an example of how geometry can affect your UV. So, of course, if you didn't have these holding edges in here in the right place, you could always do a mesh convert, smooth mesh preview to polygons, but that generally, for something like this, isn't necessary, and you're going to end up with a lot more edges than you need. Being able to put the edges in the place that you need them can keep your geometry count down and also give you a better result at the end of the day. So I'm going to look at cutting this guy up now. So I'm going to do an edit, delete by type history, and then I'm going to do a modify. No, actually I'm not. I'm going to do a mesh cleanup and make sure I've got non-manifold geometry selected, and the result is nothing. So we're good to go. So let's UV this fella. Let's start off by putting a normal based UV on it, and let's cut away some of this. So the first thing I want to cut away is this kind of round torus on the top here, donut shape. And there we go. I'm also going to turn off this UV distortion view so you can see a bit better where I've cut there, and we're going to cut. So we're going to go ahead and go into UV shell. I'm just going to hide this UV shell for now, so Control H, so we can see what we're dealing with here. Now this should be a fairly simple thing to cut. We're just going to cut all the way down this edge here, and then we'll cut down this edge here, and you can see that I'm cutting in the middle of 2 other edges to help with my smoothing, and that will fold out across the front, and that should be about all we need. Let's see here, so I've hit cut there and UV shell, and let's unfold this guy. So UV shell, and let's take a look at it. So yeah, we could probably do with some more cuts around here. So if we go to edge and then we look, we're going to cut in the middle, of course. So just double click there and double click there and cut. And now we can unfold again, and we should get a much straighter UV. Let's just check the top. There we go. If we put a checker on this, we should be able to see it. We go to object mode. Okay, ah yes, I have default material on. There we go. So pretty straight and even. Now I'm rather idiotically Not sure if I got that seam in the back where you would want it. I did, but that was luck, so you should check before you put your big seam in. I'd like to say that I did that on purpose, but actually I didn't. It was luck. So again, pay attention to where your seams are going. Now, in this case, it's not really going to be important because this is a fairly hidden bit of the model here. So, you know, it's really not going to be an issue. So let's see, let's unhide this UV patch here. And that will bring the top back as it's done. And then I can select the whole object. Should be able to, there we go, and press Control 1 again. Okay, there we go. And now I can hide this bit that's been UV'd already. So Control H. And then I've got this guy to take care of. Well, we have two edges and a center edge. So let's cut along the center edge here. Let's cut along the center edge here. Cut. And I should now have some UV shells that I can lay out flat. Okay. And that didn't cut away. Of course it didn't, because we need to cut out the middle as well. So just make sure you're in between those two edges. And cut. And now over to the UV view, and we should have this on a separate UV shell. We do, and as it's basically a cylinder, we're going to need to put a cut across it here. Actually, that's too much of a cut. So let's do that. Cut, and now we should be able to unfold the center cylinder. Unfold, okay. So that's that unfolded. Let's hide that so we know what we're dealing with. Control H. Okay, now we've just got this bit left, which should be in separate UV shells. It is. So we've got this bit here. Let's hit unfold. And okay, that unfolded, but it unfolded in like very, very minuscule proportions for some reason. Let's see if we can just scale that up a bit. There we go, that's a bit better. Now we're going to talk about scaling these uniformly later on when we come for the packing bit, because that is quite an important part of UVing, making sure you have things to the correct scale. But for right now, this will be fine. And let's take a look at this chappy. So this chappy here should just unfold no problem. It does. Okay, let's bring all of our shells back. So Shift H and slap a checkerboard pattern on them. So that's looking pretty good. These are a bit higgledy-piggledy. Let's get them all into one tile. There we go. Maybe make it a bit bigger than that. Okay, there we go. So this one seems excessively small. Let me just bring that up a bit. There we go. Alright, so we're looking alright here. I'm not seeing any massive distortion, UV distortion. In fact, I'm not seeing any distortion at all, which is nice. And if we smooth this, we should get some distortion, but not a horrendous amount. So there we go. You can see this has gone quite red. That really doesn't matter because it's all distorted to the same level. And we've got some blue around here. So this distortion here, let me get to the UV shell and unfold. So that is unfolded, and I can see from the squares that that's not really going to be an issue. Let me just make those squares a bit smaller. No, I'm not really seeing an issue here. So you might have a little bit of problem with some slight distortion around here, but that's where the seam is anyway, so it shouldn't be a great deal. And basically that was it. So I just wanted to touch upon this part because this was very bad geometry. When I laid this out, this was not intended to be the final object that was on the model. It's just such a kind of invisible part that it obviously got left out. My mistake, I'd obviously left it behind with some sort of dummy object there that I was going to come back and clean up, but I didn't, and that will happen to you. Now if you look at this object here, this one also has, you know, lots of lines going down, but these ones aren't superfluous because they meet up with these lines here, so we need them. So that's the reason for that. We can't just chop these out because then we'd end up with a huge problem up here. And this one I've already UV'd. So I thank you for watching that. I thought that might be of interest to some of you who are going to come across this problem. You're going to come across a UV that doesn't smooth particularly well. It's going to cause a lot of problems, and a lot of that is just to put the holding edges on it. Now, if you didn't mind using a bit more geometry for this guy, you can of course go Edit, Delete by Type History Now this is fairly low poly, so depending on what you're doing, um, you know, it's not back in the 1990s. RAM is not so much of a concern now, and if you're not modeling for a game engine, a lot of the time you might want to go ahead and just give yourself some extra geometry to work with, which will help with the smoothing and everything else. So if I say smooth mesh preview to polygons, while on the smooth mesh preview, of course, if I do this, and then that's a bit too much geometry, I mean, yeah, it's not such a problem as it used to be, but you don't want to go absolutely nuts, and there we go. And then I'm just going to select all these UV shells, go back to my UV toolkit, and unfold them all again. There we go. Now, if I go on to a smooth view, you'll see that I've got basically no distortion at all now by adding that extra geometry. However, adding that extra geometry without the extra smoothing edges as well isn't a good idea. So you still need to manually come in and put some smoothing edges in, especially on a model like this, which didn't have any. So there we go. I'll be back hopefully in the next part when I've finished the UV layout for everything. I'm just about done now. If I come across anything interesting, I'll throw up another video, but when we come back, I should be with a completed character, and we'll look at UV organization, layout, and all that stuff. So thank you very much for watching, and I hope to see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. So I've got the entirety of our character UV'd now, and there was nothing particularly complicated that popped up, so I didn't record another part. Everything was pretty much exactly the same process we'd already used on the body, on the arm, and on the leg here. It was just a few other little bits. Now, I used Maya's copy UV tool on the fingers, so transfer attributes, and I just transferred the attributes across, and this gave me all the fingers the same, so I only had to do one of those. The toes were a little bit more complicated, simply because this toe and this toe are actually modeled slightly differently to fit on the foot, so those couldn't be copied, so I just did those individually. And of course, all these bolts and nuts were just used with the transfer attribute too. And the only other thing I really cut out was these portions of the legs, and this torso I believe I did off camera, but it was fairly simple because once you've cut it in half here and cut the leg holders away, the hip joints here, then it just becomes a cylinder that you can lie out flat. Now, if I select this whole guy and put a checker pattern on it, you can see that we do have a UV on pretty much everything, but all these UVs are different sizes. Now, this is something we're going to have to sort out. We're also going to have to sort out the fact that we don't have a full character yet. We're going to have to re-mirror these and make sure we flip the UVs for them, and I'll show you how to do that in a second. And the other thing is, as I promised, I didn't do any organization as I was going along. So I have UVs absolutely everywhere, and this of course is no good. So we're going to sort that out in this part too. But first off, before we do anything else, what I'd like to do is have a look around and see if I can spot any distortion when I'm smoothing, see if there's any extra control edges that need to go in. And for most of this character I've checked it and it's absolutely fine. Now these fingers will show some distortion upon smoothing, as you can see, but I'm not sure I'm going to smooth these fingers. They're supposed to be pretty hard surface objects, so I'll probably leave them unsmoothed. And to be honest, they're such a small part of our character that unless I was rendering at a very extreme resolution or doing a extreme close-up of the hand for some reason, then that bit of distortion around these wouldn't be that visible. I mean, I'd need to literally shoot the finger at, substantial resolution to detect that distortion. So again, you don't always have to eliminate all the distortion. It depends on your shot. I mean, if that's as big as the finger's ever going to get in shot, that will just be sort of 30 or 40 pixels across, then, even on a zoom on that image, you're not going to detect distortion. So really, it's about your time and what you want to prioritize. For me, a small bit of the model that's never going to be a hero object of the model, it's never going to be in focus on its own, can have a little bit of distortion on it. Now, one thing I did want to take a look at was this chest, because if we come in and we do this unsmoothed, it's okay. If I smooth it, it's still okay. We get the tiniest bit of distortion around the shoulders, and I actually want to fix that and make it a little bit less. what we're seeing here is we've got an edge here and an edge here, but then we don't really have another holding edge. So an easy way to fix this, and I'm going to turn on our symmetry, is as I've said in previous parts, if you want to put a center edge in to cut around, so that minimizes the distortion you'll get when you smooth. So if I go back to my classic here, and I'm going to flip on the default material, it's just easier to see, and you'll see one edge, and our cut is here, our UV cut is here. So let's make sure we have this in Object X, and let's put another edge in there to hold that together, and this will allow us, we'll put one on here, this will allow us to change the position of the UV cut from this edge to this edge. Okay, so we've already cut the UV though, so let's have a look how we do that. Let's just flick back to the UV editing workspace, and you can see here highlighted in white where I have a texture border, and again I'm going to go default material, okay, and I'm just going to turn that off and default material, and the reason it's not going back to grey is because we still have the UV distortion on. Alright, so now you can easily see where I've got that texture border, and you can see where this new line came in. Now the problem with that texture border is it doesn't have an edge on each side to support it. So let's select this edge. I'm going to come in here and select edge, and if I zoom in on my UV, you can see where that edge is on my UV. So that's okay. Now I'm going to cut that edge, and it will do it on both sides because we have the mirroring in, and that gives me a different UV shell. Okay, so actually in this case, two different UV shells. Okay, so they're cut away. Now I'm not sure what we're going to do with those just yet. In fact, let's see where those would actually end up having to go. So let's get the edge we want to make a border, which is now a border, and this edge we want to be joined together. So let's find out where that edge is, and that looks like that would connect in here. So that shouldn't be a problem. We should just go and select the whole thing, and select around here, and select around here, and that will then join on to the main body portion. So let's just go stitch together and see what it makes of that, and then UV shell and unfold, and that should work okay. So now we only have one edge, but we've cut it in the center between two other edges. Let me go on to object mode here so we can see. So instead of our cut being here, where it's got nothing to support it on this side, we now have a cut here where it has two rather close edges to lend it some support. So let's turn our checker on and turn off default material so we can see it. And now let's smooth this and see how that deals with the distortion better. So let's go to view UV distortion, and you'll see I've got a little bit of it here, but not nearly as much as I did have before. Okay, we've got a few other problem areas here. So we've got a bit of UV distortion here. So again, we could move in another edge loop here and rejoin this edge and cut the UV on another edge loop here to give it that 1, 2, 3 supporting edge. But in this case, because this is underneath the body and most of it is covered up by, the arm itself and this shoulder joint attachment, then I'm not going to worry about that too much. Again, it's that constraint of time. Do you want to spend more time on it, especially in an area that probably no one's ever going to see? In this case, it's a small distortion, so no, I don't. So anyway, I just thought I'd cover that. I have gone around this model looking for areas that would be problematic, and we've got a UV here that's pretty good, but it's something you should do. You should always go around after you finish UVing and see if there's anywhere that stands out as obvious where a seam could be recut to give it a better smoothing or a better stretching and pinching characteristic when you smooth the model. Sorry. So we've got all this done. Now what we need to do is go in and organize this UV into its appropriate patches after we have mirrored across this geometry, because if we were to pack all this geometry up right now, what would happen is we'd then have to repack it when we mirrored it across, because obviously we'd be dealing with more UV sets. So let's grab this arm as one object. So I'm not going to combine it. I'm going to hit Control G to make it a group. And if I bring in my outliner, which you can find under Display Outliner, Window Outliner, is it? Yeah, Window Outliner. I always have mine open, so I never need to look for it. And Group 1, it's got temporary groups, so don't bother to rename it or anything. There's no need. And then we've got this whole thing selected. We're going to take off Object Symmetry for now, and we're going to get a mesh, so spacebar to bring up the hotbox, and we are going to do a mirror. So let's pop open the options box. I'm going to reset mine, so it should be the same as yours. Now I'm going to combine with original. I'm just going to turn off because we don't want it combined with original. We want to cut the geometry out, that's fine. Mirror direction, well, this is X and this is positive X, so we're going to want to do positive X. And flip UVs. Now we're going to flip them on the local U, because obviously when we mirror this, we want to mirror the UVs and we want them flipped in the right direction. If we were mirroring across the vertical, so if we were mirroring this leg to, for some reason, go straight up here instead of across the horizontal, you'd want to mirror in V. But for me, local U will be fine, and I'm going to hit mirror and give that a couple of seconds. So there we go. So that's mirrored our object across, and you'll see that the UV is flipped. Now this really doesn't matter that much. If we come in here and select the UV shell and unfold this guy, you'll see nothing will change, should be exactly the same. So, you know, there's that, and then let's grab this leg, making sure we got all of it, nothing else. We do, and again, Control G to group the leg together, and once again, mirror. So just in this case, mesh mirror, your previous options will have stayed the same. Okay, and that should give me another leg. It does. Now, there are a couple of other things we needed to mirror on this, so let's get on with it. So this guy, this, and this make up the eye. Now, this might need some manual placement. We'll see in a second, but for now, we need a mirror of it anyway. So Control G and Group 3 and Mesh Mirror. Okay, does that need any manual change? No, actually, that's absolutely fine. And last couple of bits, so this one here just should be just as simple as, let me hit W, and we don't need to group this because its point of origin is already on the center of the grid if we look down here. So that's what you're looking for in this case. So this one doesn't need a group, it's just a single object. So mesh, mirror, and that should have just appeared. No, it didn't. I've noticed this on Maya 2017 and 2018. Sometimes it just ignores the buttons you click in the hotbox. I don't know why. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. There we go, and that did the mirror. So I think there is... yeah, there was one more of those, but of course we got it when we mirrored the whole leg together. Alright, so that's the entire character mirrored. So now we have an entire character with an entire UV. And if we look down at the bottom here, it's going to be pretty difficult to see. Let me turn the grid off. There we go. So you can see we've got 428 UV shells. We have zero overlapping UVs and 0 reversed UVs. So that's a good indication that there's not something terribly wrong. I mean, it's not the only indication, but, you know, it's nice that we have no overlaps and no reversed UVs. And if we look at this guy on view, yeah, UV distortion view, which we've got on, which we need to select for, so let's select. You should see that he's predominantly white. We've got a fairly low distortion UV here, which is making me kind of happy. What we do have, though, is very much a huge mess when it comes to our UV patches. So we've got UV patches absolutely everywhere, and we're going to need to sort that out. So in the next part, now we've done the mirroring and talked a little bit about putting some extra edges in things that might need extra edges, like the shoulder joint. We're going to come back in the next part, and we're going to look at finally organizing this UV layout in such a way that will make it far easier to paint later on. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in this part we're going to take a look at UV organization and layout, and this is quite a big part of the process. As you can see here, if I zoom out, I've got UV shells all over the place, and this is going to do us no good at all. we need to organize them into these tiles. And if I actually just change the view here to make it easier to see what is an actual tile, so if I go down to the grid and just change the subdivision grid lines to 1, you'll see one tile, or tile 1, tile 2, tile 3, tile 4, and so on and so forth. Now let's look at this guy. Now we did this UV layout with the layout command by selecting all the shells and hitting layout. Now we looked at that briefly, and I did mention that a lot of the time you're better off to pack by hand, and let's look at an example of why that would be the case. So if we start off with this guy and look at this as a UV organization, is it good? Well, in terms of maximizing the texture space we're going to paint on, it's not bad. In terms of organization and actually painting it, it's not great. For a start, this is upside down. So if I was going to paint on this UV, all of a sudden I'll be painting upside down. Now you can of course rotate this in your paint package and then rotate it back, but it's a far more efficient workflow if we just organize this correctly in the first place. So let's look at something else that might be wrong. So if we turn on our checkered pattern here, you can see these boxes are slightly larger than these boxes, and I can actually accentuate that, exaggerate that effect. So what happens here? This is all one mesh. So we're going to paint across this, and let's say we wanted to paint some dirt or rust across the shoulder portion here. Well, this arm would actually be lower resolution than this body, which is going to cause us an issue. Now, it doesn't really matter so much if, say, this arm was higher resolution than this body, because they're not actually connected, and sometimes that is indeed advantageous. You can see this arm is in fact much higher resolution than this body, but because they're not connected, sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's not. If this is going to be the same material as the chest portion, then you want them basically in the same scale. But for other things, it won't matter. It will certainly matter, however, if they're on the same mesh. So, you know, if I was doing a drip of water coming down here and it went over here and then down here, you'd get high resolution texture, low resolution texture. So what's the answer to this? Well, if we look underneath here, you can see we've got very low resolution texture by the size of these squares, and that's absolutely fine in this case, because we know this is not going to be really seen, so we're not going to waste our texture space on it. So the first thing I'm going to do is grab anything that I have purposefully made bigger or smaller for a specific reason. I'm then going to take this seems about the size I want. I'm going to go into the, let's see, it should be under transform, and under the transform tools, I'm going to get the pixel density size of this. I'm then going to select every other shell that I want to make the same size and set the pixel density size. You'll now see that all of these things have exactly the same size. All of the squares are exactly the same size, which means that we'll have exactly the same resolution when we come to it, except for this portion, which we wanted as a different resolution. Now let's talk about layout for a minute. So let's just do a standard Maya layout. So I'm going to come in here, I am going to click layout, and I'm going to just reset all these settings. So now it's a standard Maya layout. I'm going to hit layout UVs, and you'll see that that's done, let me turn this off, a pretty decent job of laying those out. But what it's done is it's done a pretty decent job of laying those out to fill up this patch, which will give us better texture resolution. Now, is that advantageous? Yes. Is it the be-all and end-all? It used to be. When we only used the one UV tile or UV patch here, it used to be that you would maximize the texture resolution in that tile at the cost of pretty much everything else. Nowadays, of course, because we can use a multi-tiled layout, generally speaking, you want to organize this in such a way that it makes sense when you come to paint it. So for instance, a very simple fix here could be to flip this guy up the other way around. Now, I'm a texture artist, or I'm sending this to a texture artist, it becomes much easier for them to paint on it if they're painting directly on the UV. Another thing we can do is look at perhaps which way everything is orientated. So this is the neck joint. So if we look at this shell here, we can see that this is actually, let's see, UV shell. Select the shell. This is this portion. So it would be handy if we were painting this and we wanted to paint up from here on the actual UV, if this was orientated the right way. So in order to do that, I'm going to grab a couple of edges in the center of this guy, in the center of the chest, and I'm going to hit stitch together. And that now is orientated in the right way. We've got a bit of overlap here, so we can use the sew tool to just kind of press B and hold, and then drag the middle mouse button here so I can get a smaller brush size. There we go. And I'm just going to join those together. There, done. I can now go back to the UV shell and unfold. And there we go. Now, if I'm painting this via the UV, I know that this is where the neck starts. So I can paint, straight across here, and I can follow the line of the UV, which becomes important. Now, this is not always possible, of course, because this is the central part of the chest, and no matter how hard we try, we're not going to get that to fit in there. But what we can do is orientate it the right way round. So at least when we are painting on it, we know that that's the bottom and that's the top. Now, some of these are a bit more tricky. This, I believe, is the inner arm portion of this UV. So I'm actually going to take both of those and make them smaller, simply because that inner portion here is rarely going to be seen. I'm not going to need much resolution for it, and it's probably just going to be a dark space, quite shadowed, probably quite grungy. So in this case, I can get away with maximizing my texture space by shoving that in the middle of there like so. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. Now you'll notice that I adjusted this one without adjusting this one, and I want them both the same. So I'm going to click this one, I'm going to come in, get the pixel density, and then set the pixel density. So now we're good. Now all I need to do is organize these. So these are the outer arms here, and again they would fit in here. So there's not a lot I can do about that. So I'm just going to straighten them up so they're nice and easy to work with, and I'm going to put those in a position of my choosing. So I'd probably like to actually put them both together, because that would make sense to me, being they're both the arm pieces. So again, I'm going to put the left one on the outside edge. So let's move this in here and move this one in here. Now this is an important part of the process if you are doing it yourself. So if you're working on your own and you intend to texture this model yourself, then this is an important part of the process for your own organization. If, however, you're actually texturing this for work, you're going to send this file to somebody else, whether you're collaborating with a friend or you're actually working in an environment where you would have a separate texture artist, this is then no longer nice. This is an essential part of the process. Your texture artist will not thank you if you send him a UV patch that is all over the place. So again, let's have a look at this guy, and we know we want this is the bottom, going up to the bottom of the neck region, then going up to the bottom of the neck. So let's find the bottom edge of this neck here. So this would be the bottom edge of the neck. I can see it on the 3D view, which means that I want this guy this way around. Okay, because we want to maintain that continuity. So we want this guy here. So we know bottom, going upwards, going upwards, going upwards. Now they might not be connected, but when you come to paint them, it does make that very easy to see. Now we know this is our inside edge here, so I'm probably just going to put that one up there and leave it. Now we've got a bit of space left over here. So if I was to take this inside guy and go, okay, this is where my logo or where my writing is going to be going, I need more texture resolution. Well, now I have the space to purposefully size this quite a bit bigger. Now, as long as I know that this is going to have extra resolution, that can a lot of the times be fine, and we've maximized the amount of space this UV fits into. It's nice and straight, it's nice and organized, it's pretty much exactly what you would be looking for. Okay, let's look at packing another tile, because I've also purposefully left a few UV errors in this model so we can fix them now. I thought it might be interesting for you guys to see. But let's go ahead and pack another square. So for this I'm going to open my Hypershade. I'm going to get tile 2 here, and I'm going to just select objects with material. Then I'm going to press Shift and 1 to hide everything. I'm going to go to object mode, and I'm going to select them all. Now I'm going to make sure that I've got all of them. And as you can see, this here is just a complete mess. So we could try laying this out by hand now, but first we're going to actually use the layout option. Now that will lay all these pieces out in a bit of a mess. I mean, it's fine, it actually organizes it for texture space, but again, we don't necessarily need it organized for texture space. And this is in tile 1, what we are calling tile 1, what Maya calls tile 0. So we need this in tile 2. In this tile, sorry. If we look at our hypershade, this color represented tile 2, so this tile 1, tile 2. Let's go up here, and again we use the transform options. We select everything, and let me get sure we're on UV shell here. We select everything, and now we can just move that one whole tile across. So if it was tile 8, we'd just keep moving it. So now we're in the right tile. We've got everything done. Now, again, those layout options weren't the best because if you remember, we looked at this before, and we've got no shell padding or no tile padding. So since I reset that, let's just come in here and hit layout again. Okay, that will lay us out with a bit of padding, making everything easier to see. And back to the transform tools and just shift that into the tile. Now, again, this is fine. You could actually go away and paint on this. You wouldn't really have too much of an issue. But only if you were intimately acquainted with the model. If you weren't, and again, if you wanted to paint some horizontal stripes up here directly on the UV, well, you know, this becomes a bit tricky. So you can look at organizing this by top and bottom again. That is the bottom portion of the leg. If we select a bottom edge, we should be able to see that, actually I've selected their whole edge. Let's just select one of these edges here and see where that edge is. Okay, it's there. So it's here. So that is definitely the bottom of the leg, which means, again, this is also the bottom of the leg. Now you can, of course, do this organization before you go on to mirror. In a lot of cases that would be advantageous, but for me this is okay. I'm just going to straighten these pieces out. Okay, so you see what I'm doing here. I'm just straightening everything out so basically we can see where it is, and then I'm going to put, so what is this UV patch? If we hit F to focus, right, this is the inside portion of the leg, which means to my mind that it should be a bit smaller because we don't need the actual space for it. So I'm going to make it a bit smaller. I'm going to take this one and make them small both at the same time. Okay, I'll make those a bit smaller, and I'm actually going to put those along with the inside portion of the leg, just so I know what they are. This is going to make my UV organization, or when I come to paint it, a lot nicer. I know that this is the bottom inside of the leg, and this is the bottom outside of the leg. Straighten that up. So you can see this process can take some time, but you will end up thanking yourself for it. So here we go again. So this is, let's see, this and this guy belong together. This makes up this whole leg component. Now we want to make sure that we're the right way up, so we want to make sure that this is the bottom, so edge here, and let me just select a little bit here. So where is that? Let's see. Okay, that's actually the top of the leg. So these are upside down. So let's make them straighter. Okay, that'll do. And let's straighten this one out. Just make sure I've got that on the shell. There we go. And let's flip this one up. Okay, so now we've got two UV shells that we know are the right way up. So if I wanted to come in and paint on this UV, and I was doing a drip of water downwards, and I was painting on the actual UV, well, I now know this is the top, and that's the bottom. So this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about organization. Now, to do this kind of organization, you're going to sacrifice a little bit of texture resolution and a little bit of texture space. But that's okay. If you find you've sacrificed too much of that, you can, of course, always lay this out in more patches. So I'm actually going to pause now, and I'm going to organize this the way I see fit. And we'll come back and talk about why I've organized it the way I have. Okay, so I've gone ahead and organized this, which took a couple of minutes. I mean, this is a fairly time-consuming process. There's not a lot to be done about it. But as you can see here, I've got my top of my left leg, I've got the bottom of my right leg, the top of my right leg, and the bottom here. So everything that you can see is all in the right direction. This is the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the bottom, this is the bottom of this outer leg part here. If I select an edge, you'll see that's on the bottom. So what we've done is we've sacrificed some texture space here, and we've got a much easier layout to paint. If I'm going to come in and paint this right now and wanted to do some stripes down the leg, it becomes really simple. And if I wanted that to carry on from here, you can see, you might be able to see on this view, the edge line that carries down. You can see that drip would go down, it would then appear on this, and it would then drip down to the next point down, which in this case is the inside of the foot. You can't really see here. You might be able to see a little red dot going around here. And the same holds true for this. This is the, if we can zoom out, I think this is the other leg here, the top of, sorry. Let's see if we can see that edge going along. So edge, and you can see, or should be able to, if I can get that the right way around, the edge point there. So if I just hit Q, and you can see that little red dot moving. So we know that that is the top edge. And if we spin this around, you'll see my edge walk down there, down, 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 and down. And it's the same on the other side. So if you look at this one now, and we go edge again, you can see that walk down. So all of our shells are orientated in the right direction. Now if we bring the body back, we start to get a UV layout that looks something like this. Now, this is much easier to paint now that we've done this than it would have been previously. It's given us a little less texture space, however. All of the grey on this is kind of wasted space. Now, if you let Maya do the layout and change the size of the shells or just rotate them anyway at once, then you can often get better texture resolution. However, in this case, because of modern tools and modern workflows, if I needed more texture resolution for, let's say, these legs, what I would do is take this and give it another patch. So we would end up with more patches. So this is kind of the best of both worlds. You end up with a very nice structured ordered UV layout, and if you need more texture resolution, simply use more patches. It's really not like, or tiles, it's really not like it is in the bad old days where you were limited to just this one square and you had to make a lot of choices depending on resolution, and you would often end up with a UV map that was difficult to paint on. We're not kind of stuck in that situation anymore. So I'm going to call this part a day here. When we come back, we'll look at some of the UVs that I have left. You know, they're laid out flat. If we look at them, they're flat. If we look at the squares here, it's pretty decent. All the squares are the same size. It's not bad. But when we look at them just like this, this is not optimal. It's not great to paint on. It's got a big hole in it. You know, it's just not a great way to lay out a UV, even though it's flat, and even though I believe it's probably distortion free. Let's have a look here. UV distortion, yeah, it's pretty distortion free, and it's got only a seam down the back, which is where we want it. It's got very few seams in general, one round here, one round here, but nothing across the front where you might want to put your detail. So you could say this was a pretty decent flat UV. However, it's cut in such a way that's going to make it difficult to lay out. And, you know, when it comes to painting it, it's like, okay, so this bit is here, but if I paint this, then where do I get to this bit, if you like? So I would have to then find where that bit was. Let's go edge mode here. Okay, so if I wanted to paint from here up to here, I would have to finish my paint in there and then start it here. So that would be backwards. It would be confusing if you were going to paint just on the UV. So when we come back, we'll look at fixing up this UV so it's better, and then we'll look at organizing it. So I hope this has been interesting. As you can see, the UV layout and optimization process at the end here is a huge part of doing UVs. So we'll be on this for probably a couple more parts. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in the next part. Okay, welcome back. So in this part we're going to take a look at this dark blue one here, and we'll find out which patch we've assigned that to, or tile. So it's tile 5. So let's go ahead and select the whole thing, just get its UV shells and do a quick layout. Now this won't be the final layout, but it will move it to about where we want it. So we got tile 1, let's go up to the translate and just go tile 2, 3, 4 and 5. So that's now in the right tile, we can start working. Now let's have a look at why this is not very good. Because it would be difficult to paint. It's flat, it's distortion free. A lot of people I've seen would just call it quits here and go, okay, that's done, it's distortion free. You could indeed now take this into Headus UV Layout and paint it. However, for me, it's, or you could take it into Substance or Photoshop, whatever you want. For me, it's confusing. The top of this pelvis area here is this. So where is this then? So the top of the pelvis is here, but then it continues here if I was going to paint across it. So this is going to have to change. The way it's laid out is going to have to fairly dramatically change. So I'm going to come in here and cut this edge. And cut this edge. As I say, there's nothing intrinsically wrong with this UV other than the fact that it's going to be difficult to paint on. And in the 3D industry, time is, certainly money. How is that one shell? Ah, okay, I see it's joined at the top here as well, so let's just cut that away. Time is most certainly money in the 3D industry, and if you hand off a file to a texture painter that, it takes him ages to paint it because he's confused about where everything is, no one is going to thank you for that. So it is certainly worth spending the extra time on the UV layout, even if you're just painting it yourself and you think, well, I'll remember where everything is. Yeah, maybe not if you come back to it a couple of weeks later. So, as you quite often do, I'm going to make the sew tool brush a bit smaller. There we go. And I'm just going to sew this together there. I'm going to do the same on the other side now. So let's press Q to go back to get out of the tool and unfold this beastie. Unfold. Okay, there we go. Are these edges supposed to be together? No, they're not. Alright, so perfect. So now we've got the bottom of our pelvis here. So if I take a look at the shell, and I'm going to turn off distortion mode here quickly because we don't need it. If I take a look at the shell, okay, you can see what that does now is, in fact, I'm going to control 1 this, actually, I'm going to, what's the best way to show this? Okay, let me just organize this. I'm going to control 1 the actual pelvis object, and then I'm going to hide the other shells here, just so we can see what this shell actually is. So Shift and Control and H, sorry, to hide that, and this shell here is this portion here. So what we're looking for right now is, let me unhide those shells right quick. So Shift H. What we're looking for is for this to join to this. So we're going to do an edge. We'll select a couple of the middle edges there and hit stitch together. Now if I'm painting this, all of a sudden I can turn it the right way up from my point of view, so this way. Now if I'm painting this, I'll know that when I'm painting up here, I'm going to be joined to here. So it makes it a bit easier to paint. Now let's stitch this together somewhat. So sew tool once again. I'm just going to stitch this together. There we go. And it looks like we've got one that needs stitching there. And of course, exit the tool using Q and unfold. Okay, so this is already looking a bit better. But what are these parts? Well, these parts are underneath here. So presumably, if I was painting this, they would be joined somewhere around, let's see where they would be joined. Here. Okay, so let's get the center of one of these and stitch it. And let's grab the center of one of these. And actually, no, not that one. That's the wrong doohickey. Let's stitch this too. Okay, now we've got an issue because that's obviously going to overlap, which is not good. So I'm just going to sew a little bit. So I'm going to sew these together, a few that way and a few that way, and again a few this way and a few this way. Now this might actually end up causing us a little bit of distortion. Is it worth it? In my opinion, yes. To have a a bigger shell and one that's not confusing to the texture artist is well worth it, in my opinion. So if we look at the UV distortion now, view UV distortion, you can see that, yeah, we haven't really got that much UV distortion. If we put a checker on it, let's have a look with the checker on. And yeah, it's not terrible. It is a little distorted under here, but that's this. So we can probably, oops, use the sew tool and sew this a bit more together perhaps. So let's go Q, UV and unfold. And there we go. So yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay, it's not perfect, but again, I'm not looking for absolute perfection here. I'm looking for something that makes this easier to paint. Now, I'm going to probably need a bigger sew brush here. There we go. So let's just sew that all the way to the end. UV shell and unfold. Unfold. There we go. That's got sewed all to the end. They're not overlapping there, are they? Let's get this sew tool back, and see if there's anything else that would sew together here. So let's see if that makes a bit of a difference. Unfold. Okay, yeah, that genuinely looks to be a little better to me. So let's do the same on the other side. Sew tool. And again, you know, this can take a bit of trial and error to get it where you want it. Unfold, and let's check that out. Okay, I think the other side is completely stitched. Yeah, let's do a complete stitch here as well. There we go. So, unfold, done, and done. So now we have something that, while it is, you can see here, it does have a little distortion on it, but it has that little distortion underneath here, which is not really going to be that visible. And if we go up top and round the back, our distortion is very, very minimal. So I can live with that, and I can now also turn this thing up the right way around. And get it organized a little bit. And this to me is a lot easier to paint. Now, this is going to save me a ton of time when I come to paint it. Now, would this guy connect anywhere? I don't think so. Let's try it. No, as you can see, that's just not going to fit. So let's find out what that guy is. So let's go UV shell and select it. And it's the inside of this tube here. So it's really not critical to how it's placed or where it is. In fact, we don't even need it to have this much resolution. But as we need to form a square here, this is going to be fine anyway. Now, if we grab this whole thing, let's turn off the distortion. So UV distortion. If we grab this, and let's turn off the checker. If we grab this whole set of patches, whoops, I've left something behind. It looks like, what is this guy and what's it doing there? So let's grab an edge for it. Okay, it would go there. So let's just make sure we've stitched this together. So sew tool and stitch that together. And where would this go? So it looks like this shouldn't be here. Let's do an edge and let's cut it off at this edge. Cut. Did I just, yep, I did. UV tool, unfold, and unfold. Right, and let's find out where this guy should go. Edge. So where should he go? Probably on the other side there. Yeah, stitch together. Alright, so we just had a little bit left over there. No big deal. Sew tool. There, done, done, and done. Let's unfold this. And just move this back into place. Now, if we want to get this guy kind of sized and central on the UV patch, we can still use the Maya layout. If we go down to layout, press shift and click, and now we're going to turn off, let's just reset the settings on this. We're going to turn off translate shells, and we're going to leave it like this, and we're just going to hit layout UVs. Whoops. You'll notice that I just had one patch selected, so let's make sure you get them both, and layout. And that will just scale it up so it fits in the tile here. So I'm going to UV shell, and this was number 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go, number 5. So it's in the right place, and again, if you don't want that jammed right up across the edge, you can just move it out a little bit. There we go. And there we go. So we're done. Now let's have a look at the UV patches we've got so far. So we've got number 5, number 2 here, number 1 here, and number 2 is all of this turquoise color. Okay, so we have some very, very organized UV patches. Very easy to paint on, and that is again the point here. We are looking for stuff that's easy to paint on. More importantly, we're looking for a layout that we can simply hand to somebody else, and it's going to be easy to paint on for them. Because, you know, in most 3D scenarios, you would be doing the modeling and the UV, but you wouldn't necessarily be doing the texturing. So, you know, do the next person down the line a favor and give them something that's very easy to paint on. They'll get a much better result in a much faster time. And that goes for you as well. Even if you're just a hobbyist, if you're just practicing, if you want a job in the industry, or maybe you're just making YouTube videos and you want to do some 3D effects for that, keeping to the same workflow and the same standards that you would in a studio is going to make your life easier. There are reasons why it's done this way, and I say they are to make your life easier, even though when you first start doing them, it can seem like a huge pain in the backside. So let's go to our material guy here and select objects with material for tile 3, and let's take a look at tile 3. So I'm going to control 1, I'm going to go to object mode, I'm going to select everything that was in tile 3, and I'm going to hit layout just so they go to one shell. There we go. And this is tile 1, 2, oops, I'm going to have to select the UV shells here. Whoops. Sorry about this, folks. There we go. Select the UV shells, 1, 2, and 3. There, so that's in tile 3. Now all that remains for us to do is organize this guy. So we've got some very large forearm parts. And that's not going to work for me. That's just not going to fit, is it? That's never going to fit. So let's make those a bit smaller. In fact, let's grab both of them together and make them a bit smaller. Okay, and they fit basically in a square box. And now it's a case of organizing these guys. So I'm going to move all the patches out of the way so I can see what we're doing. I'm going to find out why we've got these funny little leftover end pieces. So don't really need those. Let's stitch together. You know, make the patches bigger, deal with a tiny bit of distortion. And as I've said all the way through this tutorial, UVing is always a cross-up between the number of seams you're going to end up with and the amount of distortion you're going to end up with. So there is no one right way. There is no, you know, always do it this way. There's just different techniques depending on what it is you're trying to achieve. So I'm going to use the sew tool here, and actually I'm going to recut this guy. So let's cut it and UV, and then I'm going to select this edge maybe and join it up here. It looks like a better place to join it. There we go. So sew tool, done, done. Just Q to get off the tool, UV shell and UV shell, and let's unfold both of these together. There we go. Now, I'm not actually sure that it's necessary for us to have this cut here either. So let's use the sew tool and sew that up. Done, and do the same on the other side. And unfold. And unfold. Now, I'm just going to go ahead and lay this out as I would. Now, you'll see we've got a big size differential. So again, you're going to need to do your get pixel density and then set pixel density, because as you can see, this body piece was actually much bigger than we thought it was. And let's set pixel density for these as well, so everything is the same size. Now, this is quite decent because I can find the top edge of this. So this is actually the top. So this is currently upside down. So again, from a texture painting point of view, easier to know that this is the bottom and this is the top. And again, with these arms, we might just pull them out, one here. So this is going to be, which edge is this? We select one of these downward edges and hit F to focus. Okay, so this is the edge that's connected to this. So let's find this guy. Whoops, UV shell. Okay, so it's actually this guy. and this should connect to this. So, in order to achieve that, let's move this guy here and put him kind of here. So, let's move these out. And as you can see, if I do an edge now, you can see that this edge matches this edge. So if I was texture painting this guy, then I know I can paint straight across here. Now obviously there's a gap, but it's still much easier for me to visualize that than it would be if that shell was, halfway across the patch here. So this one, go up here and here. And again with this guy, just move him into position. Now it's not always possible to get this perfect, but as long as it's near enough, as long as it's a good indicator for you, and you know, and the person that's working on it, importantly, as well knows what's going on simply by looking at it. So let's select this edge here and make sure we're dealing with the right thing. So that would be over here. That would be this edge. Yeah, there we go. So we can paint across this now much more easily than we would have been able to. Alright, so I am going to go ahead in between these parts and organize a lot of these other patches. Now there will be a issue with the fingers, which we'll get into, but for right now I just want to get most of my patches organized. Can I just hit Control 1 here? There we go. Because we've still got, a lot of stuff that's all over the place, really. So far we've got all the yellow, all of the blue here, and we're all getting pretty organized. Now I have noticed something when we laid out the pelvis here in this dark blue color. We didn't also lay out the feet, so I'm going to lay out the feet as well in that same tile that the pelvis is laid out in. But as you can see, we've got plenty of space to do so. So I'll see you in the next part. I will do another couple of patches. I'll need to do these, the green color. And basically all I'm going to do is go across. I'm going to select objects from material. I'm going to do a Control 1 to isolate them. I am then going to make sure I'm on object mode, if I can get to object mode. And then I'm just going to, do a base simple layout. So again, just a base simple layout. And then I'll move these into the correct patch by selecting the UV tiles, checking the material. So this was the light green, so number 6, I think. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now I can go ahead and start organizing these guys so they're all facing the way up. And I can make sure things like this guy here, for instance, these are all the different components of that. So I'll just make sure these are all orientated the right way and easy to paint. So I hope this has been of some use to you. I'll see you in the next part when I'll have more organization done for you, and we'll start to look at things like fingers, where you're going to have lots and lots and lots of UV shells. Thanks for watching. See you in the next part. Hi, welcome back. So in this part I want to continue with our UV layout and optimization. Now I want to look at the underneath of our head here. Now if you look at the checker map that we've got on here with the checker here, you can see that it's pretty distortion free. If I select this one, and it's all pretty much the same size. So what's wrong with this? It's laid out in such a way that it would be quite easy to paint, although there are better layout options than this. Of course, it hasn't really maximized its texture space. And what's wrong with this? If I hit Control 1, you can see when we look inside the head, our UVs here are the same resolution as our UVs outside the head. Now we touched upon this briefly with this body panel that we did in Headus. If you see the UVs on the inside have much lower resolution than the UVs on the outside. Now this is pretty much always a good thing unless you're going to shoot your character from the inside out. So in the case of these portions here, which we can grab by just finding the material, tile 10, select objects with material and hitting Control 1. In these portions here, we're never really going to see the inside of this head. So why don't we take a look right now at re-optimizing this UV for the inside of the head. So if I just turn off the material here, you can see if we just put an edge along here, we could actually cut out that just go to there. We could actually cut out this inside portion and then make it a lot smaller. So let's just go for a cut. So up to, where are we? Turn the transform menu off a second and do a cut here. UV shell, and we obviously did not cut all the way across that because it's not propped out as a shell. We missed a small edge here. Cut. Okay, so now I've got an entirely different UV shell for this guy. So let's have a look at this now. Let's turn the checker back on. Let's unfold this guy now. He's been, disconnected. And there we have the inside of the head in a completely separate UV portion that obviously we can make, very small. So it's not going to take up much texture space. And I'm just going to shove that in the bottom corner so we know what it is. And afterwards we can have a look at re-optimizing this, because I've got a feeling that this is now going to be a long, thin piece, so we won't be able to use it to good texture maximization effect. But let's have a look at these pieces here. So again, we've got a similar situation going on. If I hit the checker, there we go, you can see that inside here is the same resolution as outside. Which, why not always terrible as an idea? If this mouth opened, for instance, and we could then see the inside, then you might want extra resolution on the inside. But however, when I did this character, there's actually a round ball in the center of the head, so when the mouth opens, you'll just see that round ball. You won't actually see the inside of this. So in this point, it's not just necessary to have a good layout of these UVs so they're easy to paint. It's also necessary to start to think, when we come to the layout, hang on a minute, do I really need to spend a lot of my precious texture space on bits of the model that aren't going to be seen, or are going to be seen from a long distance, because that's also a thing. So, when it comes to having seams, because we'll have to put a seam in here, of course, and let's just cut that. And that should have just cut now the inside out, as you can see. So if we make that a much smaller, you can see I've got very little resolution on the inside now, leaving me a lot more resolution for the outside, which is exactly where we want our resolution to be. So let's come and just quickly do this side. Now we could mirror this across, but it's such a quick operation that generally, if you're doing one cut, it's really not going to be an issue to just do that. And that's the inside portion. And we'll just make that a tad smaller and move it out the way. So let's have a look what we're left with. Let's go on to object mode here and select everything. So we're left with this. Now the problem is, if we do a UV shell and make sure these are all the same size, I believe they are, but a bit of verification doesn't hurt. So we'll get the pixel density of this. We will set the pixel density of this, set the pixel density of this. I'm going to get the pixel density of our smaller pieces and set and set, so our smaller pieces all share the same resolution too. Now that's not really essential, it's just nice to be nice and neat. Okay, so now let's look at our larger pieces. How would we pack this? I could of course make these a bit bigger, but I'm going to hit that situation where, because this is long and thin, this is about the optimum pack I can do. And you'll notice the amount of space that we have that's not being used is not good. It's quite outrageous, really. So we need to find a different way to cut this UV, even though when we go onto a checker pattern, it's distortion free and it's laid out and it's flat and it has a few seams. That still doesn't mean it's the best way to do it. So let's look here. Let's see where this edge, or maybe this edge, would join to. Now this edge will join up here. So in order to maximize the resolution of this, we need to get this guy into pretty much a square instead of this long rectangle. So if we check out this edge here, we know it would connect with this edge up here. So we come to a situation now where if we put a seam, let's just follow this seam from here. Now that might not be the best place, we might do a bit of recutting, but there is some trial and error in this process. So let's cut here, and then we know we've got an edge over here, so select this and just hit stitch together. Now, as you can see, this thing goes more into a square, which is going to make us much, much easier to pack. So let's use the sew tool and start sewing some of these UVs together. There we go, and let's sew these together. Now let's do an unfold on that, because we've got a lot of things packed together now. We could end up with a little distortion. And I'm already going to notice that this corner's been cut and this one hasn't, so I'm actually going to cut this corner back approximately to the same as the other corner's been cut, which I would assume was down to there. So let's cut and let's do an unfold. Okay, and you'll see that opens up like this. Let's make sure we've got some stress relief on the other side. So best place to cut this one, possibly here and here. Let's do a cut. As I say, there's some trial and error necessary. Alright, and that's unfolded a little bit. This is cut here as well. I don't think that's necessary, so let's get the sew tool and B and middle mouse drag to make that a bit smaller. There we go. And UV shell, unfold. Alright, so that's unfolded into a square now, as opposed to a large rectangle. So this will maximize our texture space. Now, it has given us another seam, and also we've ended up with a seam we really don't need down the center of this thing. Now, that was entirely my fault because I clicked on an edge loop, so we'll just come and we'll just use the sew tool and sew it back together again. So no real issue there. Our seam stops where it should now. Always handy to have a look around the model. And that has given us another seam here in the front. But, you know, that's just a price we're going to have to pay. Without that seam in the front, we would end up utilizing perhaps 25% of our texture space here, which is, you know, not a good thing. And we can look, of course, at the edge of where that seam is and see if there's any way we could take it out. Now, in this case, that's going to be very difficult to take out. I could do another edge cut here, but that would give me a seam there. So wherever I slice and dice this thing, it's going to end up with a small seam in it. Now, you might be more comfortable putting the seam down the center of the model. That's pretty much more traditional, and it's not really that difficult to achieve. We would need to just go from here to double click here to put a line there. Let's do a cut here and UV shell, and let's move this guy, and we want to, let's see, we'll need to connect this edge up here. So let's just go sew together, or stitch together, sorry, and then the sew tool, and let's sew that up. That's as much as it will go. UV shell and unfold. Okay, no, we still can do a bit of sewing there. Sew together and unfold. So if you wanted that in the center, if that you know, makes more sense to you, a lot of people do like to cut them in the center like that, then that's absolutely fine. You know, for me personally, I would have been fine with it at that edge. But again, I just wanted to show you that it's not terribly difficult to recut these UV shells. We should still have a very minimum of stretching. We do, and we should still have the bigger resolution, or the lower resolution on the inside in this case. So if we look at this thing, we seem to be missing a bit, because over here we have, let me turn the checker off, we have this bit that sticks out, which, as this was symmetrical, you would think there would be a bit that stuck out over there. It's not that bit. Okay, so where does this guy go? Because we've got this bit here, so stitch together, and that will have disappeared. Yeah, off to there. Okay. So, sew tool, there we go, and a quick unfold again, unfold, and a quick look in the distortion view, just to see if we've got any major distortion areas. Now, we do have some distortion around here, so if I just select some faces, I can see where that distortion is. Yeah, and that's not optimal place for our distortion, really. Let's do... I'm going to see here if it's worth having another small seam to free up that distortion. It's not. The distortion stays where it is, so it's really not. In this case, we're going to have to live with that distortion if we want to... did I leave that seam in place? I did. Let me just turn off the shaded and use the sew tool to stitch that back together. So in this case, we're going to have to live with a distortion to maximize our UV space and to minimize the amount of space we spend on UV shells. Now I can scale this guy up and fit him into the patch here. But you'll notice that these areas, let's get the last edge here on the sticking out bit and see if there's anywhere else it would connect to. No, those connect together. So let's see where that is if I cut that off. What if I cut along? No, that's an edge we really don't want to cut off. So let's do a cut here. And where would that be? Where would that seam be? Okay, it would be there. So no, realistically speaking, I'm going to leave that for now and just scale the shell down a little bit here, like so. But as you can see, when it comes to our texture resolution now, we have pretty much covered the entire square. Now let me just make sure that that's not going over. It is. There we go, excuse me. And I can make our inner bits a bit bigger now. And I would do this, for a couple of reasons. Let's find this piece here. In fact, let's just go on to object mode so we can see everything. And I would do this for a couple of reasons, because we can, being the primary one, and the secondary one being because, there might come an instance where you do see the inside of the mouth briefly, and if you can use up all the space, well, there really is no harm in doing so. Okay, and let's get the pixel density of this one and set this one. So let's get and set so they're the same size and see if that fits in. It doesn't, not quite. So I'm going to grab both these UV shells and scale them down a bit, and then they should fit. Okay, that seems to fit. So, aha, I did forget, of course. Alright, well this is absolutely fine. Sorry about that, folks. I didn't have everything selected, so I've obviously forgotten about the outside of the cheeks here, which are very important to us. And actually, they fit in perfectly. So these are going to have to be a bit smaller again, but as I mentioned, that's not really an issue. It's just if we had that space available, we may as well go ahead and use it. But I had forgotten the outside of the cheek portions here. So I'm turning this off, and here you can see is a tile that's almost full. I mean, we couldn't fill it up a lot more than that, whereas before we started, it was mostly empty. So this was just an example of cutting a UV we've already cut, and we weren't cutting it for, distortion-free UVs. We already had that. We were cutting it simply for bigger texture resolution. Now, you'll notice that we've got more texture resolution along the jaw here that opens and closes than we have along the cheeks, if you want to call them cheeks. So we could do a get resolution, of course, and set resolution, but that's going to be a bit too big. So again, this becomes a game of, jigsaw puzzling here to try and get everything to fit in. So obviously these two aren't going to fit. They're either going to have to be smaller or everything's going to have to be smaller. So let's get these about as small as they could possibly be. Okay, like so. And actually in this case, I'm just going to go for possibly less resolution on the cheek plates. Although that might cause us problems when we're texturing because, of course, we would have a disparity between the resolution here and here. And as these are going to be pretty much the same material, that might cause us an issue. So I'm going to grab all three of these here and just scale those down until they all fit, like so. And let's see here. So in this case, yeah, there's plenty of room here. Let's scale up until those cheek portions are just gonna fit. Okay, so those cheek portions just fit. In this case, I might have a tiny bit more resolution on the jaw, because a tiny bit more resolution is really not going to do anything for us. And then I can organize the inside portions. I mean, a tiny bit of resolution isn't really going to affect the look between this, and there is a gap between them, so we don't have to be spot on. And then this and this. Okay, and obviously you can make these inside portions a little larger should you choose to. I mean, for me, they're probably never going to be seen, so really don't need to make them that big, but as we have the space here, why not? Alright, so that was a look at cutting a UV to maximize the available texture space and also to reorder an already laid out UV so we don't have a lot of wasted space on the inside of the model because, you know, there's no point. So you can see much higher resolution on the outside than on the inside, which is pretty much what we wanted. And, you know, we've got an easier UV to paint now as well. If you were to look at this from a layout perspective also, this is the front of the head. So if you wanted to lay this out so it was actually front first, you actually could lay it this way out, and then you would know that this was the front of the head and this was the rear of the head. In my case, it's absolutely fine sideways. It's just nice and straight, so when I come to paint on it, if I want to paint stripes or something in the UV view, that still works out quite nicely for me. Alright, when I come back, you'll see that I've organized quite a lot of this UV already. Let me go into object mode and I should be able to show you. I think I've organized these green ones on patch 6. So let's select objects and control 1, go into object mode. And in fact, I don't think that went into object mode. There we go. And there you go. So I've organized patch 6, and as you can see, we've got the legs. Everything is straight, everything is neat, and everything is all easy to paint on. So I'm going to come back when we're going to look at basically the nuts and bolts, because I'm not going to lay out every single nut and bolt the right direction, the right orientation, and everything else. This is because I would use just a very, very simple color texture on these with maybe a little bit of dirt or stuff, and the bolts are so small they're not going to be seen, and organizing hundreds and hundreds of UV patches into bolts is going to be a pain. We're also going to come and look at how to lay out the fingers, because this UV is nice and flat, but it's perhaps not optimized so well. So we'll look at some more optimization, and we'll also take another look at copying UVs over once they've been optimized and whatnot. And that should be about it. So I will see you in the next part. I really hope you found something useful in here. Thank you very much for watching. Okay, welcome back. So in this part, I want to go over UV stacking. Now, I've got these fingers laid out in a way that's making them easier to paint. So the top of the finger is here and it goes backwards, and the same and the same. Now, we haven't quite maximized our texture area here in this box, but for me, it's more of a boon to have this so it's easier to paint and all to the same scale. So if I put, say, a camouflage texture on this as a sort of military robot, you wouldn't be different scales on different fingers, and this for me is worth more than actually maximizing this space. Now, talking about maximizing this space, there is one thing we can do here. Rather than laying all these fingers out in different space, in different UV space, we can actually completely overlap them. So what I paint on one finger will appear on another finger. Now, obviously, this could be disadvantageous if you were trying to do, you know, a specific burn pattern on one finger maybe, and the other two were different. But if all of your fingers are going to have the same texture on them, so they're all just going to be slightly grungy, dirty texture, and they're going to be shot from a fair distance, then you can get much higher resolution by stacking shells on top of each other. And one of the easiest ways to achieve this is just by copying the UVs from one to the other. So let's do that now. So I'm just going to select this guy, and then go to Mesh, Transfer Attributes, as we've done before. And I'm just going to make sure I'm transferring just the UV set in component mode, transfer, and you'll see that's transferred over, and the shells are exactly stacked on top of each other. If I actually move one of these, you will see that there should be, whoops, I've actually selected them both there. So let me go to object mode here and get both of these, UV shell, and why do we have nothing underneath that? Okay, let me just delete the history on these because they're still connected. Delete by type history, and now we should be able to select individual shells without moving both. Okay, so you can see those shells are exactly stacked on top of each other. Now what this means for us, I will demonstrate in a moment, but it means whatever I paint on this will be identically painted on this. So I'm going to hit both of those and just do a mesh transfer attributes again. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same for all the other fingers. So this time I'm just going to hit G on the keyboard to repeat the same command. So Shift, G, G, and G, and then I think I also need to transfer these. I do. So just select the one to transfer and then the one to be transferred to, and we can just go around and using the G key to repeat that last command, just transfer all of those. And G will repeat whatever the last command is, not just the transfer attributes, of course. Okay, so that looks like we're about done. Now, in order to visibly demonstrate what happens when we have all of these, as you can see, I'm selecting all of these now, and I'm going to do an edit delete by type history before I do this. So with all of these selected, it looks like we only have one set of UVs, but as we know, the others are under there. So let's do a file export selection, and I'm just going to bring this quickly into Substance Painter. It could be Mari, it could be Photoshop, but in this case, I'm going to use Substance. So I'm just going to pop open Substance here and start a new project. Now we will do this with the entire model so you can just see that it all works. But first let's just check out these fingers and see what happens now we've stacked the UVs in top of each other. So if we get a color we can look at here like a red, and I paint on this end finger. So I'm just going to do this. You'll see that exactly the same thing has happened on the other two fingers, and it's the same for this one. So you can see here, and it doesn't really matter which one you paint on, it will just be mirrored across all three. So this is not a particularly good technique if you need to paint all three fingers differently. But a lot of the time, especially with sort of mechanical fingers, they're going to look identical. So using this UV stacking technique is going to make them quicker to paint. It's also going to make the texture space we have available much greater, because now we have this stacked UV. So in essence, we have, much more available texture space, or we'll have a much higher resolution on the final texture doing it this way. So I'm going to go ahead now and select these pieces as well, because we need to mirror this over to the other side. So first let's get rid of these, because once I've laid out the UVs there, I don't want to do it on the other side. So as we've done already with the transfer of UV attributes, with the mirroring of meshes, we'll just do that again with these fingers here, but in this time it will be negative X, of course, instead of positive X. So let me just make this window a little bigger. There we go, that's a little easier to make sure I've selected all the components. Seems like we've got everything we need. Now I'm going to do a delete history on these, just in case I missed it the first time around. And then we're going to get a mesh mirror. We're going to pop open the options. Now we don't want combine with original. We do want to flip the UVs. And in this case, we're going to go negative in the X direction. So let's hit mirror here. And there we go. We have mirrored. Now you'll see that these are actually connected together. So a history deletion might get rid of that, but I doubt it. Now, even though we've told it not to combine with the original object, it's gone ahead and combined with the original object. So what we need to do is separate these out again by selecting them all. So it shouldn't be joined together like this. However, Maya sometimes has a bit of a mind of its own, and it's really not a big issue for us to fix this. So I'm just going to come here and do a mesh, separate, and now you can see that I can select those independently of each other. Now the problem is, because these UVs are flipped, they're not going to stack. Okay, so we need to actually select all these guys, and we're going to need to fit all of these in the same patch together. So let's select all of these guys again. Now we could actually flip the other UVs, and I will show you how in a second. But generally speaking, you want your UVs orientated in the right direction, and flipping them would not be the best of ideas. So let's come here. Now, in order so I know where the halfway point is, I'm going to go up to View, and where is that? Let's see here a second. So I should be able to change the grid. There we go, it was under view. And I'm going to go do a grid line every 0.5, and that will cut it up into quarters. So now I know if I select all of these UV shells here, just so I keep them together, and I know I need to move this into half the available space we have, because the other fingers will go in the other half of the available space we have. Okay, so that's looking okay. Now I've got here what looks like a bigger overlap, which I didn't notice before, so it's kind of cool we spotted that. And this piece here, of course, now I'm doing a drag select, because if I don't, I'll just select one piece, and of course there's 3 pieces there. And let's move that in there. Now we've used up half the available tile. Let's go to the other side and grab these other ones. Okay, so these haven't worked well at all for some bizarre reason. Oh, actually, yeah, they're not bad. It's just me. Sorry about that, folks. Let me get this on object mode for a start. Yeah, these are fine. Okay, for a minute there, it looked like they'd all come in overlapping, but I think I was still displaying some of the previous shells there in the UV view. Alright, that seems to be everything. It is. Now we're going to UV shell this lot, and we're going to move this so it takes up this half. So we're going to need to scale that down a bit. Okay, and that looks like it's going to fit. And you want to maximize the space, of course. So we're going to need to rearrange this one a tiny tad. And again, drag select so you get all 3 shells. Drag select on this one. Okay, a bit of rearranging. It's kind of inevitable when you do this type of thing. Okay, and I'm going to move this one as far this way as I can. And we do have a slight issue with fitting this piece in now. Whoops, and you'll see I didn't drag select, so I just got one at once. Okay, where's this bit gonna fit? Well, actually, this piece is correspondent to this here, so you're not going to see much of it. So I might just make it a bit smaller. Okay, this is a bit of a cheat. If I was doing this off camera, I would find a way to pack this, but packing UVs is kind of uninteresting on the camera, I think. So I'm just going to make it a bit smaller for now, and that should be fine. If it causes me any problems, I'll sort it out later. But it's literally this piece here that goes in between everything else, so you're really not going to see it. Now let's select all of our finger pieces here, so let's go to object mode and just double check that they're all packed in nice and tight. Now because they're stacked, I actually only need to select one set of fingers. I'm selecting them all just to make sure we've got the stacking correct, and there is our laid out fingers. So you can see if a UV is flipped, by the way, by simply going to View and Shaded View. Now these are all blue, so they're all pointing in the same direction. If I had a flipped UV, so if I hadn't flipped these when we use the mirror command here, we've got flip UVs. If we hadn't have done that, what you'll see is one flip shell, and actually let me move one of these because it'll just be overlaid on the top and flip. And you'll see that this one is actually red and not blue. So when you do your final check, it's good to go into this shaded view and just make sure that all your UVs are actually flipped in the right direction. Otherwise, you could run into issues. Now, you'll see also that we've got slightly different sizes on either side. So before continuing, you'd want to tidy that up. I will do that in between the parts after we've had a chance to check everything else out. Right, now another thing I didn't actually lay out was all these nuts and bolts. Now, I've laid out pretty much everything by hand, as you saw me do with kind of like this section and the toes and the chest section, which will be back on number 1. And I've done that to make it easier to paint. So rather than maximizing texture space, because when we can use these tiles, we don't need to maximize the texture space as much as we once did. That doesn't mean you don't need to do it. It just means that, you know, nowadays I would say it's better to have something that's easy to paint and well laid out than to, have shells rotated all over the place just to get a bit more texture resolution. So let's look at these nuts and bolts. So I'm going to open the Hypershade, and I'm just going to select the nut and bolt color, which I believe it was this light brown here. So it should be this one. Select objects with material. It is. I'm going to hit Control and 1 in the viewport there, just to isolate all of those objects. And you can see here all of our UVs all over the place. So let's go into object mode. Okay, and let's select them all. So we're just selecting the shells here. Okay, that's done. And whoops, for some reason Substance Paint as base color had popped up there, not to worry. And this time I'm going to let Maya lay these out. I mean, I don't really care that much about the nuts and bolts, because they're all going to have a very simple texture on them. So I could use the same trick and stack all the shells on top of each other, which mightn't be a bad idea, but in this case I'm just going to use the layout. So I'm going to bring the layout options around. I'm going to go pre-shell rotation. Let's rotate them all horizontally. Preserve 3D ratios, and let's just go for a full square. We're not going to bother rotating the shells so much, and we're just going to hit layout UVs. Okay, and that's laid out all our UVs for us. So all of these nuts and bolts are now laid out in one patch. Now if you wanted to, you could stack all of these. They're similar enough to be stacked. But my nuts and bolts, I happen to know, I'm not going to put any large effort into them. They're just going to be a basic colored texture. So for me, it really doesn't matter. But your mileage may vary. Maybe you're going to do extreme close-up on these nuts and bolts at some point, in which case you'd need more resolution and you'd need to probably go ahead and stack them, or maybe just give them more tiles. So I'm going to take these, and this was, I believe, from our material, tile 12. So if we look here at the translate options, we know we're going to start on tile 1, 2. Let me just select the shells, because that would help us move them, of course. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And now you can't just go 11 and 12. That's not going to work, because we only go to 10 UV tiles and then we go up and back to the beginning. So this tile here is actually, well, this one here is actually tile 11. So this is 1 to 10, 11 to 20, and so on and so forth. So patch 12, for instance, would be up here. Now, Maya's layout options is once again, because we forgot to give it, or I forgot to tell it we wanted some border on the UV, is going to be just a bit too big. So I'm just going to resize that. Now, before we finish this part and actually finish this tutorial, we're going to look at the UV layout for the whole character, make sure everything is done the way we want it, and then I'm going to import the whole thing into Substance Designer just to make sure there's no problems with it. So let's have a look at all of our patches here. So select objects from material for patch 1, and that is indeed patch 1, and it's laid out fine. So we're going to Shift 1, and we're going to go down the line here, select objects with material 1, go into object mode, and make sure they're all selected, and check that out. Now that seems to be fairly well laid out. Everything's orientated and everything's nice to paint on. Once again, you could tweak this to maximize the texture space. But ease of painting is more of a concern right now. So let's select objects for this material and hit 1 and 1, just so we, Control 1 and Control 1, just so we selected all that, and that is it's in the wrong UV, 1, 2, 3, no, it's in the right UV patch, so that's absolutely fine. Now let's do that again with number 4, so select objects material, Control 1 and 1, and let's see where this one is, and this should be in patch 4. So I'm going to actually view UV shell here, grid, so we can just put this back to 1, so it's easier to see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well that's gone in the wrong patch, but again, very easy to fix. UV shell. Whoops. Now you'll see what's happened here. We need to go into object mode first, then we need to select it, then UV shell, and I can now just move that one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's select tile 5, select objects with material, 1 and 1. Okay, so we can see that this has been laid out okay. So again, object mode, select everything, UV shell, and this is also in the wrong patch. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. So you can turn on the checker pattern to make sure it doesn't overlay with any of its neighboring squares if you want to. And let's do number 6. Select objects for material, control 1 and 1. And that's laid out just fine. So object mode in this view, select it all. Whoops. There we go. And UV shell. And move it one this way. It looks like I just transposed everything one shell across. It's not such a huge issue. So select objects for material. And these would be all of our fingers. So these are supposed to be patch 7. Object mode, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. So, and again, now tile 8. Sorry, this is taking some time, but that is just the way it goes. Right, and tile 8 has not been laid out. So let's see what tile 8 consists of. It's the eyes and the eyelids. So I'm going to use an auto pack for this just to get us started. So let's just come here and do a layout after selecting the shells, of course. And there we go. Now, one thing I want to make sure in this is, and this is laid out fairly well. Let's see which ones of these are the important shells. So that would be, let's see here, UV shell. That would be this one, which we want to make big. And in fact, I'm going to grab both of these at the same time and scale them up together. Okay, now we know those are the important ones. And the rest of this stuff, especially this stuff, is not too important. For me, I'm going to use a just kind of white shiny texture on this, and it's just the front of the eyelid that's going to be important. Now, of course, we're going to have some importance with these eyelids, but all the rest of these circles here can be made a little bit smaller. Okay, like so, because we're not really too interested in those. These eyelid pieces as well can also be made much smaller, and these guys are the important ones, so we're going to go 1 and 2 like so, and we're going to scale these so they just fit in half the tile there. Okay, yeah, that was probably scaled a bit too small. And again, this would help if I had this grid in quartered view. It really would. So let's do that quickly. Apply and close. Okay, now I can kind of scale these independently and know what I'm doing. So there we go. That looks like they're about the same size. Now again, I would take much more time and trouble than this if I was doing it off camera. But you know, I don't want to spend too much time on this on camera, because I think you get the idea of what it is that needs to happen here. And let's just get all these guys in one tile. Now, yeah, as I just mentioned, I would take more time and effort than this and maximize this texture space, but as this is going to be a white shiny texture, it really isn't that important in this case. Okay, so what material was this and what patch was it supposed to be? Tile 8. So let's UV shell it and move it to 8. So transform, and there we go. That's now in tile 8. So apologies for that brief interruption. I did think I'd already laid out the eyes, but apparently I had not. So let's move on to the next material, which is the bottom of the head here. So that's in tile 1, and it should be in tile 9. Okay, now we know we've laid this one out correctly. We did this one just a little while ago. So that was tile 9. Yep. So, and there we go. That's in place. Okay, just a couple more to do now. So tile 10, select objects with material, and that would be the top of the head, which we also know we've laid out. So object mode first, there we go, and select all the patches. And I think this one was supposed to be 10, so we know it's the end patch there. Okay, so let's do, was that supposed to be 10? Yeah, it was. So select objects for material for tile 11 or patch 11, and this should be fairly straightforward because, as I mentioned earlier, this is actually tile 11. So we just go up one. And tile 12, select objects with material and control 1 and 1 again, and that will be all of the nuts and bolts we did, which are actually patch 12. So there we go. Now let's just highlight this whole guy and make sure that we have all of our patches filled and nothing is wonky, and that looks like a pretty reasonable UV layout to me. So now just to check that we didn't forget anything, and also to check that we don't have any errors here, I'm going to import this thing into both Mari and Substance Painter so you guys can see it working. So let's do a file, delete by type. So edit, delete by type, history, and I'm going to do I'm just going to press 1 on the keyboard to make sure nothing is smoothed, not control 1, just literally 1. And we're going to export selection, and I'm going to export this for Mari as an FBX. So robot FBX export, and then I'm going to export it for Substance as an FBX, and then I am going to export it for Mari as an OBJ. So let's check this in Substance first. So let's go File, New. Let's just discard that test and select and Robot. And Substance Painter will complain bitterly if there's anything wrong with this. So polysurface 779 has no UV coordinates. So we've got something in our file with no UV coordinates. So I'm going to search up here for that polysurface and see what it is. Okay, so let's go here. And what is this polysurface? Okay. Oh, I know. If we do a control 1, that is the inner part of the head here, which I'm not taking into Substance because will just be black. So that's why it has no UV coordinates, because we never UV'd it. Alright, so that's absolutely fine. Let's just drag that out of the robot group. Get out. So I'm just middle mouse dragging this guy out, you pop. Right, and then let's select the robot here, press Shift 1, and we are missing a few parts. So let's copy these in that have got copied out during some part of this process. And in fact, let us select the robot. Okay, so yeah, that's the one we don't need, and this one needs to go back in here. Alright, so a little bit of organization here just to make sure our file is working, and I'm going to export this once again. So export selection, and again just robot FBX. And Substance Painter is very good at complaining. So if you know if it goes into Substance, it's probably going to be okay, at least from the point of view of the UVs are correct and not terrible or anything. So discard this project and try this again. Okay, it seems to be going in this time, and there it is. It's in Substance Painter. I can indeed paint on it. So we've got something that you can now, edit to your heart's content in Substance. Now let's try Mari. So let's go back to Maya here. Now I'll try the FBX straight away in Mari. I generally prefer to work with OBJs in Mari, and I think that's because the older versions of Mari sometimes had problems with FBXs. But let me try the FBX anyway. So let's just pop open Mari here and start a new project. And I'm just going to give it the path to our geometry, or in this case the actual piece of geometry. Okay, so robot FBX. I'm not going to bother with any of this. I'll just create one color map, and I'll hit OK. Okay, so it doesn't like the FBX. That's fine. We need to go back to Maya in that case and just export it as an OBJ. I kind of had a feeling that was going to happen, but we'll make sure that this does indeed work. So obj export, and I'm just going to go like so. So let's try this again in Mari. So new and a file. Okay, robot obj, give it a color, okay, and this should work. I haven't actually tested this in advance, so you're actually seeing this live as it happens. So if we have made an error, we'll know. But it looks like our UV layout is good. And unlike Substance Painter, Mari can just paint across whatever it wants. It doesn't have to do it one tile at a time. So we're going to be pretty sure here that Mari is looking good. Now I've obviously got this on auto bake, so that might take some time. And there are all our patches. If you need more, you can obviously create more. And here in Mari, we are using by default 4K texture. Whereas in Substance, I believe I just used a 1K texture, but it doesn't matter. It's just basically a demonstrator to show you that our UVs are good. They work in Mari and Substance, so of course they will work in Photoshop. No problem at all. And that brings us pretty much to the conclusion of our tutorial. So I hope you've learned something about the process of UVing here. It's not, as I said at the beginning of the tutorial, quite as simple as just unfolding something and making the maximum use of the texture space. There are lots of different ways to UV. There are lots of different reasons why you lay it out in a certain manner. Me personally, and I know friends of mine at studios and when I was working in studio, the common belief now is pretty much you want to maximize the ease of painting. Because of modern tools, we can actually increase texture sizes by simply adding more tiles. Now, it's not always optimal to have, 40 tiles or 20 tiles, but it's better to get easy painting than to get, just maximize texture space. So thank you very much for watching. I will be doing a follow-up tutorial to this within Substance Painter, and I'll be painting this guy within Substance Painter. If you'd like to also see that done in Mari, drop me a line, David or Dave at SimplyMaya.com, and I'll consider doing a Mari tutorial if enough people would find it useful. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you in another tutorial, hopefully.